The story opened with player Shin Sang-yun being congratulated for having cleared the dungeon Ancient Dragon's Nest. A man who looked ragged sighed. He complained as to why he's working so hard when he's almost 60. This is Shin Sang-yun at 55 years old. It's been 30 years since Sang-yun started living as a swordsman, but his best achievement is just that he was in his country's top 100. It basically means he's just a needle in a haystack because there are so many players in the world. He saw a book and wondered if his reward this time was a skill book. He had eaten artifacts before, so it made him curious if he can eat it too. A bright light caught his attention. He was informed that Constellation Late Bloomer Model Student has entered. Late Bloomer Model Student sincerely blessed Sang-yun for his hard work. Additionally, he complimented him for his impeccable final strike. That person who entered so dramatically is his contracted constellation, Late Bloomer Model Student. Sang-yun thanked him for his compliment. Sang-yun felt grateful to him for contracting with him when he's just a mere third-rate swordsman. With Late Bloomer Model Student, once the player reaches level 850, all artifact and title stats will be doubled. Once the player reaches level 900, the said stats will be tripled. Sang-hyun's current level is 650, so he is now way near the power spike. Because of the insane conditions, he has yet to benefit from having Late Bloomer Model Student as his constellation. Late Bloomer Model Student urged him to eat the skill book. Sang-yun had this excited but tired expression on his face as he poured mana on the artifact. Then he said, "I'm going to eat it now! Devour artifacts." It's the skill that Sang-yun acquired when he awakened. In order to understand his skill, he tried to boil and eat artifacts. He also tried frying them, but it didn't feel anything different. By the time he finished his useless experiments, 30 years had passed. When he used mana synchronization with an artifact of a suitable rank, he realized that it activates his Devour Artifact skill. However, by the time he realized how to use his skill, it was already too late. Others grow stronger as they awaken. Old man Sang-hyun failed to synchronize. He watched the book and threw it since he got pissed. He complained how it didn't come with instructions or something. He couldn't believe that it was a skill book. Late Bloomer Model Student says that there is very limited information about that skill available and apologizes for not being able to help. He suggested that since there's a lot of time, Sang-hyun should compromise once more and start mana synchronization again. The statement, "a lot of time," irked Sang-hyun. He was on the verge of tears since he doesn't have a lot of time given that he's almost 60. He stated that if he had a child at 30, then that child would be turning 30. And if he had a child earlier than that, then he might have grandchildren by then. He emphasized that humans die early. Late Bloomer Model Student apologized if he said something wrong. Sang-yun replied that he didn't do anything wrong. He explained that it's just because he has a lot of regrets in his life, and his constellation noted that statement. Sang-yun couldn't forget that person's back, so Sang-yun tried his best to become like him. But now he's exhausted and too old. He stated that if only he's a little younger. His constellation kept on listening. And then, Late Bloomer Model Student grinned. Then Sang-yun advised the Late Bloomer Model Student that he's going to retire. And since he's canceling his contract with him, he advised him to just go to another player. Suddenly, Late Bloomer Model Student used his power, and this surprised Sang-yun. All he could see now was a distorted version of his reality. That scene was his last memory as a 55-year-old. Late Bloomer Model Student utilized the essence he had experimented with. And the regression has begun. Dungeons and gates are basically the environments that awakened people. Or in other words, players work in. He asked if that's correct. This person speaking is Park Jong-min, aka the player G, a reporter. A red-haired mature woman answered that it's correct. This person is Hyun Jaeon Corporation CEO Han Hyun Jaeong. She explained that dungeons can be called stepping stones for players. And as for the gates, they are other dimensions. In other words, they connect to unknown regions. And those are places where players must explore and pioneer. Jong-min asked her what she thought about that year's dungeon. The interview kept going and a black-haired man watched it. He commented that he had really regressed. Guess who this guy was? You're right. Our old man MC Sang-yun. Sang-yun had finally grasped the situation, but 4 days had already passed. He had gone back by 30 years. After that, he lost consciousness, and when he woke up, he was in his studio apartment from 30 years ago. He was surprised to see that he wasn't in his 55-year-old body, but he's in his 25-year-old body, along with all his memories before he regressed. And no matter how much he thinks about it, the reason he regressed must be because of the constellation's miracle. There was no other explanation. He was still confused but decided to leave it at that and work out instead. He has a Venomoth's dagger, a bronze artifact, and a one-handed dagger. It has plus 17 attack power, plus 10 agility. It is described as a self-defense dagger, and it does not become blunt easily. It's a bronze tier dagger that Sang-hyun was lucky to acquire. Its rank may be low, but he's aware of its hidden skill. The absorption rate is being determined, and later it resulted in an absorption rate of 10%. Previous use of the artifact is applied retrospectively, resulting with the final absorption rate being 20%. Even though its absorption rate is low because they haven't used it for long, what's important is its hidden skill. The mana synchronization with Behemoth's dagger has begun. Sang-hyun entered the gap of unconsciousness. He now had this new look with his hair being colored white. The gap of unconsciousness is the space he needed to bypass in order to eat an artifact. Sang-hyun expressed how he's always nervous when he comes there. A plate with whole chicken appeared. The system window informed him that the preparations to absorb Venomoth's dagger is complete. A rotisserie BBQ chicken drizzled with olive oil was served. Sang-hyun was relieved that it's a normal dish. He was worried something like a humid swamp centipede dish was going to come out. He commented that if it's a dish like this chicken, he can eat it any time. The absorption of Venomoth's dagger had begun. He had permanently acquired the stat +2 agility, and a hidden skill Demon Bash has been acquired. Venomoth's dagger, which has been completely absorbed, will disappear forever. Sang-hyun commented how it's a shame that it got destroyed, but it's not like he used it either way. Sang-hyun obtained a useful skill like he planned, and it was time for him to go. At dungeon number 85, Team Yoon Daekyung, someone called Team Leader Yoon Daekyung. Daekyung asked what the Porter Group leader was doing there. The Porter Group leader shared that one of his team members pulled out. It was a newcomer that joined 4 days ago, and his name is Shin Sang-hyun. Daekyung told the Porter Group leader not to worry about Sang-hyun, since it has been decided that he will join the player team. The Porter Group leader was surprised that Sang-hyun is joining the player team and not the Porter team. Daekyung stated that he gave the final approval. He asked if there's a problem. The Porter Group leader expressed that it's a problem since it hasn't been long since Sang-hyun has awakened, and the guy hasn't finished the player academy yet. The Porter Group leader stated that adding a guy like that to the player team has never been done before. He added that the team will be unbalanced and he'll have problems with the distribution of work. Daekyung towered over the Porter Group leader, which terrified the leader. Daekyung pointed out that he takes care of everything like his party and the contribution system distribution. The Porter Group leader remembered that and apologized. When the Porter Group leader left, Daekyung complained about them. A player asked Daekyung why accepted Sang-hyun. Daekyung was unimpressed that this player was asking the same thing. Daekyung simply stated that if there's someone who's going to die, it would be Sang-hyun, not them. He wanted Sang-hyun to act up and die so those porters would shut up. That way their value will be maintained. Daekyung doesn't believe that a level 1 idiot can do anything. The player didn't expect that that would be Daekyung's intention. Sang-hyun greeted them. He introduced himself to them and stated that he'll be working as a player. Everyone looked at him with a scowl on their face. Daekyung had a devilish grin on his face. In his head, Sang-hyun thought of how everyone is expressive. He expected that much, but he thinks they're going too far by not even hiding their expressions. Daekyung welcomed him with a fake smile. He told him that it's nice to meet him and thought he's going to be late on his first day as a player. Daekyung noticed Sang-hyun's weapon. It was a longsword. Sang-hyun replied that he studied a lot of videos on YouTube. Daekyung told him that a long sword is one of the hardest types of swords to wield. Sang-hyun replied that he will try to at least protect himself, so Daekyung should trust him. Daekyung laughed out loud and was pleased with Sang-hyun's spirit. Daekyung stated that men need to have spirit, just like how Daekyung is. Daekyung announced the beginning of the dungeon raid. They're ready to go wild. Daekyung instructed them that once they enter, they should stand by at the entrance. He watched them enter the gate. He kept his eye on Sang-hyun. In his head, studying on YouTube sounds ridiculous. To him, it seemed like Sang-hyun was looking down at the dungeons. He finds Sang-hyun arrogant just because he awakened and became a player. And to him, it seemed like Sang-hyun had a death wish. According to the raid strategy that Daekyung procured, the Orc dungeon is like the Wailing Wall for newbies. Daekyung was confident that Sang-hyun, that stupid idiot, will know his place very soon. But later on, his jaw dropped because of the so-called stupid idiot. They all turned pale as they saw the corpses. It was insane. It made him think about who Sang-yun really is. Sang-yun stood in front of a large monster that he had just beheaded. Dae-kyung couldn't believe his eyes. Sang-yun's posture oozes with confidence. Not a newbie would have. Orcs are monsters that appear mostly in games, novels, and movies with fantasy settings. Because the humans were so familiar with them, it was only given that humans have prejudices against them. They thought orcs were weak. Of course, when compared to other monsters such as dragons, they certainly are weak, stupid, and just violent. Because of this, new players who are arrogant often jump into a fight against orcs without really thinking too much. Orcs' traits are rather simple. A man charged, but to his surprise, the orc grabbed his face. On average, they are 250 centimeters tall and weigh 180 kilograms. This physical trait gives them an overwhelming gap in power against humans. The orc easily crushed the human and blood splattered all over the place. For this reason, orcs were given the nickname, the Wall of Lament. A few moments before our MC's power was revealed, Dae-kyung's party was walking in the corridor. A player called Sang-yun and told him that he's not going to get any special treatment for being a newbie, so he's on his own. The other player passively expressed his annoyance at Sang-yun by calling him an arrogant bastard behind his back and spitting. Sang-yun simply smiled and told them that he will try his best. He realized that no one is nice to newbies. A man scolded him by saying that he shouldn't just do his best, he needs to do well. They were being really rude to him. Sang-yun was silent for a moment. Then he asked if he could fight on the front lines if they came across a monster. A man was about to tell him that he's insane, but he stopped mid-sentence. He was terrified at what he saw. There was an orc behind Sang-yun. It's Sang-yun's battle after regressing. He was about to volunteer to take care of it when a player with a shield went in front of him and blocked the orc's attack. The man scolded Sang-yun, saying he's out of his mind. The man doesn't believe that Sang-yun can use a greatsword when he moves that slowly. Sang-yun told him that he doesn't need help. The player with the shield told him to shut up and prove his skill. Sang-yun told him to look in front of him. The man didn't finish spouting rude remarks. Suddenly, he gasped. When he saw Dae-kyung charging at the orc and pushing it away, the orc fell on the ground. Dae-kyung scolded the player and Sang-yun and told them to get their act together. The player apologized. The other player was impressed with Dae-kyung's move. Dae-kyung told them to stay back as he takes care of the guy. The orc attacked, and Dae-kyung blocked it with his shield. He yelled that it was nothing. He stabbed the orc on the chest. The other players were impressed with his move. They asked if it was dead now. The orc made a loud noise while it grinned. Then it raised its axe. Dae-kyung almost got hit. Too bad his attack earlier didn't kill the orc. Sang-yun just watched them. He knew that Dae-kyung was the one with the highest level in there, but he's only at level 50, so he can't land any critical hits on the monster. Dae-kyung charged at orc. He pierced it again while screaming at it to die already. The orc fell. Everyone rejoiced that he killed it. They were impressed that he made it on his own. Dae-kyung had a smug look on his face as he replied that it was nothing. He asked them if they're all right. Everyone was pleased, and they expressed how dependable Dae-kyung is. They were about to go when suddenly they heard a loud noise. Several red orcs were marching towards them. Everyone got terrified at the sight of the high orcs, and there's armored orcs too. They asked the team leader what they should do. Dae-kyung decided to fall back for everyone's safety. In his head, he already had a hard time taking down one orc, and now those orcs have arrived. To their surprise, Sang-yun asked permission if he could try. Everyone was just pissed at him, on top of thinking that he's out of his mind. Dae-kyung acknowledged that Sang-yun must be excited that he had awakened. He hadn't finished his sentence yet when he saw Sang-yun charging at the orcs. Dae-kyung yelled at him that he's going to get killed. With a single swing of Sang-hoon's sword, a high orc was defeated. Sang-yun commented that a great sword is nice. He made a clean cut too. Upon witnessing that, everyone's jaw dropped. They couldn't believe their eyes. A high orc was split into two. Sang-yun wondered if it's because he's still at level 1 that the slice didn't feel as clean as he knew it could get. About the player Sang-yun, he doesn't have title and constellation yet. He has an exclusive skill called Devour Artifacts. He has consumed one artifact. His HP is at 200, MP is 20, EXP at 40. The other orcs got agitated. Several orcs charged at once. Sang-yun uttered that he may be low level, but he has quite the experience under his belt. He charges forward while swinging his great sword, slicing up several orcs on his way. Another orc attacked Sang-yun. Sang-yun easily evaded that attack, and in just one swing, he sliced up that orc. He told the orcs that he had killed a lot of them when he was younger. The players had their mouths gaped open from the shock. They're starting to believe that Sang-yun could actually kill them all. Sang Yun was down to the last orc, and it was the armored orc. It's gigantic and has a huge shield, too. It made a loud orc noise. When it attacked, the ground shattered. Sang Hyun was serious. Sang Hyun's great sword had hit the orc, but it only scratched it. Daekyung got worried because the skin of the armored orc was too thick, and the attack didn't work. It was a dire scene. The armored orc was ready to attack again. Its weapon is just a few inches away from our MC. Sang Hyun smiled and said that they didn't need to be so dramatic. The armored orc was surprised. Sang Hyun activated the skill Demon Bash Level 1. Demon Bash is a hidden skill which has 15 seconds cooldown against the same target. It hinders a target, either a monster or a human, for 2.0 seconds. The success rate and time of hindrance depends on the target's skill resistance level. Sang Hyun told the armored orc to just stay like that. The armored orc made a loud, pained noise. Sang Hyun beheaded it, and blood flowed like a river. The players were all stunned. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. The corpses scattered in the area, leaving Sang Hyun the only one standing when he just awoke a few days ago. And the hindrance skill that he just used. It wasn't even ultra-short hindrance. Daekyung knew that even a named player's best was 1.5 seconds. They all think Sang Hyun is too skilled with the great sword. They started considering asking Sang Hyun on what kind of YouTube videos he watches. Daekyung couldn't get over that Sang Hyun used hindrance against an armored orc too. It doesn't make sense to him since Sang Hyun just awakened only a few days ago. He wondered where he got that damned skill. The system congratulated Sang Hyun for leveling up. He had fulfilled the conditions for a title. He had been given the F-rank title, Fearless Immature Puppy. Fearless Immature Puppy is at F rank and increases evasion by +5. Sang Hyun didn't really care about the level up, but the title is a bit unexpected. The system informed him that he has unused bonus stat points. He was required to choose which stat to raise by +1. Sang Hyun had already decided which state he would raise. I learned this too late in his last life, but the luck stat is directly related to skill hit rates and artifact drop rates. It's a necessity for him at the moment. The system informed him that his player's luck has increased. Daekyung asked him if he's really Shin Sang-yoon. Daekyung confirmed with him if the skill he just used was hindrance. He inquired where Sang Hyun learned that skill. In Sang Hyun's head, he answered that he just regressed and he's putting his skills to good use. He can't say that though, so he simply replied that he got it when he awakened. Daekyun was agitated and told him that it doesn't make sense. He told Sang Hyun not to avoid the question. He asked if it's actually because Sang Hyun got insanely lucky and got a diamond rank artifact, or even something higher. Daekyun was staring at Sang Hyun's sword when he said that. Sang Hyun offered his sword and asked Daekyung if he wanted to check it. Daekyung was surprised, but he accepted the gesture. He saw that it's a faded great sword, an ordinary artifact, a two-handed weapon with an attack power of +50. It is a normal great sword of normal design without any special abilities. Daekyung was surprised to know that it's really a regular great sword. So his next question was, if the skill is really Sang Hyun's. Daekyung felt bad since he's been running dungeons for 2 years, but he doesn't have a skill as good as Sang Hyun despite him being at level 50. He also thought about the pay for that day. Someone called the team leader and reported that the middle boss is up. Daekyung had a scowl in his face, but he replied that they'll get going. Daekyung told Sang Hyun that taking care of the minions became easy because of him, but he reminded him not to overstep too much. He told Sang Hyun that his nice skill isn't going to do anything against the demon orc that they will be fighting soon. Sang Hyun remembered the reason he returned to that party as soon as he regressed. Sang Hyun called the team leader. Daekyung expected him to say that he's scared, but Sang Hyun negotiated that if he kills the demon orc on his own, he wants the artifact. It's the reward for killing it. The party Sang Hyun chose to pay people according to their performance. The Crimson Stone is an artifact that can only be attained by defeating demon orcs. That being said, even after defeating hundreds of demon orcs, it is said to be difficult to obtain. Rather, its chances of dropping are extremely low. However, in Sang Hyun's past life, after their team failed to defeat the demon orc, they were lucky enough to see the Crimson Stone when another team was lucky enough to get their hands on it. Back then, Sang Hyun was all bruised up when he heard someone congratulating a captain. The captain was bald, had a round face and body, and he's holding the round Crimson Stone. The other players asked him how he managed to get it. He asked them if it would sell for a huge sum in the market. Someone is aware that it's one of the only artifacts with the delay skill. The captain told the player to stop talking so much because it felt like he's spitting. Back then, Sang-yun was intrigued with the delay skill. That was the skill he desperately needed. So, at the present time, silence enveloped the room. Sang-yun brought up the topic that the party distributes based on contribution, so if he defeats the monster himself, he assumes that there would be no issues. Daekyung was quiet. It's important for Sang-yun to obtain the delay skill at that moment in preparation for the future events. However, most people would think badly of newbie players who are cocky like that. Sang-yun expected that no one would take him seriously. They asked him who he thought he was. They told him to get off on his high horse when he doesn't mean that much just because he killed a few orcs. Sang-yun told him to calm down. Daekyung told him to do as he pleased. The players were surprised with Daekyung's response, but Daekyung clarified that Sang-yun could do that only if they failed to defeat the boss. Only then can they enter the dungeon on their own and kill it himself. In Sang-yun's head, it was easier than he thought. Sang-yun confirmed if it meant that he'll be stepping out of the battle. Daekyung told him to do as he pleased. Then he started walking forward. The players hurried to catch up to him while telling him to wait for them. In Daekyung's head, that cocky bastard acts like he is the shit just because he has one broken skill. Daekyung told himself that he will make sure to clear the dungeon and shush Sang-yun. He pushed the door open while thinking that he will show Sang-yun that experience is what matters on the battlefield. Daekyung was surprised to see the inside. The system informed him that they had entered the room of the middle boss. The torches were lit up on both sides of the room, and at the center stood the middle boss, a bloodthirsty demon orc. He instructed everyone to prepare for battle. Although the monster looked intimidating, he had heard that it is easy to defeat. He ordered the players to circle around it and attack it from the rear. In Daekyung's mind, he won't let Sang-yun have the chance to solo play. Daekyung decided to take the lead. But in a blink of an eye, Daekyun was lying on the floor while his forehead was bleeding. He was dumbfounded as to what happened. Sang-yun was worried when Daekyung and the other players started running. His expression was funny when he thought that Daekyung and the others would just charge at it head-on. It's the reason why they failed back then, too. The players were scared and were backed into the corner. They knew if it kept up, they would die. Daekyung wondered why it was so strong. Even the previous high orc, too. He realized that he shouldn't have taken the advice he got from the markets. Daekyung ordered everyone to retreat, but then he saw Sang-yun, who smiled at him when he heard that. They think something is wrong with Sang-yun for still wanting to solo play. Regardless, Daekyung ordered everyone to retreat. Since it has low peripheral vision, they will make a break for it on its flank. Everyone was relieved to hear that order from Daekyung. Daekyung addressed Sang-hyun. He emphasized how he warned him already, and if he dies, he shouldn't hate him. Sang-hyun smiled and replied that Daekyung shouldn't worry about him. With conviction, Sang-hyun stated that he won't die. The demon orc charges at Sang-hyun. If they purely compare the stats of the demon orc and him, he would never be able to win. However, with all the experience Sang-hyun had gained, he slashed the demon orc. It growled loudly. The players stopped when they heard a clunk. It meant that Sang-hyun managed to deflect the axe. Sang-hyun expressed that his hand stings. It made him realize that deflecting the attacks is all he can do. The demon orc growled again. Sang-hyun set his eyes on the crimson stone chained on the demon orc's chest. It's been a while since he saw it. The reason why Sang-hyun is obsessed with the crimson stone is the special effect combining the delay skill and his own status skill, Demon Bash. It is hard to see how the 2-second stun that Demon Bash currently has can be improved considering it is pretty decent. However, with his proper skill, Devour Artifacts, he is able to combine the effects of the different skills, which gives him an idea to try and see what will happen if there is a skill that allows him to stack the stun effects of Demon Bash. That would be the ideal combination of skills, giving him an infinite stun. So, if he can get the delay skill, it is more than possible. He challenged the demon orc to come at him. The demon orc made a loud noise. Then it raises its axe and charges at Sang-yun. That's exactly what Sang-yun wanted. So, he can find the monster's weak spots. The demon orc's axe hit the ground. Demon Bash level 1 has been activated. The demon orc was stunned for 2.0 seconds. Daekyung couldn't believe that the skill worked on middle bosses. It's such a broken skill. Sang-yun knew that orcs are simple, but he expected more from the demon orc. But then Sang-yun was caught off guard. The demon orc had kicked him. He used his great sword to stop him from flying further backwards. Sang-yun admitted that he forgot about that. The demon orc has self-regeneration ability. The demon orc's self-regeneration ability has lifted the stun effects early. In order to stun it again, Sang-yun needed 15 more seconds, and it's why he needed delay. He decided that if he can't stun him, he will defeat him instead. The demon orc charges at him once again. To Sang-hyun, defeating him was simple enough. Dae-kyung watched them, but the other player told him that they have to go at once. The player commented that Sang-hyun's skill isn't even working. Dae-kyung asked why. Dae-kyung knew that the stun skill doesn't work, and there is a massive gap between the stats, so it's a puzzle to him on how Sang-hyun could still make a face like that. Dae-kyung questioned if he's truly a newbie player. Sang-hyun had experienced the same situations in the past. If he's too weak, he just needs to focus everything on one point. He abandoned cutting the enemy. Instead, he used their strength to his advantage, to pierce through. Few moments later, lots of broken weapons could be seen. The system congratulated him for defeating the middle boss, Demon Orc. Sang-hyun had leveled up. He had obtained the E-rank Demon Hunter title. The title gives him health regeneration by 5-fold when facing middle bosses or above. Now, Sang-hyun has 2 titles. He guessed that it's the benefits of being a solo player. He saw Dae-kyung and the other players marching towards him. They were all dumbfounded. In order to avoid situations like that, one thing came to Sang-hyun's mind. He acted like he almost died. Then he buttered up at the leader, saying that he would have been dead if not for the leader dealing that damage earlier. He convinced a player, and this player asked Dae-kyung when he would do damage like that. Dae-kyung was confused. Then it sank in. He watched Sang-hyun, who has a smug look on his face. His expression conveys to Dae-kyung not to be stupid. Dae-kyung saw the Crimson Stone. Dae-kyung interpreted Sang-hyun's message as to keep his promise. He mumbled to himself that it's his complete defeat. He announced to everyone to pay attention. Now that they have defeated the middle boss, they need to get ready for the final boss. They ascended the stairs with their morale being boosted. They still don't believe that the newbie managed to defeat that thing on his own. They wished for that stun skill too. But the other player told him it's useless, since it doesn't work on middle bosses. Now that the audience is gone, it's not time for Sang-hyun to eat the Crimson Stone. This is a silver artifact, which is an accessory that has the special effect called Delay, and it increases health plus 10 and strength plus 10. It is a rare item that can be obtained by defeating the Demon Orc, a crystallization of strength, tenacity, and endurance. Our boy didn't waste any more time and entered the gap of unconsciousness. Sang-hyun was served by Master Chef's Bibim Naengmyeon with meat jelly. He was pleased. It felt like everything was going his way. The system informed him that he is ready to absorb the Crimson Stone. He took a bite, and absorption of Crimson Stone was in progress. Per the 20% base stat absorption rate of silver rank, his strength and heath stats increased by +2, and he gained the special effect Delay. He can now add the effect of Delay on his skills. That made Sang-hyun nervous for some reason. He binds it to Demon Bash. He was informed that the effect of Delay has been added to Demon Bash. If he uses the Demon Bash before the first stunned state is over, he is guaranteed an extension into a second stunned state. The third has a 90% chance, the fourth has a 60% chance, and the fifth consecutive use has a 30% chance to continue extending the stunned state. Sang-hyun's consciousness came back to his body. Sang-hyun was happy that there is a guaranteed 4-second stun. He only guessed it would be possible theoretically, but it did work. Dae-kyung approached him so they could talk. Dae-kyung told him that right in front of them is the final boss room, the Orc Berserker. Sang-hyun asked if Dae-kyung wanted him to join in. Dae-kyung replied no, which surprised Sang-hyun. Dae-kyung stated that he would be a failure as a leader if he didn't utilize a member like him. He extended his hand for a shake hand and invited him to work together. Sang-hyun clasped his hand with Dae-kyung, saying that his conditions are still the same. Dae-kyung agreed to it. The yellow-haired player approached Dae-kyung to report that they are ready to enter the boss room. Dae-kyung replied that they should get going. He advised everyone to keep their guards up. The yellow-haired player had a scowl on his face. Sang-hyun noticed that and was confused by it. Dae-kyung boosted their morale by saying that it's the final stretch and afterwards they will go drinking. Sang-hyun wondered why the player glared at him. At dungeon number 85 final boss room. The final boss looked scary with its sharp, huge teeth and grim appearance. The final boss is called the Orc Berserker. It had long hair that covered its face. Dae-kyung told Sang-hyun that he will go in first. But Sang-hyun stepped forward and told him to stick with him. Sang-hyun's action shocked them. They advised against it. Sang-hyun knew that Orc Berserkers have lower skill resistance compared to Demon Orcs, so it should be easier to stun it if he attacks calmly. Sang-hyun expected not to have any problems. Orc Berserker charges forward. Sang-hyun thought about his words. Stick with me, and doubted that he ever said such words of confidence. When he was young, he was just scared all the time, and after he grew old, he struggled to stay alive. He doesn't want to live the same way again. He knew he needed to change. He's talking about his weak past and his future. And to do that, he needs to show and prove to everyone in there. Dae-kyung watches him and comments that he's a monster. Because Sang-yun displayed his overwhelming abilities. With just one slash, he was able to almost sever half of the boss monster's body. He yelled at them that the orc will be stunned for 4 seconds. Demon Bash Level 1 has been activated. He urged them to go in and nuke the orc berserker. The orc berserker was in pain. It was slashed all over its body. The system congratulated them for defeating the orc berserker. And they have cleared the dungeon called Altar of the Crimson Orc. The black-haired player with a shield commented that the dungeon was easy. Another player replied that stun made things easy. The porters wondered if Sang-yun had a personal porter already. One of them plans to ask him. But the other porter didn't like that, because he wanted to ask too. Seeing how fast they turned against each other made Sang-yun feel uncomfortable. The system informed him that he leveled up and obtained the D rank with Overwhelming Power title. This title makes his status effects last 10% longer. He commented that he's harvesting a lot of titles. He never got titles in his previous life, but still, it was nothing compared to a certain man. He's talking about Do Gyung-soo, the Ghost Blade, title collector, the complete sword. He is the strongest swordsman player in Korea and has many titles. Only 2 years after the age of players began, he's a monster who surpassed level 500. Before Sang-yun regressed, that man was just someone he looked up to. But now, he planned to catch up. He thinks he had a chance if he worked harder. His fired-up action made Dae-kyung ask what he's doing. He simply replied that he's just stretching. Dae-kyung praised him for the great work and gave him an item. Sang-yun was surprised. He accepted it and asked what had gotten into Dae-kyung. Dae-kyung acknowledged that Sang-yun carried them, and he told him that what he gave him is just a bronze rank so he can afford to be generous. Sang-yun pointed out how blunt he is. Dae-kyung joked that he wouldn't have given it to him if it was too expensive. But in his head, he is giving that Sang-yun since they won't be seeing each other from then on. It hurts, but Dae-kyung admitted to himself that Sang-yun is on a different level from them. Meanwhile, the yellow-haired player watches them from afar. He's furious that Dae-kyung is taking more care of that bastard just because he showed his skill a couple of times. He felt bad, because he had been Dae-kyung's servant for so long. He felt that it was unfair. He whipped out his phone while saying that those motherfuckers should die together. He called someone. The next day, at Sang-hyun's house in Songpa District, Jamsil-dong. Sang-hyun felt happy that he's a player. Porters only get about $200 a day, but his bank account has $6 million. It looked like Dae-kyung had given him more than double the others. And a bonus item, too. The item was a berserker ring. It is a bronze artifact support equipment. It has a special effect called Lighten and add strength plus 10. It is a ring that can only be obtained from orc berserkers. It's a ring that draws out the blood rage of the wearer. Even if it's just a bronze rank, he still got it for free. He has to spend 1 mana every second to reduce the weight felt from all artifacts equipped to 1 gig. He now understands why it's bronze. Most players would run out of mana before they swung their sword. Well, that was for most players. Sang-yun discovered his ability only after 50 years, but that's exactly why he studied so hard. He devoured an artifact that needed mana in his previous life as well. But the results were shocking. The special effects of artifacts that require mana do receive a penalty, but they lose their mana cost. Our boy was now excited to just do another of his mukbang challenges. The mana synchronization with Berserker Ring had begun. Sang-hyun didn't care about the penalty because he believed that the more skills, the better. Meanwhile, at Private Club H in Seoul, Gangnam District, the yellow-haired player yelled that he's not lying when he said that the bastard had a 4-second stun. The man asked him if he's raising his voice. That made the yellow-haired player cower. The man asked why he would care. He asked the yellow-haired man if he wanted to get revenge. The yellow-haired player replied, no, since the bastard is definitely loaded. The man asked what exactly he wanted him to do. The yellow-haired player insists that he wants business. The large ma'am concluded that the yellow-haired player wanted revenge. The woman beside the scarred man whispered in his ear and asked if they're not very close. Then he called the yellow-haired guy and cut his ear. The scarred man asked this poor player who he thought they were. He reminded the guy that they are not his personal servants. Then the man poured a liquor on the player's ear while telling him that he would pay the price. The man told him that he will listen to him as much as his ear is worth. He asked where the hell that bastard is. The next day, at Jamshil 4-3 training grounds, Sang-hyun sat on the staircase. He ate cold cucumber soup and obviously didn't like it. But that's what it came out of the berserker ring. He felt nauseous. But he's optimistic. There's always light at the end of a dark tunnel. He made his sword twirl in the air effortlessly. The sword felt so much lighter. Lightweight is always active, and there's no cooldown. Due to the effects of the Devour Artifact skill, the mana consumption effect of the old skill has been deleted. As a penalty, the effects of lightweight have been halved. The weight of all artifacts will be effectively 100 grams. Sang-hyun decided to settle for a great sword for the time being. He liked that passive effect. He checked his player info. He is not at level 7 with 3 titles, no constellation, an exclusive skill called Devour Artifacts, and he has consumed 3 artifacts. His HP is 324, MP 32, EXP 307. Then he also checked his status menu, and it showed 13 strength, 12 stamina, 12 dexterity, 10 mana, 16 luck, 15 evasions, 10 defense. He needs to start grabbing the attention of the constellations. Since a player can only have one constellation, he had to think about it carefully. If possible, he wants someone who goes well with his best stat, luck, but he knew he lacked the stats to grab the constellation's interest. So, all he can do for now is training. He now stands in front of 100 training dummies. The next thing we see is that the car drove fast. Sang-hyun came out of it and thought he was going to die. He realized that 3 straight days of training and long-distance driving was too much. But he did manage to gain a new skill, ambidextrous sword training, a passive skill for swordsmen. It increases his adaptability with all swords, excluding daggers and one-handed longswords. He is in front of dungeon number 101, a solo player exclusive dungeon. Sang-hyun knew that it would take him months of waiting in line just to enter a solo player dungeon. He was happy that he could drive to one. He noticed something. There was a black car nearby. He didn't expect them to follow him into the forest. He doesn't know what they want, but whatever it may be, he plans to take care of it in the dungeon. Several men entered. It was a group of men that the yellow-haired player talked to. Someone said that they are in a dungeon for solo players only. That surprised the man with a scarred eye. Sang-hyun was waiting for them by the side. He knew that there's no way they entered the wrong dungeon. "This is my spot," he said. The men asked him if he's a fucking idiot. Sang-hyun knew that they are no ordinary party. He told them that he won't report them if they just leave. He saw that the group doesn't have a healer of a mage. They discarded sustainability, something necessary for every dungeon clear, and formed a party composed exclusively of swordsmen and an archer. Sang-hyun is aware that they are a party who specializes in hunting humans, called the Hyena Pack. The large man commented that Sang-hyun thinks highly of himself. The other man called Sang-hyun an idiot because if he dies there, they won't even recover his body. In the past, they have been eradicated by the Players Association's constant surveillance. Sang-hyun replied that he's well aware of that. For parties like them, the archers are the hardest to deal with. The archer replied that they should wrap things up quickly. Sang-hyun stated that it's exactly what he wanted from them. If he needed to get rid of the bodies, there's no other place than inside the dungeon. That angered the large man. The man with the scarred eye stated that they do it the easy way. The large man replied that ripping Sang-hyun's mouth off is the easy way. Sang-hyun affirmed them by listening to their boss, then urged them not to waste his time so they should attack all at once. The large man uttered that Sang-hyun better shut his fucking mouth. He attacked him. Sang-hyun anticipated the attack. Sang-hyun thought that the statement survival of the fittest suits the dungeons well. Monsters are always after his life in dungeons, and within those same dungeons lie artifacts that people are after. Their life is always on the line. They die if they're weak, and there are no rules or laws when they're inside a dungeon. So they have to kill if they want to live. That's what Sang-hyun experienced in his past life, and it still applies to this age. As a result, everything that happens there is just self-defense. The large guy was down, and he challenged the rest to come at him. This scene even looked like he took down 2 men, but in reality he just slashed him in half. The 3 ran as fast as they could. They planned to keep their distance from him and cover them while they got into their positions. The archer understood. He couldn't believe that Sang-hyun killed Sang-ho. Even if Sang-ho was an idiot, he's still at level 100, and their enemy had just awakened. Sang-hyun twirls his sword as he sets his eye on the archer. "Hey, where do you think you're going?" The archer released his arrows while screaming that Sang-hyun is a fucking monster. Sang-hyun moved and sliced the arrows. The archer couldn't believe it, and that was the last thing he saw. Then he was hit by the greatsword. The rest were shocked that Sang-hyun threw his greatsword for the kill. but they took that as an opening. Sang-hyun ran towards his sword. The enemy thought it was the perfect time to attack him since he doesn't have a weapon. The man with no left eye screamed at his colleague to attack at once. The sword had pierced the archer's chest. Sang-hyun is running towards the archer while the two enemies run towards him. Sang-hyun almost had his sword, but he noticed them. They attacked him at the same time. There was a blinding light, and it surprised the enemies. They didn't hit him, because Sang-hyun was balancing himself upside down using his sword as a stand. They called him insane. Sang-hyun pulled out his sword. The man was shocked that Juntae, the man without left eye, grabbed his head. Juntae moved the man to act his shield when Sang-hyun swung his sword. That was instant death for the meat shield. Sang-hyun realized that the group was organ dealers. Sang-hyun knew that there's just no way all of them are working together under the idea of trust. So he guessed that their goal was the awakening of the mana stones through the organ transplants. Sang-hyun revealed how he had seen many things in the past. Guntai asked what difference it would make if Sang-hyun had that knowledge. In the end, he'll just die at Juntae's hands. But Sang-hyun was calm, and he simply replied that he was just asking. Sang-hyun activated the Demon Bash level 1. Sang-hyun expressed that he thought they would bore him to death. Juntae was stunned for 4.4 seconds. Juntae was confused about how stunned he was. He remembers the small cuts he had on his fingers when he shielded himself using the other man. But he couldn't believe such a broken skill would exist. Sang-hyun announced that it was over. That made Juntae confused even more. He refused to die that way, especially when he's the one who always kills. He used to be friendly with the newcomers, and they would trust him, but in the end, he would kill them. Juntae was used to being the predator. Sang-hyun asked him if he hadn't experienced it before. He probed if Juntae is scared now that it's his turn. Few moments later, blood stained the ground. Sang-hyun wiped his sword while telling himself that he shouldn't get used to situations like that. Now he feels that there's no chance he'll get a constellation. Then he argues that it was self-defense. He glanced at the weapons on the ground and acquired all those artifacts, a really profitable loot. Sang-hyun wore his coat. He is now at level 10. He already consumed 11 artifacts. His HP increased to 400, MP 50, EXP 12. All his stats had increased too. He wished he could have avoided the situation, but based on results, he thinks it was worth it. He's glad that he didn't get fat from eating artifacts. Though, just based on the stats, he's basically as strong as players who have reached level 50. He commented that his growth rate is crazy. He checked his pocket and took out a ring. It is called the Recovery Ring. It uses 10 mana to cleanse any status abnormalities immediately. If used again within the next minute, the mana consumed will double. The large guy that charged at him in the beginning had that ring. It was unexpected. But then Sang-hyun realized that if he had put his trust in his stun, he could have been fucked. He knew to be careful next time. The mana synchronization of the recovery had begun. At dungeon number 101 Internal Access Road. The goblins walked on that path. Then one goblin noticed something. It was Sang-hyun. Sang-hyun approaches them carefully. The requirement to obtain the Lucky Day title was to kill 500 monsters with eyes closed. The goblins were confused, until it noticed something. It liked the shiny sword. Upon seeing that, it drooled. Sang-hyun was surprised that he could sense their presence. He needed to sense the airflow and listen to everything carefully. He knew that he needed to maintain a focused state. Our boy now looked more like Gojo from Jujutsu Kaisen. He could hear the droplets of the water falling. He sensed more of it. He told himself that he got this. The goblin rushed towards him, but with just one slash, Sang-hyun easily killed them. The area was painted with blood. Sang-hyun was surprised that it actually felt good. There was an incoming attack. He had sensed it. He deflected it since he's gotten used to fighting with his eyes closed. He stopped an arrow with his hand. The archer goblin was surprised. Sang-hyun stated that just recently he was in a terrible situation. But thanks to that, he got to reminisce about the past. As a result, that helped him hone his senses. He challenged them to come at him. A mob of goblins attacked him. He slashed them easily. He cut off their heads. He was in a killing frenzy, until one goblin was left standing. This goblin felt terrified. He knows he's done for. Subscribe and comment "Goblin for the win" in the comment section below if you reached this part. Sang-hyun's sword dripped with blood. He's now standing in a puddle of blood. The system informed him that he had leveled up, and he obtained the D-rank Lucky Day title. He happily removed his blindfold. The title Lucky Day grants him plus 20 luck, and whenever he defeats the same type of monster, his luck stat will increase by 0.1 and it can go up to a maximum of 10. He was pleased that he's getting the titles that he wanted. More goblins came out of the corner. They were alarmed to see the state, that most of their comrades are in. With an intimidating expression, Sang-yun took this chance to gain some extra points. Sang-yun is still at level 10, but his HP is now 500, MP 60, EXP 223. His luck stats increased by plus 30. Our boy was trembling in happiness after. So much so that he laughs out loud. And it's because his luck stat increased just because of the title. He estimated that it could be worth 500 million, or even a billion. But then a red light appeared behind him. His expression changed as soon as he realized that this event came out sooner than he expected. The system informed him that 3 constellations have come for him. There is the cleaner of a fallen dimension who asks if he has any interest in making others unlucky. The pilgrim of grand space is intrigued by his mysteriousness and is requesting a conversation. And the goddess of luck is smiling at him as she reaches her hand out. Sang-yun thought it was quick. He asked them what they think about the little show that he puts on. Then, goddess of beauty approached him. I mean, goddess of luck. It made him wonder if he got too cocky. He's uncertain because he never experienced it in his past life. But he ought to be more confident. The goddess of luck smiled at him and expressed her interest in him. She is intrigued because she had never seen a lucky swordsman before. Sang-yun replied that people told him that he's been pretty lucky. Deep inside, Sang-yun felt relieved that the constellations were interested in forming a contract with him. He decided to take his time and confirm it. Cleaner of a Fallen Dimension praised him for his hidden cruelty. Cleaner of a Fallen Dimension is a common constellation for slayers. Sang-yun wondered if he's interested because he killed all of those goblins in a short period of time. The Pilgrim of Grand Space is curious about Sang-yun's true intentions. Sang-yun had no idea why he appeared, but he's certain that this constellation only appears to players who have the affinity to become a saint. If that's the case, Sang-yun could only assume that he appeared because of the Goddess of Luck. He heard that she's pretty popular, even amongst the different constellations. In short, these guys are just simping over her. Goddess of Luck then noticed him staring, and expressed that since she does not have any exclusive desires, even if Sang-yun were to choose a different constellation, she promises that he can still contract with her at a later time. Sang-yun remembered that it was an incredible merit. He thought about an archer who's able to hit his target even when shooting into empty space. With the blessings of the world, there was no need to worry about him running out of arrows. That is the Archer of Miracles. Hashimoto Yuki, or the Archer of Miracles, was given the greatest of praises among archers. Given his destructive powers and high luck stat, even though some people suspected that stories of his deeds were mere lies of hoaxes. In reality, it was thanks to his 2 constellation contracts. The one who allowed the impossible to be possible was the Goddess of Luck. Sang-yun informed them that since 3 constellations appeared before him, he would have to think about it. The 3 constellations insist that he ignore his worries and decide his own fate. One constellation argues that he might have made the wrong decision. He knew that Goddess of Luck is an amazing constellation, but if he considers the possibility that he won't have any other constellations visiting him, Sang-yun's decision here will decide his fate as a player. At the end of his first 10 years as a player, only one constellation decided to reach out to him. It was the late bloomer student. His appearance was like a ray of saving grace to him. Sang-yun was delighted. Although it was miserable up until then, he thought he had a bright future ahead of him. However, nothing changed. Nothing happened until he turned 55. He never knew how much help a constellation can be. It was all because of those ridiculous requirements. Although the power of a constellation is important in a player's career, he was never able to use it. In fact, Sang-yun never bothered to use it. But in the end, he was able to regress thanks to the late bloomer student, so he ought to be grateful. But that also meant that he needed to be careful. He had to assume that he won't be able to regress again. He had to decide between holy powers, destructiveness, and luck. He thought about it. He pressed the accept button. He had signed a contract with the Goddess of Luck. The Goddess of Luck was a bit surprised. Sang-yun was informed that even if he were to die, the player's contract with the constellation will be valid for 30 years. A being from another dimension carefully observes Sang-yun and Goddess of Luck as they sign their contract. 15 friendly constellations are congratulating Sang-yun on his contract and wished him the best. 3 hostile constellations who were planning on forming a contract with Sang-hyun have declared that they will do everything to stop his progress. His reaction was, "What the hell?" He was puzzled as to why so many of them are interested. He decided to let go of that. He extended his hand to the Goddess of Luck for a shake hand. The Goddess of Luck reached for his hand and praises him for his wise decision. Manhwa dealer also approves your decision, Sang-hyun. Great choice. Good job. Sang-hyun then glances at the screen and asked him for his wish. He has 3 options. A. All attack attempts will result in critical hit. B. Obtaining an artifact with a rank of unique or above will unlock its effect. C. He has a 100% chance to obtain an artifact from middle boss and boss monsters, even if their rank is low. Sang-hyun's jaw dropped. All of them are broken skills. The Goddess of Luck looked proud. And it's not over yet. Option D is that when he uses the points he can gain when he levels up, he can increase his stats by 2 with 1 point if he had invested in luck. The effect will be applied to all bonus points that have already been used. Receiving the 100% critical chance and a guaranteed artifact drop made Sang-hyun emotional. He knew it was all thanks to his hard work. Goddess of Luck inquired on what he will do with the other constellations' offer. Sang-hyun told the 2 that they can return now, and he will focus on his goddess. The Pilgrim of Grand Space said that he will wait for the next time that they will meet. Cleaner of a fallen dimension warns Sang-hyun as he will try his best to cut off his head. Meanwhile, the goddess looked like she's in a good mood. She praised him for standing his ground. With the effects from Goddess of Luck, he won't need to worry about the near future. Sang-hyun thought that there would be a better chance later. At the dungeon number 101 final boss room, Sang-hyun fought with a large hunter-like creature. The goddess looked worried. Sang-hyun was about to deal the final blow, but the final boss blocked his sword using the 2 axes. The final boss is consumed by greed, Goblin Lord. It unleashed an attack which pushed Sang-hyun backwards. Sang-hyun used his sword to steady his footing. The greed Goblin Lord made a loud noise. With that, Sang-hyun had been inflicted with status ailment, overwhelm. Sang-hyun had been waiting for that. Although it's not as deadly as stun, it's able to forcibly reduce a target's motivation to fight. Sang-hyun used recovery. The final boss released an attack that shattered the ground, but it was left confused. Sang-hyun defended himself with his sword. Even though there are clear limitations to that skill, it's not able to completely stop the target from moving. He thought it would be useful when killing weaker mobs. Sang-hyun activated recovery. It was time for him to test his luck. Due to recovery, status ailment overwhelm has been deactivated. The greed Goblin Lord knew he was doomed. Sang-hyun slashed its shoulder and activated Demon Bash. The Goblin Lord has been stunned for 2.0 seconds. Sang-hyun took note of those 2 seconds and stunned it for another 2 seconds. The effect of delay has been activated and the effect of stun has been extended by 2.0 seconds. Sang-hyun kept slashing. The boss's blood splattered. Sang-hyun was informed that the second effect of delay has a 90% chance of being activated, and the effect of stun has been extended. He was impressed that the second time worked too. The terror made the final boss squeak. The Goblin Lord stood there. Sang-hyun looked exhausted. Eventually, the greed Goblin Lord fell. Sang-hyun was congratulated for clearing the suffocating Goblin Swamp dungeon, and he also leveled up. He had obtained the D-rank title, Don't Touch Me. Sang-hyun was relieved that it was finally over. The D-rank title, Don't Touch Me, gives him plus 30 luck, plus 10 evasion, and an additional effect of strengthening one of his skills. The player system will apply buffs accordingly. He thought about it. First, there were those thugs who followed him, and now the dungeon. It's almost like he's pushing his body too much. Thank God he's young. The Goddess of Luck mentioned that he must have some pretty good luck if he was able to do everything he did that day. It was funny and slightly annoying since he thought, instead of luck, people would and should assume that he was just skilled. The Goddess of Luck says that having good luck is a skill as well, and that she is glad that she supports suck luck players. Sang-hyun noticed how quick she is to change her stance. Sang-hyun decided to level up his luck stat first. He was impressed that his luck stat is already over 100. Once one stat is over 100, any related effects receive a 10% additional bonus. For example, his evasion stat increases his evasion rate, and his luck stat increases artifact drops rates. He took the shield of the final boss. Shield of Goodness is a silver artifact that has a special effect called Sacrifice, and its effect increases plus 20 defense. This is a shield left behind by the warrior goblin Goodness. Using mana will increase the shield's effect and convert any damage taken to health regeneration. However, mana will be consumed during the entire conversion process. Sang-hyun stated that he's a guaranteed drop thanks to the goddess. It made him wonder if increasing his luck stat increases the rank of the artifact drops. Mana synchronization with Shield of Goodness has begun. The goddess hugged him in delight. He knew she would be bothersome compared to the late bloomer model student. Few hours later, at the quest area near Jamsil Station, a receptionist told him no. Sang-hyun told her that he understands her, but he has his own thoughts in his mind. The receptionist told him to rethink the idea. She expressed how the volume of body she looked at that day, but Sang-hyun won't let that stop him. 2 hours ago at Honam Expressway, he was worried since it was a shield that the goblin used, but he's glad that he only got rice and kimchi. His car started to sound funny. He wondered what's going on. All the warning lights lit up. It made him think that he might need to get a new car. The car is one thing, but he also needs to move soon. Being at an awkward level, he's statistically more likely to be involved in more crimes, and he can't keep living in constant fear. It will be easier for him to live in a player town where constant surveillance is present. And with all the artifacts, he would need to think about buying used equipment to make the process easier. It made him lost in thought, because for all of that, he needs money. He needs a lot of money, and at present there is only one place where he can make that much money. The system was created alongside the age of players. With its appearance came quests and an organization that manages those quests, the Players Association. In a system controlled by the Players Association, he can do it. Sang-hyun was determined to do it. With that, he's off to Quest Arena. At the present time, he has made no progress. The receptionist encouraged him to just enter an appropriately suited dungeon for him. She asked why he's insisting on entering a level 100 dungeon. Sang-hyun tries to convince her that he won't cause any trust issues. Even though he's only 17, going to a low-level area right would be a waste of time for him. The woman told him that someone said the exact same thing, but the result put her into tears. She begged him to just go to a lower-level region. Sang-hyun understands what she's saying. Plenty of people have died because they overestimated their abilities. However, he decided to remain steadfast. A woman approached them and asked what the issue was. The receptionist replied that it was nothing. She's Kim Miso from the Eden Guild. She is at level 100 and an A+ player. Kim Miso is nicknamed the Marksman of Devastation. She's the first player to reach level 100 and earn the title of Marksman. Although her skills are incredible, what makes her stand out is that she is the daughter of Shinsung Biotechnic's president, Kim Yunchul. What this means is that Kim Miso, also Shintaeri, the shadow assassin who is known for her title and for being the nation's greatest assassin player and one of the nation's greatest swordsman player Cho Jinho, are members of the same guild. And that guild is Eden. Miso is the daughter of the majority shareholder corporation of the Eden Guild. In other words, she was born with the greatest diamond spoon in player history. She told Sang-hyun that she had never seen him before. She told him that she watched him. She inquired if she's interested in starting a level 100 quest. Sang-hyun admitted that he needed the money. The other players noticed that Miso talked to Sang-hyun first. They thought badly of Sang-hyun. One player told them to leave him since he's just a newbie. Sang-hyun heard the gossip of these bastards. Miso told him that the place would be challenging for him. Sang-hyun responded that he's well aware of that. Then he concluded that it's because of high risk, high return. Sang-hyun didn't act like that because he hates her. Even though he was rejected when he requested to join her party before he regressed, he convinced himself that he's not holding a grudge. Miso asked him if he's aware that he is unable to proceed with the quest since solo players aren't allowed. That's when Sang-hyun realized that the solo player quest ban is only going to be lifted 4 years from then. He downplayed it by saying that he must have read the announcement wrong. Then he started walking away. Miso had a suggestion. She invited him to come with her. The bastards who were watching them felt jealous. It made Sang-hyun cautious. He wondered what she's planning. She inquired about the conditions. Miso replied that she's just helping a fellow player. Sang-hyun replied that he had a hard time trusting people. Miso insists that she doesn't have conditions. Rather than a condition, she wants him to make a promise that if he happens to disappoint her, he will pay for it. However, if he can back up his words, she will apologize for his actions. Sang-hyun realized it, that she wanted to test him. Miso's influence doesn't stop at being a player. Any clothes that she wears skyrocket in price. Anything that comes out of her mouth is noted in dozens of articles. However, the moment that she sees a player filled with confidence, it pretty much guarantees the end of the player's career. Sang-hyun leaned towards her and suggested that they should leave at once. He finds the situation interesting. Is she waifu number one? Well, we'll find out. A few moments ago, we see Miso's driver sends her off and tells her that he will be waiting for her there. Miso advised him to do what he needs to do, because it might take her some time to finish things up. Most of the guild members were busy that day, so she had no choice but to look for new party members. Then she heard the commotion. By coincidence, she had a reason to work with Sang-hyun, because of regulations regarding minimum party size for quests, which was a huge inconvenience for Miso. During that time, she just happened to see a player full of confidence, and as it was a situation where she doesn't know how the player might react, she grew to be interested in him. She asked the receptionist what quest Sang-hyun wanted. The receptionist pulled it up on the screen, and she showed Miso. It is a defense quest where they have to eliminate all the monsters running toward the Guardian Tower. The quest is considered a failure if the Guardian Tower's core is destroyed. The monster types are wolf-like monsters, and the target monster count is 300. The recommended level for taking this quest is level 100. This quest has a reward of 500 million won. Miso was surprised that he didn't choose a fetch or raid quest, but a defense quest instead. Due to the restriction of the quest, it is only possible to clear the quest if they defeat all the monsters. That is why a 4-man party with at least one ranged damage dealer is recommended. And yet, Sang-hyun wanted to do it by himself. Miso saw it as a suicide mission. Sang-hyun asked her if she's nervous. She asked if she heard him right. Sang-hyun explained that it's because she wasn't talking for a bit, so he was worried that she got nervous. He told her that if she thinks that it's going to be hard, they can wait for more people to come. He thought of a tank, or even another ranged damage dealer. The receptionist's jaw dropped upon hearing that statement. Miso trembled from holding in her anger. Sang-hyun kept talking and Miso grabbed his arm. She emphasized to him that there's no problem at all. Then she clicked the accept button. With that, they will be relocated to the quest area. They were covered in bright light. The receptionist expressed how she wished that nothing would happen. More like, nothing better happens. The bastards continued to gossip if they will succeed. They couldn't believe that a level 17 newbie cleared a level 100 dungeon. One player noticed that Miso might have something in her mind. She's the youngest player to be ranked A+ after all. They knew she wasn't stupid. Then they talked about the new ranking system that the Players Association created. It was created because it was hard to determine how strong a player is based on their level. There are 2 criteria in getting their rank. The first is the number of dungeons cleared, and second is the overall battle sense of a player. Miso was ranked A+ solely because of her battle sense. Someone asked what is A+. Then a guy explained that it means there are monsters even stronger than her. One guy uttered that it's not what is important. The other man was confused as to what it was, and the guy replied that it's simply that newbie going in with Miso. They all felt jealous of this lucky guy. At the defense quest, the Age of the Night and Wolves, waifu number 1 held her bow and arrow. She knew that she needed to take responsibility for her words. She decided to do her best to help him if anything dangerous happens to him. Sang-hyun glanced at her. Miso hoped he took this chance to learn his lesson. 30 minutes ago, Miso asked him what he just said. Sang-hyun reiterated that she doesn't need to get involved unless he asks for her help. He told her that as long as she focuses on supporting him, he promises to give him 5% of the cut. Miso realized she wasn't hearing things. Sang-hyun told her that a 5% cut for supporting him should be a pretty good deal. She asked him if he thought that she said that because of his terms. She corrected him by saying that there's no way that he can handle that quest, especially when there are at least 300 of them. 300! She added that the quest is already difficult even for a level 100 like her. She noticed his expression. Sang-hyun told her to wait and see. She let out a sigh and agreed. But she renegotiated that she gets a 1% cut increase for every monster that he missed, and he won't get anything if he loses 95 of those monsters. The monster appeared. It growled fiercely. Sang-hyun told Miso that it won't ever happen, because he plans to take care of them all. The monsters attacked him. Miso was confused. Sang-yun swiftly slashed the monsters. After killing a few of them, he swung his sword to get the blood off. Sang-yun commented that the monsters made some pretty pleasant sounds when they died. Miso started thinking that he wasn't just an ordinary arrogant player. She saw that there were no flaws to his strikes. His stance emphasizes his superior reach. This is what Jinho, a warrior who played in her guild, talked about. A perfect balance of offense and defense. And on top of that, Sang-yun avoids any pointless movements and slays multiple enemies with each strike. But she knew that he still had a lot to improve, and there were just too many of those monsters. She thought that they're not monsters that an ordinary level 17 player can handle. But seeing the grin on Sang-yun's face, she doubted her belief. Then she noticed that something was off from the start. She saw the monster's behavior. Sang-yun activated the Demon Bash skill. The monsters are motionless. She wondered if he used stun. Her excitement made her lose balance. Meanwhile, our boy was still busy fighting the wolves. Miso was on the edge of the wall and almost fell. She argues that anybody could tell that Sang-hyun just used stun. Even though he's being conservative, it looked like it lasted for 4 seconds. If it did, it would mean that his stun lasted longer than Jinho. If that's the case, he'll have more than enough time and resources to defeat all those monsters. It made me so curious on who he truly is. Sang-yun noticed something. The normal wolf-type monsters were being ripped apart. They were thrown in the air as if something bumped into them. Sang-yun uttered, "There you were." He's talking about the black wolf. It growled loudly. Sang-yun had never faced this in the past. He wondered why he felt a sense of nostalgia from seeing it. Due to the black wolf, Sang-yun is currently under the effect of debuff and stun. He was surprised that it used the same skill as his. Then the black wolf released lightning towards Miso, who was on the rooftop of a tall building. She was safe because of a barrier. It is due to her current artifact, so she's saved from debuff and stun. She just remembered that the black wolf used stun too. She felt ashamed that she's there trying to criticize Sang-hyun when he's in danger. She pulled her bow back. She assumed that Sang-hyun has a way to activate stun on his enemies. But for him to have a method to undo the effect, especially for someone at his level, Miso thought that it was unlikely. Sang-hyun activated recovery, and the effect of debuff and stun has been deactivated. He charged forward. Miso couldn't believe it was possible. A nearly perfect swordsman's stance and an extremely long stun. On top of that, he has the ability to deactivate debuffs. All this when he's only a level 17 player. Unbelievable. Sang-hyun asked the Black Wolf if he's surprised. Sang-hyun understood that it made sense, since the prey, who should have been affected by the stun, suddenly started moving again, and in that short moment of panic from the Black Wolf, Sang-hyun stabbed it. It gave him the chance to seal the deal. The Black Wolf made a cute kyang sound upon realizing that it was doomed. It was like this monster was affected by a stun. Sang-hyun emerged from its tail and complained that the blood got all over his clothes. He thought he would get away if he slid under the Black Wolf. Since he's already dirty, Sang-hyun decided to have some fun. Miso watched him from the top of the building. She looked impressed and baffled as to who the hell is that guy. Sang-hyun sat on the corpse of the giant wolf. At this point, he had defeated 299 out of 300 monsters. The system notified him that he had leveled up. With that, he obtained the D-rank title, No Fear. With that title, any status debuffs caused by wolf-like monsters are ignored. However, boss monsters are exempt from this. He glanced behind him to check Miso on top of the roof. He grinned as he realized that she's starting to see his skills. He could tell that she was full of contempt just watching him clear the stage. That made him decide to keep putting on a show and being the finale. A large wolf growled. It was the final boss, Full Moon Wolf Lord. It let out a powerful punch. He remembered that irregular attacks are its specialty. It was confused when Sang-hyun jumped high. He told the wolf that in 30 years, all its attack patterns will be analyzed. He slashed it since he knew every move that it would make. The system notified him that due to the Lord's skill resistance, Demon Bash has not been activated. It was the first time it didn't work, and it must be the final boss's perk. Miso commented that Sang-hyun was insane. She noticed how there aren't just a handful of things to note about him, and not only does he have a method to deactivate the stun debuff, but he's also capable of handling that heavy-looking sword as if it's a feather. The Wolf Lord growled loudly. It tried to bite him but missed. It glared at him and growled. He deflected its paw with his sword. Then the Wolf Lord got confused. Miso noted that he's also aware of every irregular move pattern of the Wolf Lord. Sang-hyun was aware of everything, especially when he had done that countless times. Miso identified the worst thing about him, and that is his attitude to prove his strength to her. While he was dealing with the Wolf Lord, their eyes met, and he smirked at her. It made her curious on who he truly was. The battle continued at the bridge. It was taking longer than Sang-hyun initially thought. And now, he's out of cool tricks to show Miso. He expects the Wolf Lord to be tired by now, but it was still full of energy and was chasing him at full speed. At the rate they're going, he'd pass out before it. His HP is at a critical level. But he noticed something. It was a familiar pattern, where the Wolf Lord used his strong attack as bait for a counter so that he can go for a piercing attack. It was the signature attack pattern of the Wolf Lord that took the lives of countless players. And although he hadn't used one of his techniques in combat yet, he was now desperate. He cut off the wolf's arm. But the Wolf Lord raised its other arm. Miso turned pale as she witnessed Sang-hyun being clawed by it. She fell on her knees, and tears pooled on her eyes. She called herself an idiot. She realized that she doesn't have the right to call herself a player. She realized that even if Sang-hyun has shown incredible feats of strength, she let her guard down and allowed it to happen. She apologized to him. To her surprise, a bright light suddenly appeared. The system notified that the shield of Kudness has crumbled into a pile of ashes and was lost forever. Then, the special effect, Sacrifice, had been obtained. Sacrifice bestows healing and has a 30 seconds cooldown. With it, all damage dealt to a specific body part is converted into healing. If the damage dealt exceeds the player's total HP, the player will regain health equal to their max HP. Sang-hyun found out about this conditional healing skill earlier. The system prompted him to pick a body part to apply Sacrifice on. The system showed him points in the body. He couldn't believe it was that specific. Now he had to choose between 16 body parts. Thinking logically, choosing his rear side would be safer. But since the back is divided into 4 parts, he thinks it was too inefficient. So to him, it made much more sense to select the front part of his body. And it worked. Due to Sacrifice, he has regained his max HP. Even if he missed even a little, he would have died. But it was unfortunate for the Wolf Lord. With that, Sang-hyun's worries were taken care of both at the same time. Demon Bash Level 1 has been activated. He didn't expect that when he cut off the right arm, it would break through the Wolf Lord's resistance, causing it to be stunned. At this point, Sang-hyun pushed his luck. Later on, Miso stood in a pool of blood. The Wolf Lord was defeated when Sang-hyun's stun worked on his 3rd try. But it was still good enough. He saw Miso approach him. She stared back at him. She sighed and told him that he should have informed her that he had a healing skill. She really thought he was gone. It made her ask him if he's living a second life or something, since he knew all of the Wolf Lord's attack patterns. She shared that she met countless players before, but she thinks that he's the first to baffle her that way. She was about to conclude what she's saying, but when she saw his expression, it made her stop mid-sentence. Sang-hyun asked her, "As if what?" Miso got distracted with the pressure in the area. Then she continued her sentence that it was as if she's watching a rancor. Sang-hyun was nervous since he thought she was going to say that he regressed, but he was nervous for nothing. It made sense to him that an ordinary player wouldn't be able to think that far ahead. She asked him if he's going to finish off the Wolf Lord. He forgot about it. The Wolf Lord gave a low growl. He told it that he would kill it at once. After that, he obtained the C-rank title, Face Off. He checked his stats. He read that when the target is in an isolated state where there is no backup within 5 meters of its radius, Face Off will activate and increase all of his stats by 20%. Once the target is no longer isolated, the effects of the title will disappear. He was happy that his first C-rank title is a specialized one for one-on-one combat. Miso could tell that he just received the title. It made him ask if she had cleared the stage before. She replied that she soloed it, but she felt guilty and admitted that she only managed to do it because of her artifact. He replied that getting the right artifacts also requires skills. She thanked him for the compliment, but she couldn't tell him that the artifact she has costs more than 200 billion won, and comparing herself to a person like someone who just used an ordinary greatsword felt off. She changed the topic by suggesting that he test out the effects of his new title. He asked her what she meant. The title, Face Off, has been activated. The system notified him that there is no else within a 5-meter radius from the target, except for him, so the effects have been activated. He canceled its effects. Then Miso informed him that she had to head out first since she needed to call her porters to help move all of their loot. Since loot drops and monster parts are part of the quest rewards, calling a porter is the next logical step. He could tell that he made a good impression on her since he did all the work. Miso remembered to tell him that she'll give him a 5% cut of the quest rewards. He didn't expect that. He thinks it's unfair to her. She replied that it's fine, so he should accept her offer, especially when she believes that there will be plenty of chances for them to work together again. She urged him to think of it as an investment. He realized how cunning she is, and he can't really put his guard down around her, now that he's all alone. It was time for him to check his long-awaited reward. It was a blue moonstone, a platinum artifact. It has the special effect called the Age of Dogs and Wolves and gives plus 100 health, plus 100 mana, plus 50 luck. It is a precious stone that's imbued with the beliefs of the Silver Wolf clan that worship the blue moon. He was so happy. He celebrated finally having a platinum rank artifact. A platinum artifact will easily fetch over 1 billion won, and with it, he'll be able to afford an apartment in Seoul. The goddess of luck asked if he believes in her now after feeling the sensation of winning in life. He questioned why she would thank him when it was his own luck that got him there. The one with the ripped lips raised objections about the goddess's luck. The player system has proposed to banish the goddess of luck. The goddess of luck has requested the constellations connected to the player system to vote on the matter. The vote to banish the one with ripped lips started. Eventually, they had a unanimous decision that the one with ripped lips can no longer operate as a constellation. Sang-hyun wondered if that was okay. Going back to his business, he expects to absorb 40% of the platinum artifact, and its special effect called Age of Dogs and Wolves has no cooldown. While the moon is up within the dungeon, the user's health recovery and regeneration rate will increase by 5 times. Also, regardless of whether the moon is up or not, any dog or wolf-related monsters will be permanently stunned when faced with the user in possession of the blue moonstone. In other words, he'd be basically invincible against those dogs under a full moon. The mana synchronization with the blue moonstone has begun. At the quest area lobby, he passed through the portal. He was surprised when he exited. The players are all waiting for him. They couldn't believe that he cleared a level 100 dungeon on his own. They believed it since they trusted Miso. Miso told the receptionist not to worry. She told her that if she was in her place, she wouldn't allow a level 17 player to attempt a level 100 quest either. She acknowledged everyone's efforts. Miso suggested that she familiarize herself with Sang-hyun, since he might become a regular there. Sang-hyun almost forgot about the receptionist. He knew it must have been tough for her, so he feels bad for her. Several men rush towards him to give their calling card to him and recruit him. One of them is Yoon Joo-han, the recruitment team leader of the Guardian Guild. Other men competed against him. Miso blocked them and told them that she had something important to discuss with him. It made them think that Eden Guild is also recruiting Sang-hyun. She gave a non-verbal cue to Sang-hyun, which led him to just agree. He knew that she got him out of the mess, but it looked like she's planning something. After that scene, a car drove away. Inside that car was Sang-hyun. He saw on his bank account a 500 million won. He was pleased with it. He expressed that he never thought he'd get paid that easily. Miso replied that it was all thanks to their A-rank porters, but her influence also played a part. He thanked her for everything. Miso called her driver. The car switched to secret mode. Sang-hyun expected that there's always hidden intentions behind acts of kindness. Miso gets on business. She invited him to Eden Guild. He was caught off guard on how straightforward she was. She was confident in her guild, especially when other players called it paradise. She's confident that he won't regret it. Sang-hyun expected this situation. Before he regressed, he was just a regular member of a small-time guild. Back then, that sense of belonging gave him some sort of comfort. It was a small guild that took in a talentless player like him who had nowhere to go. He felt warm and nice there, until the incident where they were all killed happened. He also knew that no matter how good the infrastructure is, at the pace he's going, a guild would just shackle him. So, it was best for him to go solo. He was about to decline her when she cut him off by asking if he's planning to start a solo guild. That made him shut up. He couldn't help but acknowledge how sharp Miso is. She replied that it's natural since she's the daughter of a major corporation's chairman. And knowing his abilities, it was a no-brainer for her to conclude that. She told him that it's important that she's the only one who knew about it. He understood that she'd start a solo guild, yet she still laid all her cards on the table and showed interest. Plus, she created a mutually beneficial relationship. He realized what a shrewd negotiator she is. After a while at Playertown's Jamsil Station vicinity, the real estate agent discussed that the deposit is 100 million won and 5 million won would be the monthly rent. Sang-yeon joked that she says it with a smile like it's nothing but it actually sounds intimidating. She laughed and replied that he got a good deal. When they're done, she leaves. The process was quick and easy. Sang-yeon didn't expect that the people on the waiting list would drop out. He wondered if it was because of the goddess of fortune. He set his things down and watched the view through the window. He reflected how a short time had passed and yet so much had already happened. He went through regression, confusion, and rapidly changing situations. He spent days just trying to understand what was happening, even though there weren't any results. He wasn't sure of how he would proceed, but then his thought process completely changed. He felt a sensation that he had forgotten. It was the rush of blood flowing through his body, even though he hadn't done anything yet. It was the feeling of youth, and because of it, he couldn't stay still. With that, he swore to live his second life differently and not as pathetic as before. After making that decision, opportunities for growth just kept pouring in. While in the car, Miso received a call from reporter Park Jong-min. She laughed as she learned that he already heard the news. Sang-yeon got curious about what they were talking about. Jong-min heard that Sang-yeon did the quest with her. Jong-min is a reporter from the Player magazine. Miso started chatting, but he requested that she get to the point because he's catching the attention of his colleagues. The car arrived. Sang-yeon alighted and thanked her for the ride. Before he leaves, she informs him that they are planning to explore an unconfirmed gate soon. It was a 4-person free team for players level 120 or under. Sang-yeon excitedly replied that he'll go. She stated how he refused the guild offer so coldly. And yet he's excited about something like that. He was happy with the chance to finally enter a gate. Dungeons are fixed locations, and once he goes in, the entrance and exit are set, and traps and monsters follow a predictable pattern. But gates are dynamic locations. The entrance and exit move during the raid, and sometimes monsters change too. But the greater the danger, the greater the reward. It's the rule of the player world. And in unconfirmed gates, there's a first-time bonus system where they can definitely get a high-rank artifact. He assumed that Miso has experience with unconfirmed gates too, because she has an artifact that ignores the Black Wolf's stun debuff, despite her level. Miso told Sang-yeon that she'll contact him once more detailed information is available. She expected to be consistently in touch with him. She gave her phone to him so he could input his number. Her screensaver showed altars of dead people. She got flustered when she realized that it was on that screen since she didn't mean for him to see it. She mumbled that her mind is a mess. Sang-yeon remained quiet. He realized that she must have situations going on, but it was natural, because there's barely any player who doesn't. In his case, he has a past that he can never talk about openly. He couldn't fathom what would happen if someone knew that he regressed. He thought about Late Bloomer. It made him curious about what he's doing now. He had grown attached to him since they had been together for several years. He wished he could see him again. Meanwhile, at the Eden Guild VIP room, Miso sat there while fiddling on her phone. The man across from her uttered that he wished they could chat over coffee, but she was just busy with her phone. He asked if she's waiting for someone to contact her. She replied that she's messaging Sang-yeon since they are preparing to enter a gate together. The man teased her that she really liked him. She yelled that it was nothing like that. The man knew Sang-yeon as the person who can maintain stun even longer than him and the person who coldly turned down her offer. Miso suggested that he should start worrying about himself. The man questioned why. Miso replied that Sang-yeon's swordsmanship was quite impressive. She thinks it was better than him. He laughed it off and told her that she's taking it too far. The man stated that comparing Sang-yeon to him is too much. This person is Jo Jin-ho, a level 700 rank S player of Eden Guild, at Jamshil Training Ground 4-3. Sang-yeon received a call from Miso. She wanted to talk about the recent gate appearance. He didn't expect that there would already be an update. She told him that she received news that there was an unconfirmed gate near Chunni Station on Line 7, about 500 meters northwest of it. It seemed like all the regions to the middle checkpoint had been investigated, so she sent him information regarding the intersections. He told her to wait as he took a look at it. He opened his phone. It had details about the mid-boss of the gate, which is the Dog of Hell, Cerberus. The projected raid level is 100, and its main characteristics include having 3 heads and the ability to project heat. He was happy to see that a dog showed up right after he got his skills, too. He didn't expect to have the chance to test his skill this soon. The skill age of the Knight and Wolves is a passive skill with no cooldown. While the moon is up inside the dungeon, the user's health, recovery, and regeneration speed will increase 5-fold. Regardless of whether the moon is up or not, any dog or wolf-like monster will be permanently stunned when faced with the user in possession of the Blue Moonstone. When the moon is up, all dog and wolf-like monsters are unable to attack the user. Sang-yeon thanked Miso for the details and told her that he'll call her soon. The man in front of him teased him for acting that way even though he called him there. Sang-yeon apologized to this man, whom he called Captain. The man laughed and admitted that he was just joking. The man stated that he should have known he'd be that way since he's considered a celebrity now. He told Dae-kyung that he's not a celebrity and that he still has a long way to go. Dae-kyung could tell that he hadn't gotten a call. He was confused about what he's talking about. Dae-kyung showed him his phone, and it showed that Sang-yeon was on the first page of the Player magazine. He was so surprised. Dae-kyung laughed at his reaction and encouraged him to take out his phone. He expected it to be flooded with calls already. Sang-yeon's phone kept on ringing. He didn't want to be on the first page of news. He was annoyed that they did that without letting him know. Dae-kyung teased him that everyone is already contacting him, which implies that he's popular. He replied that he wasn't. He put his phone aside and decided to get on business. Dae-kyung gave him a bag since he mentioned that before. He gladly accepted it and thanked him for it. Dae-kyung replied that there's no need to thank him since it's not like he gave it to him for free. It was some of his old artifacts. Dae-kyung was curious what he needed them for if he could just buy new ones. His reply was vague, like he just wanted to admire history or continue Dae-kyung's legacy. Of course, Dae-kyung doesn't buy it. He defended that it was a superstition that he believes in. But deep inside, it was because artifacts that haven't been used for a long time have a better absorption rate. While they were conversing, a woman approached them and apologized that she was late. She informed them that she had trouble finding a parking lot. Then, she invited them to get the appraisal started. Sang-yeon asked who she was. Dae-kyung replied that she's the appraiser that will help them with their deal. He brought him in to make sure that both of them would get a fair deal. They laid out the artifacts. She used her powers on it, which made those items glow brightly. Eventually, she was notified that the artifact appraisal had been completed. She took a deep breath. Then she advised them that they have a fair deal and they could proceed with it. Dae-kyung unsheaths his sword before they seal the deal and asked Sang-yeon if he could take a look at his sword skills. Sang-yeon politely refused since he doesn't believe that he's good enough to give him advice. Dae-kyung told him to drop the humility. He told him that after everything that they have gone through, he's not stupid enough to not notice that he is above him. He added that he's not arrogant enough to take advice or two from others either. Sang-yeon had a sour look on his face since he doesn't want to be involved in something like that, but he saw his expression and acknowledged that he swallowed his pride. So he knew that ignoring someone who just wants to do their best is rude. So he agreed and told him to give everything he got. Dae-kyung immediately assumed a combat stance. Then she told the appraiser to stand behind him. Dae-kyung gave his all in showing his moves. Sang-yeon was impressed that he had gotten stronger since his last dungeon. He could tell that he has been training since then, but he watched him swing his sword. Then he called him. Dae-kyung thought he was asking him to stop when he still has a lot to show. Sang-yeon asked him if something was wrong with his left arm. He asked him how he knew. Sang-hyun noticed that whenever he swung his right hand, he opened up his left shoulder too quickly. He could tell he was being extra careful with it. Dae-kyung pouted. He admits that he was right. He revealed that he had trauma when it came to defending his left side. He told him that most of his injuries are from training, and even dungeon scars are all on that side. He was aware of it, but he couldn't fix it. Sang-hyun told him that he could. He told him that things like trauma can be overcome much more easily. He advised him not to hide his shortcomings and find a way to embrace his strengths, like the way he holds his sword and how he breathes. He knew that it would be difficult at first, but it will benefit him in the long run. He taught him to apply pressure on the blade using a specific finger. Dae-kyung said that it doesn't look easy. Dae-kyung groaned and complained that it hurt. Sang-hyun replied that he should hold on a little longer. Their interaction made the appraiser blush. She continuously misinterprets the conversation, and it makes her redder. She wondered what was wrong with them. And with the position of those two and the conversation they're having, it's easy for her to think they're doing something intimate. She couldn't believe her eyes. When she got home, her search history was all about boys' love. Meanwhile, after that, our clueless MC drives his car. He was humming while driving. He was in a good mood since he just finished a good deal, despite having to spend over 400 million won. He knew that the benefits he'll gain would be way more than what he paid for. He could tell Dae-kyung was satisfied with his sword lesson, but he also noticed that the appraiser had this weird look on her face by the time they finished. He hurried home so he could eat the artifacts and see what kind of progress he'll make. He's also excited for the next gate, so he planned to call Miso about it, but he encountered an unexpected situation. Some men stood in his path. He immediately stepped on the brakes. He puts his head out on the window to apologize to them and ask if they're okay. Those men were actually waiting for him. They threatened him to get out of the car. He was confused. The other guy stated that it was those idiots who reacted that way. Out of the blue, a bright light illuminated Sang-hyun's face. It was because the man created flames on his hands and threatened to burn him along with the shitty car. Sang-hyun remembered them. They were Choi Yong-cheol and Cho Seong-ho of the Utopia Guild. Choi Yong-cheol specifically picks on people weaker than him, and Cho Seong-ho was the one who shoots his YouTube videos for him. Thanks to his extreme content, he had a few loyal subscribers that would always watch his videos. But after he crossed the line, he received a life sentence and was forgotten by most. He sighed. In his head, they're a complete excuse for a human being. Yong-cheol, level 100, rank B player, said that he's getting pissed. Seong-hee, level 75, rank C, approaches him. He did want to see his progress with his new artifacts, but the situation annoys him, especially that those punks aren't the opponents that he wanted to test it out on. Yong-cheol saw him get out of the car. He had his sword as he dared them on what they'll do next. Yong-cheol wanted to take his time. He told him that he's the security force in Playertown and a lot of people had been complaining about him. He stated that people mentioned that some fucker kept driving around in a shitty car. In short, those people are pissed with his shitty car in the area. He kicked Sang-hyun's car. Sang-hyun turned pale. Yong-cheol threatened him that if he doesn't want his car to go to waste, he should take his stuff and leave. They were starting to attract attention. People recognized Yong-cheol, but one guy noticed something. He recognized the man who was featured on the Player magazine. They remembered his name. At this point, Sang-hoon was checking the dent on his car. Yong-cheol asked Seong-ho if Sang-hyun was strong. Seong-ho had to do research on his phone. He remembered that it was the kid who went to the quest area with Miso, and there were rumors that he cleared a level 100 quest on his own. Yong-cheol doesn't believe that, since Sang-hyun looked weak to him. Seong-ho replied that Miso was with him, so there's no way she'd let a newbie take the glory. He thought of a title for their next video. It was, "Let's Teach the Newbie Kim Miso Carried a Lesson." He started filming. Yong-cheol told Sang-hyun that he will show him mercy. He invited him into training mode and to have a one-on-one sparring match. And if he wins, he wants him to leave the player town right away. But if Sang-hyun wins, he vows to stay away from him as much as possible. Sang-hyun agreed. Yong-cheol commented that he's a real man after all. But Sang-hyun demanded 500 million and Yong-cheol's wrist to the wager. He told him that if he's scared, then he should get lost. Yong-cheol was about to curse him, but Seong-ho called him. He got annoyed that he was disturbed, but Seong-ho needs to show him something. The chat was flooded with 500 mil. Young-chul muttered a curse. Sang-hyun asked him if he's in or if he's scared. Young-cheol realized that if they went with it, the video won't be monetized since it contains violence and adult content. He took this chance to relieve some stress. They went to the Playertown Building C Plaza. The crowd gathered. Sang-hyun activated his training mode. With that, the players had received a barrier effect. Young-chul wagered 500 million won and his wrists and assured Sang-hyun that he keeps his promises. He advised him to get lost while he still can. The training mode has been completely set up so they could already start. Sang-hyun took a deep breath. Young-chul told him that they're going to start and he'll be serious. But Sang-hyun called his name. He was surprised that he was already attacked. Sang-hyun told him that he doesn't play around either, and that even if he begs, he won't forgive him. It was broadcasted live. Miso couldn't believe that she saw him there. It made her worry about what was going on. She watched carefully. She recognized Young-chul of Utopia Guild. She had heard rumors about him, and he does whatever he wants because his uncle is Utopia's guild master. Her sister asked her if something was wrong. It was because she looked so serious. This woman is Shin Tairi, level 700, a rank S player. She saw the TV. She recognized Sang-hyun, the player who Miso kept trying to recruit. She told her that his name is Sang-hyun, and she's wondering why he's on some scum's live stream. Tairi could tell that his moves are good. Young-chul cursed out loud. He called him a cheating bastard and a liar. He created a fireball in his hand. He attacked with it. Sang-hyun gripped his sword tightly to deflect it. Young-chul was surprised. Because Sang-hyun had cut through the flames, it was followed by a loud explosion. Even Seong-ho was surprised with his ability. Sang-hyun was relieved. Finally, ever since he regressed, his body moves the way he wants it to. 3 hours ago, he thanked the appraiser since it was because of her that they ended quickly. The appraiser got embarrassed and replied that it was them who did the hard work. Daik-young suggested that they go for a drink. It was his treat. Sang-hyun declined since he had somewhere to be. Daik-young's jaw dropped. He wondered if it was because he asked too much from him. Sang-hyun explained that he just planned to go somewhere else. He simply accepted that. He thought it was just him and the appraiser, but she told him that she had an important event to attend either. The artifacts were more exciting to Sang-hyun than the alcohol. She hurriedly left. At a quiet park. Sang-hyun stayed there. The system notified him that the absorption rate of the bronze rank equipment has been calculated to be 10%. The time that the artifact was used for will increase the absorption, so the final absorption rate is rated at 90%. The goddess of luck says it's all thanks to her that he was able to enjoy those blessings. He knew that in most cases, he would only be able to obtain 1/10 of the original stats. But now he learned that it makes a difference when people start using their equipment. He remembered that he had a question for her. He knew she was a popular constellation, so he asked if she knew a constellation named the Late Bloomer Model Student. She complained that he should only focus on her. She scolded him for paying attention to other constellations. He explained himself, and admitted that the constellation meant something to him. But he also understands if she feels upset about it. She told him to lift his head, and informed him that she will ask for information about the constellation, because she's generous. That made him happy. After that was settled, he decided to enjoy a meal by absorbing those artifacts. The system notified him that the mana synchronization of 5 artifacts had begun. The foods served were the top 5 favorite foods of men. He started drooling. The artifacts were used by an older guy, but even so, the food manifested were appealing to young men, and the artifacts have an absorption rate of 90%. It made him excited to see how much stronger he'll be after he cleaned his plates. He couldn't even imagine. In the current training mode, the title Face Off has been activated. He commented that the effects are lacking in strength, but even so, his stats had increased, particularly his strength, which increased to +40, +70 stamina, +40 mana, +65 luck, and +29 defense. The comment section mocked Young-chul especially now that he's shaking. Sang-hyun noticed his movement. He set out flames toward Sang-hyun. Miso got worried, but Terry assured her that there's nothing to worry about. She knew he'd dodge it. Sang-hyun reminded Yongchul of their deal. He counterattacked, as he looked forward to his 500 million and the wrist. Seong-ho grinned because Sang-hyun fell for their trap. Sang-hyun stepped on something that covered his foot in a bright glow. Yongcheol smiled. He gave him a finger while telling him that he won. Force freezing has been applied to Sang-hyun. Ice covered his body. Tairi wondered if Yongcheol has always been able to use magic other than pyromancy. She thinks that it will be effective. Miso laughed and told her to listen. She revealed that Sang-hyun has access to status ailment removal. She told her to take a closer look at him, so she'll understand why she wanted to recruit him. But when she turned her attention back to the TV, the ice was empty. Yongcheol was confused about where he went. He knew his skill had activated, but unless Sang-hyun had status ailment removal skill, it would be impossible for him to escape. It made him question if the bastard is a newbie. He was caught off guard as Sang-hyun jumped on his back and stabbed him. Though Sang-hyun was surprised, a barrier has formed on Yongchol's shoulder, which made him say that he's lucky since the training mode had saved him. The training mode had mitigated any fatal amount of damage. Seong-ho got worried for his friend. The comment section went wild. One of them stated that Sang-hyun looked different from earlier. That caught Seong-ho's attention. He could tell that Sang-hyun had a different aura compared to before. It made him curious about what he did. Tairi said that it's a type of awakening skill. Miso asked more about it. She replied that it's either transcendence or the psychedelic skill. But seeing that he has black eyes, she guessed that it's closer to psychedelic. She knew that psychedelic causes extreme exhaustion when the person receives damage. She took it that he's confident that he can take care of his enemy without receiving any damage. Miso refused to believe that though she agreed that something was off about him. She also stated that he didn't use that skill when she was with him. Tairi asked her if she understands how valuable the skill is. She informed her that there are only two possibilities. Either he had no reason to use it when he was with her. Miso asked about the other possibility. She was silent. Then she revealed that it could be he had means to obtain rare skills like that within a short period of time. The appraiser was reviewing the files, and she noticed something bad. She found out that the artifact that Sang-hyun had bought was something that needed to be tested for its hidden ability. One of its special effects is enhancing possessing a hidden skill, and the hidden skill was psychedelic. She wondered if there's really a chance of a hidden skill manifesting with such low odds. She stated that in order for him to be that lucky, he'd need to be selected by the goddess of luck or something. Psychedelic is a hidden skill that enhances awakening. The moment the skill is used, it instantly recovers max HP and enters an awakened state for the next 100 seconds. The user's mental and physical capabilities will go beyond the normal limits and reach an explosive state. During the awakened state, the user will have improved decision-making, cognitive, and motor skills. Once psychedelic's effects are over, the user will fall into an extreme state of exhaustion due to the incurred damage for the next 10 minutes. Sang-hyun asked what they should do about their bet. Yongchul was pinned on the ground. He got nervous when Sang-hyun suggested that they turn off the training mode. He cursed at him and told him to get lost as he tried to create ice on his hand. He admitted to himself that he let his guard down because he thought he was a newbie. He didn't expect him to be that strong. He got serious. To break free from Sang-hyun's grip, he made the ground explode, and that forced them both up. He created distance between them first. He realized that Sang-hyun was completely different from what Seong-ho said. If he knew that he was that strong, he never would have started the fight. He glared at Sang-geo, and Seong-ho couldn't meet his gaze. He realized that the guy was just making up bullshit. He got distracted until Sang-hyun grabbed his face and told him that they'll end it. His face was rubbed on the ground. Sang-hyun assured him that training mode should prevent any fatal damage made. He concedes, and promised to send 500 million to his account. Sang-hyun concluded that their wager was over and it was time for him to get his revenge. Yongcheol had no idea what he was saying, and it made him angrier. He told him that everything started because of him. 3 days ago at the car center, he was informed that his car was fixed, but he had to throw it away soon. The thought made him feel bad. The mechanic explained to him that the car was so old that it wouldn't last much longer. He refused to believe that. The mechanic acknowledges that he's attached to it, but reminded him that he'll have to say his goodbyes soon. He told him that the car was glad that he was the owner. That made him teary-eyed. Even the mechanic cried beside him. It was like the car was telling him that whenever he rode it, it was happy, and that it wanted him to be happy, too. Sang-yun raised his fist and told the little shit that it was his revenge for his car. Yong-chol kept apologizing and told him to wait, but Sang-yun grabbed his face. Before Sang-yun could hit him, he accidentally popped on himself. The crowd was disgusted. Sang-yun's fist didn't even land on him, but he kept pooping. He made a mess of himself, and he wept as he apologized. The crowd complained that it smelled like shit. It made them wonder what Yong-cheol had eaten. Seong-ho wondered what they should do now. He doesn't care about their channel, but he's more worried about messing with the wrong person. Out of the blue, someone approached him. It was the Utopia Guild Kangdong region manager, Moon Baek-yun. He told Seong-ho that they screwed up big time. Seong-ho apologized. Sang-yun checked himself if any turd got on him. Baek-yun finds the situation interesting. He heard that Sang-yun recently awakened his powers, yet he managed to defeat Choi Yong-cheol, who's experienced. He approached him. He explained that he's there to take care of the situation and handle any compensation. He asked if he had time. Sang-yun was cautious. He asked him who he was and who worked for. Baek-yun was put off with his arrogant attitude. Then he realized that it's not arrogance, but simply confidence, as if the guy had already gone through everything. He could see that he had experience that doesn't suit his level, and the abilities he possesses are no joke. Baek-yun bowed to him and politely introduced himself. He even apologized for the late introduction. He was willing to do whatever he could to scout him. He informed him that the Utopia Guild will take care of any damages that have been incurred. He was confident that he could take care of the damage, and he's willing to do that just to build a positive relationship with him. It was funny how Sang-yun nonchalant asked for 2 billion won and showed the guy his account number on the phone. It was timely that he asked, since he was just about to say that 500 million didn't feel enough, since he also had to include the mental trauma that he suffered. That left Baek-han dumbfounded. He asked if they can pay in installments, or he can just do anything he wants to that shitter Yong-cheol. Later that day, at a certain house, the reporters had a lot of questions, and they were so loud on the other side of the door. They waited for him to finish his conversation with Miso. When he left the meeting room, he yelled that he had nothing to say, but he couldn't leave the front door since the reporters preyed on him. They even ask if he's in a relationship with Miso. He's getting annoyed that his dating life is being asked, too. He already has enough to worry about, so he put the thought of dating aside. He got excited when he arrived home, because he's about to pack his stuff. It was his preparation for the gate raid. Since the time has arrived, he had been busy the past week to get ready for it, but he was satisfied with the progress that he made. His strength had additional plus 23, plus 19 stamina, plus 5 dexterity, plus 11 mana, plus 13 defense. On top of that, Demon Bash leveled up too. With the effects of the With Overwhelming Power title, it should last for about 2.6 seconds, and with the delay effects, it will last over 5 seconds. Demon Bash, at level 2, hinders a target, either a monster or a human, for 2.4 seconds. The success rate and time of hindrance depend on the target's skill resistance level. Dual welding training also leveled up, which means that his adaptability with blades, excluding daggers and one-handed swords, are extremely high. He smiled as another notification came through. He checked all the results of his efforts. He had blade-wielding training, a passive skill for warriors. It was at level 1, and it makes his adaptability with daggers and one-handed swords extremely high. Next was full charging, an active movement skill. It helps him concentrate a large amount of energy and release it all at once, charging at a target in front of him. The damage dealt and the charge distance will increase drastically with the charge time. However, during time, all movement will be restricted. With all of that, he thinks that it was enough for the gate raid, but he realized that there was plenty of stuff that was lacking during the last battle. He wasn't able to perform like his past self. During the fight with the Wolf Lord, he had to gamble since he was limited in his combat patterns. And during the battle with Choi Yong-cheol, he was easily caught in a trap, thanks to his lack of movement skill. He felt chills in his body as he thought that if those guys were just a bit stronger, he would have lost his life. He needed to improve because if he continues that way, he'd be following the same path as his previous life, particularly the incident that happened in the second breakdown in 2040. He wanted to make sure that he's faced with a different future. He doesn't want to lose everything he has like last time. It made him motivated to become stronger. Just the hero who saved him before. Suddenly, his phone rang. He answered it, and it was reporter Park Jong-min. He called him to check if he's still available for the interview that they agreed upon that day. He knew he's fucked. He confirmed it. But in all honesty, he completely forgot about it. The gate raid is at 7 p.m., and the interview is at 2 p.m., and it's already 1:45 on his phone. The reporters who camped outside his home were glad to see him come out. But they got nervous when they felt the ominous energy. He yelled at them to get out of the way. His psychedelic skills have been activated. His physical body has been enhanced, and his speed drastically increased. Jong-min checked the time on his phone. Someone came in, and the staff automatically welcomed this person. It was Sang-hyun. Jong-min called out to him. He already ordered coffee, so he happily invited him to take a seat, but he noticed something was off. He looked haggard and was out of breath. Jong-min asked if he was in a dungeon. He replied, "Not at all." Deep inside, he felt that coming there was harder than being in a dungeon. He apologized for being late. They settled down, and Jong-min started to get into business. He wanted to interview him about the recent events within the quest area. He noticed that he had been going through a lot. Sang-hyun replied that it was nothing big. Jong-min had to tell him that no matter what he thinks, it was a fact that he was still the center of attention for all players. He added that even though people claim that levels and experience mean nothing with the new ranking system, with his sudden appearance and low levels, they are starting to call him a super newbie. Sang-hyun humbly replied that it's nothing like that. Jong-min asked him if he's aware that countless guilds are interested in recruiting him. By that time, Sang-hyun had already received plenty of cold calls. He assumed that he wanted to hear more about the Eden Guild or some other guilds. Jong-min replied that he's talking about the guilds abroad. That blew Sang-hyun's mind away. He admitted that it was news to him, too. He shared that a total of 5 foreign guilds have officially requested the Korean Player Association to run an official identity check request. Most foreign guilds are usually known for scouting players at an early stage to gain an edge, and it's the first time that they have garnered interest for a newbie-level player like him. But he advised him to keep his guard up, because plenty of people had their eyes on him. At Chunui Station, back alleys, gate appearance. Sang-hyun was walking in the alley while a thought was in his mind. He was hoping to work as a one-man guild, but the foreign guild makes him curious. Seeing this great opportunity, it made him question why he had to suffer in the past. Eventually, he met up with Miso. She told him that they have some time until the gate appears. The woman behind her caught his attention. All 3 of them stood under the street light. Miso informed Sang-hyun that her sister kept saying that she wanted to meet him, so she brought her along so they could meet before they head to the gate. She introduced Terry to him. Then she suggested that they head to a nearby cafe. Terry watched him quietly. Then she shook his hand. Deep inside, Sang-hyun was thinking that he would have known her even if Miso hadn't introduced her. There is not a single player in the country that doesn't know her. She is also known by her alias, Shadow Assassin, and she's one of the greatest players of Korea. Her popularity spans even countries abroad. She's one of the reasons behind the influence that the Eden Guild currently has, and her mere existence is able to shake the guild rankings. Sang-hyun felt that he's in luck of meeting ranked players after he had regressed. Terry asked him for a favor. That came out of nowhere, so it's surprising for him. He asked how he could help her. She replied that it was nothing much. She just wanted the 2 of them to fight. Miso couldn't believe the favor that she's asking from a person that she just met. She argues that she already informed her while they were on their way. Miso couldn't remember anything. She told her that it was when she wanted to recruit Sang-hyun, and she replied that she'll go see if he's worthy. Miso argues that it doesn't count. She apologized to Sang-hyun for her sister's behavior. She explained that she likes to challenge people for fun. Sang-hyun replied that he doesn't mind, and that surprised her. He offered to get straight to it while grabbing his sword. He expressed that it's an honor to have the opportunity to fight against a top-ranked player. Tyri was pleased with his answer, so she confirmed that Miso had an eye for people. She apologized to him for being unprofessional all this time. She suggested trading about 5 moves or so, and he could just tell her when he's ready. Although he knew he didn't stand a chance, he still decided to take advantage of this opportunity to see how much he had grown and what things he had to improve. She only manifested her weapon, and yet she has a completely different aura surrounding her. He decided not to waste any more time. He told her that he's ready. He activated Psychedelic as he planned to go all out from the start. Miso could no longer follow what's going on. Taeri replied that she'll make the first move. They were surprised when she warped into nothingness. Sang-yoon was alarmed. He realized that he's an idiot. With his current physical abilities, he knew not to rely on his reaction time to anticipate her attacks. She attacked him with her daggers, and he tried to deflect it using his swords. Sang-yeon gave his all to predict everything. She was amused. She leapt away and told him that his moves are good. She was motivated to put more effort in their fight and was going to show that in the 4 moves that she has left. She moved so fast that she left a trail of light behind. In his head, he described her as a monster, especially when her speed increased more. He thought of a way. Just like what he did in his past life, he completely ignored his sense of sight and read her moves through instinct. He expects this time to be much more difficult. Miso was puzzled, that he closed his eyes even though he knew the gap between him and her sister. It made her think that he's crazy. She thinks that it's completely stupid of him. But our boy then sensed her and found the right time to deflect her attack. She praised his focus, since she didn't expect him to block the second strike, too. She told him that most swordsmen fail to reach that level of focus, because they would need experience to back it up. Sang-yeon's first thought was, she knows? She continued to express that it felt like she's facing a veteran player. Sang-yeon decided to keep quiet on that. She had 3 moves left, but before she attacked, Sang-yeon asked for a favor, too. She allowed it. Then he suggested that they skip 3 moves and finish it with her going all out. That caught her off guard. He admitted that he's being arrogant, but he feels that he'll never have a chance like that again. He requested for one last strike. In his head, if he doesn't experience what she's truly capable of, it will continue to haunt him during training. Miso told Taeri not to listen to her. She panicked when Taeri agreed to his request. She admitted that she can't give her 100% to it, especially when the training mode isn't on. Instead, she'll show him what she's capable of at full speed. Skills are much harder to control, so she can't just risk using it on people like that. He replied that it was more than enough. He thinks that if he could keep up with her at full speed, it's a success. He set his mindset to think of the fight as a real deal, and that if he fails, he'll die. She charged towards him. He was overwhelmed since he didn't even have the time to prepare. He took a mental note to always be ready, and rather than just swinging the blade, he attacked the space before she even gets to him. Taeri was surprised that she was almost hit. She immediately activated the shadow illusion. He was taken aback on what she did. Then she gently hit his face with the handle of her sword. She asked if he's okay. He replied that he's fine. But internally, he was under the impression that she's not going to use a skill. Sang-yeon complained that his head hurts. He wondered if his nose was broken. Taeri extended a hand to him. She admitted that she didn't mean to use a skill on him, and she did that out of reflex. She asked if he's okay. He accepted her hand. Then he told her that he'll be fine. He thanked her for taking him seriously. She replied that it was her pleasure. But she told him that next time, it would be great if they could have a serious conversation. He agreed to that any time. While they were having that casual conversation, Miso stared at their shaking hands. She pulled Taeri's arm and told her that it was time to start the raid. And she told her to write everything that had happened and submit a report. Taeri said goodbye to them and wished them luck on the raid. Miso told her to get home safely. Sang-yeon, whether he likes it or not, lost for the first time since he regressed. He knew that if Taeri went all out from the start, he wouldn't stand a chance. Although their meeting was unexpected, it gave him another goal that he needs to surpass now. Taeri stopped on her tracks, glanced and smiled at him. Sang-yeon felt that she's saying something like he could try as much as he wanted. Later that day, they gathered at the Chunui station, unidentified gate number 727. Miso suggested that they do a brief introduction. A timid lady and a tall man said hello to them. Sang-hyun introduced himself and expressed that it was a pleasure to be in the presence of such great players. The man replied that they came there to see the Wonder Boy all over the news. He introduced himself as Park Tae-sok. He is a mage player that specializes in the Ignite skill. He is at level 120, rank A. Sang-hyun asked if Ignite is pyromancy. He replied that it was the same realm of magic as Yongcheol. But he demonstrated his blue fire and told them that since he focused most of his player time conjuring flames, his flames are much stronger than Yongcheol. He added that he's only at blue flame stage and still has a long way to go. Sang-hyun replied that he's amazing as it is. He was thinking how he made the right decision to concentrate on one thing until he reached a certain level. The reason why he easily dealt with Yongcheol was because rather than focusing on one specific skill, he invested his time into a variety of different fields. Then, Miso introduced the woman. She was Kang Jo-hee, a space wielder. Basically, a mage that specializes in space connection skills. She was timid and shy. She is at level 10 and an A-rank player. Since Tae-sok showed her powers, she also did the same. But they tried to stop her. But they failed. As a result, a strong wind blew. Miso scolded her. Sang-hyun wondered what that wind was because it was completely different from what a space wielder can do. A portal opened in front of him. Jo-hee closed the portal after that. She bowed to him while telling him that it was nice to meet him. Sang-hyun extended his hand to her. After meeting the team members, he realized that he was right in trusting Miso. She completed the perfect combination for a team. There was him, a swordsman at close range, Miso for long-distance combat, Tae-sok to cover any firepower that they might be missing, and Jo-hee to help them escape whenever required. Excluding the fact that they don't have a healer, it was a perfect team. And the most important part, the chemistry was amazing. He could tell that it isn't their first time working together. Things like that matter especially when it comes to surviving. Back then, he had experienced that too. A bittersweet expression was shown on his face upon remembering them. It made Miso ask if he's okay. She inquired if he got injured while he was fighting her sister. He replied that he's fine and was just thinking about something else. He decided to put his worries aside. He suggested that they enter the gate now, with a thought that he'd focus on the present rather than the past. They arrived at the other side of the gate, Frost Hell. It was a snowy place. He thanked Tae-sok, because if it wasn't for his buff, they would all be frozen solid. Tae-sok used Blessing of Flames, which increased resistance against cold. Miso expressed that the weather wasn't like that the last time they were there. Then she noticed that Sang-hyun had another weapon other than the long sword. She asked why he didn't use it last time. He replied that he got it recently since had a feeling that he might need it in case the battles were much more mobility-heavy. That made Miso ask if he's skilled with a variety of weapons since swordsmen usually focus on one thing. He replied that he put some effort into it. Deep inside, he's finding it hard to give an excuse. It was one disadvantage of his rare skill. Then Miso called Jo-hee to tell her to do Plan C because of the Cyclops. Jo-hee agreed to it. The Cyclops growled loudly. Then it attacked and smashed the ground. Miso and Sang-hyun went behind it. They appeared from the portal that Jo-hee made. Miso waited for Sang-hyun's reply. He told her to watch his back. The Cyclops noticed them. Sang-hyun didn't expect it to move. It made a loud noise. Miso called Tae-suk. He replied that he's on it. She released her arrow while Sang-hyun charged ahead. The Cyclops saw it approaching its eyes. It was blinded right in time as Sang-hyun closed the distance. He hit it, causing it to groan loudly. Then blood splurts out from the cuts all over its body. Our boy called for Jo-hee. Jo-hee responded with her skill. The Cyclops sets its eyes on Sang-hyun. It was about to grab him. When its hand collided with the ground, debris flew everywhere. A sword was left near where its hand was. The Cyclops smiled, thinking that it got Sang-hyun. But to its surprise, Sang-hyun appeared behind it. The Cyclops was confused. Jo-hee and Tae-sok attacked again. Demon Bash Level 2 has been activated. Sang-hyun grinned. Then he cuts off its head. Jo-hee and Tae-sok were left dumbfounded. Sang-hyun landed safely on the ground. They asked him what he just did. They thought that a single strike wouldn't be enough to kill it. Sang-yun apologized. They replied that he doesn't need to apologize. It's just that they were surprised. Miso pointed out that she had informed them before and shared that she had the same reaction. She also believes that it won't be the last that he'll surprise them. She was certain that he hadn't shown them everything yet. He let out a nervous laugh. Deep inside, he could feel the pressure, and the way she said it makes him want to show his stuff. Putting that thought aside. Despite it being their first raid, he could tell that their teamwork was pretty good. He wondered if that was the difference in skill that experienced players possess. He felt good about it. More Cyclops arrived, so it was time for round 2. Eventually, they killed them all. Taesok's eyes sparkled as he tells Sang-yun that he's amazing. He claims that he's the best swordsman he ever worked with. Sang-yun thanked him. Miso was happy too. She thanked Sang-yun for making Taesok happy, since Taesok hardly ever gets a chance to utilize his pyromancy skills to its full potential. So, he was happy that he was able to do so thanks to him. He realized that it must be the thing for mages. If they don't have a dependable swordsman, they have no choice but to resort to support skills. But the look of adoration that Taesok had was too much for him. Miso asked him what was the skill he used before. She told him that he always manages to surprise her. Earlier, there was a loud explosion in the forest. They finish off the Cyclops one after another. Then Miso noticed something. An armored demon ogre was running into them from the front. Taesok asked what they should do. She suggested focusing their firepower on it. First, they had to get away as far as they could from it, but she got confused when Sang-yun called Jo-hee and asked her to open a portal that will lead him directly in front of the monster. Miso panics as she informs him that the monster specializes in defense. But she saw that he's getting ready for something, so she decided to trust him. She told Jo-hee to do as he said. She opened the portal. Sang-yun activated full charging, where it concentrates a large amount of energy and releases it all at once, charging at a target in front of him. The damage dealt and the charging distance will increase drastically with the charge time. However, during this time, all movement will be restricted. He passes through the portal at full speed. The monster was surprised when he appeared. It was just about to growl, but our boy had already slashed it in half. When they saw him, their jaws dropped. They couldn't believe that it's really happening. Miso expressed that she hasn't seen a movement skill with that much power before. He replied that since he has a team that he could trust, he just thought of using it aggressively. Jo-hee told them to be quiet. She told them that they had arrived. They lay low on the ground as they take a look at the creature under the cliff. The middle boss, Cerberus of the Frost Hell, was asleep. It was a relief for them since they will still have time to plan out their move. Jo-hee suggested that she'll open a portal in advance since they don't have enough information about it. Taesok suggested that they start with him raining fire on it. Meanwhile, Sang-yun was pleased that he finally found his punching bag. He activated the skill Age of the Night and Wolves. While the moon is up inside the dungeon, the user's health, recovery, and regeneration speed will increase 5-fold. Regardless of whether the moon is up or not, any dog or wolf-like monster will be permanently stunned when faced with the user in possession of the Blue Moonstone. When the moon is up, all dog and wolf-like monsters are unable to attack the user. Miso suggested that they go with Plan F. They got confused when Sang-yun stood up, and he had this excited expression on his face. They knew that face, and it worried them. Taesok asked if he had a plan in mind. He told them that they can stay back and watch him. They requested him to explain, but he doesn't have enough time to explain all the details. In order for the effects of the Age of the Night and Wolves to be active, the moon needs to be in full vision. Even if the smallest of clouds were to cover the moon, the effects of it would be halved. He just left without saying anything. He felt sorry, though. When he landed on the ground, Cerberus noticed him. Sang-yun moved on his own since asking for forgiveness is faster than asking for permission. The three heads growled. Miso told them to get ready to give him cover fire, but Yohei noticed something was off. The Cerberus didn't move. Miso watched it and agreed. It made her wonder if it was just staying on guard, but back then it tried to attack them the moment it saw them during their research. Cerberus growled. They noticed it move. Johi told them that they need to help him, but Miso could tell that it doesn't look like it's trying to attack. She saw its tail wag, and it seemed like it was willing to obey him. The system notified that Cerberus of Frost Hell recognizes him as a higher-ranked being. It entered total obedience soon enough. Sang Yun didn't expect that it would be that easy. He decided to end things quickly. The system congratulated him for defeating the middle boss. He admits that it felt wrong killing something that was willing to obey him. He obtained the C-rank title, Reduction. His chosen skill's cutoff will be cut in half. He used it on the recovery skill. Recovery's cooldown was reduced 30 seconds from 60 seconds. With it, he is able to undo all status ailments that are currently active on him. Miso told him to wait. He asked if there was something wrong. Then suddenly, a bright blue crystal appeared. He panics as he realizes that he never told them about his skill. Since he had always been a solo player, it never hit him to do that. He got worried that she might ask for ownership. He wished so hard that she wouldn't take it. But Miso told him that since he defeated it on his own, he can take the loot. He was about to say it was a relief, but he corrected himself immediately and just thanked her. He asked if she had spoken about it with the others. With their expressions, there was no need for it. They looked at him with adoration. He laughed nervously as he thanked them. He took a mental note to utilize his skills without getting caught. Unexpectedly, Miso told him that they will leave so he can do his thing. He was confused. Miso replied that whenever he gets an artifact, he always does something. He asked her if she knew. She admitted that she had known about it for a long time. It was right after they cleared the quest area. When she was about to leave, she wondered what he was doing there by himself, so she turned around. And that's where she learned his secret. He felt cornered, since a unique skill of a player is like their lifeline, and he just got exposed. He was about to say something when Miso cuts him off, saying that he's one of those players that has weird rituals. She knew that there are players like that once in a while. He was dumbfounded. She told him not to worry about them and just enjoy himself. She empathized that if she were in his shoes, she would want to hide a secret like that too. Johi asked her if Sang Yun really does that. Miso replied, "Yes, that's why they have to give him privacy." The look on Sang Yun's face was hilarious. There was a huge misunderstanding, but having his secret exposed would have been worse. He decided to go ahead and eat. Heart of Ice is a gold artifact and a support equipment. Its special effect is freezing. It adds +10 evasion and +10 defense. The extreme cold that imitates the cruel winter cold is said to be held within the heart, ready to freeze the world. Meanwhile, the whole place turned gloomy. Johi created the last portal. Miso praised her for her hard work. Sang Yun agreed that it's all thanks to Johi. She asked if it was really fine, because even if they collect all the dead ogre bodies from before, she doubts that the boss monster will really come and eat them. Sang Yun assured her that the boss will do anything for food. She asked him how he knew about it. He was speechless. Then he shifted the attention by requesting Taesok to light a fire to lure the boss monster. Miso could definitely tell that he dodged the question. The fire was lit, and they waited in hiding. 20 minutes have passed, so they are expecting it to come any time now. Then suddenly they heard a monster growling. The boss monster had arrived. Everyone got ready to fight. It was the final boss, Grizzly Big Bear of the Cold. Miso watched from the edge of the cliff. She acknowledges that they have been able to do raids successfully thanks to Sang Yun. However, looking at Sang Yun in front of the large boss monster, and he looked exhausted, seemed like a really dangerous situation. A few minutes ago, Miso couldn't believe what he just said. She asked him what he meant when he said that he'll be a bait. He replied that there's no choice, since it was the fastest and safest way for her team to do the raid. He explained that most giant monsters have a similar characteristic that activates when their health reaches a certain point. They enter the so-called gluttony state. A monster that enters the gluttony state has its body strengthened and becomes significantly more violent. It takes on the trait of devouring everything around it. That's why they stacked up the ogre's corpses. He considered poisoning its food. That's why they have Johi stack up the ogre's corpses using her portals. And they prepared juniper wood, which acts as a strong sedative effect with its feed. But there's one problem: lowering the health enough to activate gluttony. He told them that he'll create a comfortable situation for them to deal damage. He asked them to believe in him, but he realized that was bullshit. He was just one step away from going to the afterlife just now. It made him feel bad because he thought that he had grown already. He thought that he could take on this level of attacks by now, but it was stupidly strong. He questioned if his strength wasn't enough. He knew that if it continued, he might really die. He focused on dodging every attack from then on. Debris flew everywhere. He jumped high so he could evade its attack. He was up in the air when the boss monster glared at him. It had a fast reaction time. He now questioned if jumping was a bad idea because he's about to fall into its mouth. Miso released some arrows. That surprised the boss monster. He glanced at her. Miso told him it was time. The support from her made him smile. It was thanks to her that he's still alive. He prepared to counterattack. The bear saw him coming. He activated full charging and slashed the bear all around. The grizzly big bear had been inflicted with freezing for 1 second due to the effect of full charging. He was glad that it worked. The freezing came from the heart of ice, and he combined it with full charging. He was in doubt because of its status resistance, so he couldn't believe that it really worked. He targeted the bear's leg and stabbed it. The bear groaned loudly from the pain. He used the Demon Bash Level 2 skill. Miso called Taesok, and he replied that he already knew. He gathered his flame to bring out his most powerful attack. Before he released it, he warned Song-yun to dodge. Song-yun heard him. Taesok unleashed the skill called Blue Flame Flamingo. The bear lost his footing when it hit. The firepower exceeded Song-yun's expectations. He believed that they had succeeded in bringing its health down. The energy of the grizzly big bear eventually changed. It groaned loudly. Sang-hyun was happy that the damage was enough. The grizzly big bear has entered the gluttony state like they have planned. Miso saw his expression. The grizzly big bear proceeded to eat everything in its surroundings. Sang-hyun was caught off guard. He got overwhelmed when the grizzly big bear changed and looked so evil. He trusted Joey to do her turn, but he doubted if he could hold out. Taesok's jaw dropped upon seeing the bear. He commented that it looked like a different monster now. Miso asked about Joey. He replied that she's still getting ready. Joey continued to gather her energy. As she chanted her spell, Miso was worried that she'll not make it on time. Taesok told her that it shouldn't be their worry now, because what's important is whether Song-yun will last or not. Song-yun ran for his life. He panics since not only the raid could fail, but he could lose his life there. He wondered if she's still not ready. His eyes widened because the bear jumped towards him. He knew he couldn't dodge the attack. He decided to face it head-on and activated Psychedelic. Meanwhile, a large portal appeared in front of Jo-hee. She finished the preparations and started the warp. At this point, the bear was charging toward Sang-yun as he swung his sword. The portal appeared between them, and to Sang-yun's surprise, the bear disappeared. Jo-hee fell to her knees. Miso and Taesok rushed to her aid. She replied that she's fine and had just used too much mana. Meanwhile, the relief on Sang-yun's face was exceptional. If his attack didn't connect properly, he might have been eaten alive. The bear ate the corpses, and the system notified that it has entered a strong state of sedation due to the effect of suspicious juniper on the snowy mountain. Sang-yun watched it. He felt fine now since, in the end, they did it. Miso and Taesok cried of relief as they praised her. The bear made a low growl. Taesok, Miso, and Sang-yun stood in front of it. They slashed it, and it fell. The system notified them that they had defeated it. With that, they have cleared the unidentified gate. Miso thanked Sang-yun for everything. She felt sorry about relying on him so much. He replied that it was fine, and it was his idea anyway. The system notified him of his drastic increase in level because he had cleared the gate, but he admitted to himself that the dungeon was a bit too much. Eventually, Jo-hee showed up through a portal and praised everyone for their hard work. She apologized that she wasn't much help with finishing things there. Sang-hyun replied that she shouldn't be sorry. He thanked her for agreeing with his stupid last-minute plan. She responded that it was a great chance to understand the limits of her ability. Sang-yun expressed that he's looking forward to having a chance to work with them again. He was really thankful for all of them as they all followed his reckless requests. But he also knew that he would have pushed them had they not come with him. In the gate raids that he did in the past, they are always met with a tragic end. Most of the gates with good rewards had a survival rate of 90%. Since most teams were composed of non-amateur members, the survival rate was pretty high. There was a time when he was badly injured, and a colleague helped him up. But when he glanced on his side, there lies the body of another colleague. The 10% chance of death always found its way to them. He knew it was just a coincidence that he wasn't at the receiving end. He learned that the job of being a hero is always done in the face of death. Although growing stronger is important, he has set another goal for this life. And that thought made him smile. And that would be to avoid any needless deaths. The time has come. They all anticipated the loot for their hard work. A bright orb burns in front of them. It was the final reward of the gate. It was considered as the first clear bonus. Upon reaching this stage, each of them will gain an appropriate reward. When he was about to reach the reward, the goddess of luck grabbed his hand. She urges him to watch as she shows her the truth behind her powers. It made him smile. Her statement made him excited to see what awaits him. The system notified him that he has a unique rank artifact. His eyes widened and his jaw dropped at the sight of the unique items before him. He knew then he'd made the right choice. Unique. Rank carries was clearly on a whole different level. The goddess of luck grinned as if she knew that more was coming. The system stated that thanks to the goddess of luck's authority, a hidden effect reserved for artifacts greater than unique rank has been unlocked. Sang-yun was reminded that it was one of the conditions of their contract. It was the goddess of luck's way of thanking him for his efforts. It made him like her even more to the point that he's willing to do anything for her. After that, Sang-yun checked his surroundings and saw that everyone was busy with their rewards. So he decided to pick his own artifact. He didn't have to think twice. The form of his chosen artifact came to life. It's an artifact that has always been on his mind. It was the great sword of fighting spirit. It is a two-handed weapon in the form of a great sword, classified as a unique artifact. Its stats were plus 500, strength plus 500, agility plus 50, with a hidden effect called knockback bust. That great sword represented the fighting spirit of any great warrior, hiding not only great strength, but blessings of the wind. From the blessing of the wind given by the god of fighting spirit, the aura created by the blade will give the user a 10% increased recovery rate. As he expected, it has some crazy stats to suit its reputation as a unique artifact. He gripped it tightly and tries to swing it. He was shocked when it shattered the ground. The sword was too heavy for him. He questioned what happened to Lighten. He checked and saw that it was passively active with no cool time. Due to the effects of the Devour Artifacts skill, all skills lose their mana consumption effects. As a penalty, the effects of Lighten are halved. With that, all equipped artifacts will feel like 100 kilograms. He read it carefully, and when he read the weight, he couldn't help but feel annoyed and scammed. He didn't know that there was a condition like that. His loud voice caught Miso's attention. Then he saw everyone's faces. They were all happily holding the great rewards. Miso replied that they all got the artifacts that suits their class, all thanks to him. He replied that he didn't do anything. Miso insists that it was him, and shared that they had a conversation. They think that it's only appropriate to give him the carcass of the boss and drops like magic stones to him. He got flustered and replied that there's no need for that. Johi imposes that they should settle things, and it's the conclusion they came to when they calculated everything. They were surprised when he dropped his head and his hand covered his eyes. He was touched on how thoughtful his teammates are. The boss's carcass has an estimated price of 60 million. With everything combined, it would be around 150 million. Sang-yun hid his devious grin behind his hand. He wanted to laugh, but he stopped himself. After that, they exited the Frost Hell. Miso invited him to celebrate, but he replied that to do it next time. It was because he wanted to check how much everything is worth. They all went their own ways after saying goodbye. Then Miso remembered something. She asked if she could call him whenever she wanted. He wanted to reply, "Who do you think you are?" But he couldn't say it. So he just agreed to it. It made her feel good. With a flushed cheeks, she told him that she'll see him again soon. Her expression made Sang-Yun's eyes widened. He never thought he'd see her make a face like that. Meanwhile, Tae-suk and Jo-hee were embarrassed because it felt like they were intruding on something. Sang-Yun was thinking that it was sweet of her. It made him realize that it has been a while since he heard someone talk to him in such a manner. At Chunu Station Gate back alley, he absorbed the faded greatsword. With that, he had met the conditions for Lighten, and the effect has been reactivated. As he expected, since the faded greatsword didn't have bonus stats, he didn't get much from absorbing it. But since the food was grilled mackerel kimbap, which was his favorite, he was happy. Now everything has been cleaned up. He proceeded in checking what he accomplished so far. His stat screen showed that he's at level 51 with titles Clever Hunter and 8 others. His constellation is Goddess of Luck with exclusive skill Devour artifacts. In all, he consumed 5 artifacts. His HP is at 1,398, MP is 183, and EXP is 408. His strength is at 250, and he has an additional 150. His stamina is at 109, 83 dexterity with additional plus 50, 71 mana, 169 luck, 30 evasion, 62 defense. Knockback Burst is a hidden skill which consumes 27 mana to push an opponent backward. The success rate and knockback distance depend on the opponent's skill resistance. He may use up to his full mana, 183 mana, to increase both the success rate and knockback distance. Cleaven Hunter is a C-rank title and has an effect that whenever he defeats a monster of a smaller or larger size, he restores 1 stamina. He was elated with these effects. He was surprised to learn that just by changing out 1 great sword, his strength stat shot up by that much. He also got 2 new titles and a new skill. He decided to boost his stat luck even further. The system notified him that his luck surpassed 200 and the range of critical hits has been recalibrated. His current critical range is 120% to 600%. A 600% max crit means that he can hit 6 times harder. He couldn't believe that he made it this far faster than he did in his past life. What took Daekyun years to reach level 50, he did it in 15 days. He was motivated to keep pushing on that phase. He was determined to catch up to Ghostblade Dugyunsu. The system suddenly notified him that the atmosphere around him is gradually turning eerie. All this happened while he was thinking of getting his revenge on Taeri soon. He suddenly felt a familiar pattern. The system notified him that new constellations seek his presence. The Lion King shows great interest in his swordsmanship. There was also the owner of a beautiful beard, who gave him high marks for his fighting spirit, and the Dark Hunter, who questions the presence of someone like him in the world. The Goddess of Luck told him that it's a pretty decent lineup. She added that the value of the Sang-Yun coin just skyrocketed. Those 3 constellations stood in front of him. He didn't expect the constellations to show up again quickly, but considering his growth rate is ridiculously fast, it made sense. But he knew the credit goes to the Goddess of Luck, since she's a social butterfly. He decided to confirm who showed up this time. There was the Lion King, the owner of a beautiful beard which was famous. They're real-world heroes who became constellations. He wondered if they saw his potential and came because of that, but they made him uncomfortable, because they are a chatterbox. The Lion King scolded him for glancing around nervously in front of his seniors, while the owner of Beautiful Beard exploded and told him that in his general days he would have cut off his head. He just laughed nervously and apologized. It's exactly why he hated hero constellations. He could already tell how hard they will push him if he forms a contract with them. But the Dark Hunter, it was even more dangerous. She's the last person he ever wanted to run into in his life. She's a bounty hunter who checks the Dimension Core for real-time updates. While roaming around to track down the players who have received excessive benefits due to system errors or committed severe rule violations. There were also cases like that in his past life. Except that, unlike unique cases like Goddess of Luck, she relentlessly hunted down high-ranking players who formed dual contracts to the point where some of them ended up broken and ruined. It was truly terrifying. He felt nervous since he didn't like any of the constellations. Forming a constellation contract is a huge deal. It can completely change his future as a player, so what he chooses really matters. However, at that moment, just having the goddess of luck is enough for him. But it also doesn't mean that he won't aim higher, and those are the mythical constellations. Only a handful of players in history have managed to form contracts with them. They're quite literally mythical beings. And currently, Sang-yun didn't have a choice, so even if he doesn't want to gamble, he'd do it. He told everyone that he won't be choosing any of them. The Lion King was dumbfounded, saying that he has never been treated like that before. The owner of a beautiful beard says that he will consider trying a third visit to recruit him because he thinks of him as his own brother. In Sang-yun's mind, even if they come 3 more times, his answer won't change. Sang-yun got startled. Before the Dark Hunter exited, she looked back and warns him that one day she will uncover his hidden secrets. Then she was gone. Sang-yun said that it will be troublesome. Even though he really didn't want to deal with any of it, it couldn't be helped. He knew that he needed to be careful around constellations from then on. After that, he checked his phone and realized that the time had come. It was 11:25 p.m., and if he doesn't leave at once, he will be late. He's aware that the monsters that will emerge from the next rift are kobold packs. Like Cerberus earlier, they fall into the between dog and wolf category. So there's no way he'd miss out on a sweet jackpot like that. Having 3 runs a day, he knew it's not going to be easy. But he was hyped to do it until the mythical constellations can't help but take interest in him. Near Jamsil Station, in the Quest area, inside B 4-level Player Association, Rift Management Bureau. A woman answered the phone. She was surprised at what she heard. She couldn't believe it. A rift has appeared at exit 1 of Bupyeong Station. Someone ordered all available combatants to mobilize immediately. She confirmed the situation with the person on the other line and told her that they will request aid from nearby players, but the person informed her that someone was already fighting there. She couldn't believe it. The woman told her again that there's a player in there. She asked how that person even got there. The woman replied that she had no idea, but the person was fighting the monsters alone. She replied that fighting alone was way too dangerous. She advised them to evacuate immediately. But the woman on the line replied that the player doesn't look like he's in danger. This player was none other than Sang-yun. The rift between reality was created 11 years ago after the first breakdown. Unlike dungeons or gates, it is an unpredictable disaster where monsters could cross over to their world. The rite had formed, and the kobolds passed through. However, Sang-yun was already there. The situation wasn't unpredictable to him at all. 10 minutes ago, he exited the station and he was already expecting. When he turned to the side, he already saw it. A rift formed. He was aware that the rift had begun from there. There was a particular reason why he remembered it so clearly, because the rift was truly a tragedy. It caused countless civilian casualties. But since he's already there, he won't let it happen. He told himself that it was good that he regressed. Sang-yun grew up in an orphanage since he was born, so he doesn't remember what his parents looked like. Though because of that, he never really felt sad or depressed about it. But he knew how sad it is to lose someone. So he had never forgotten about those incidents. Someone arrived and asked him if he's okay. That experience gave Sang-yun an objective aside from getting stronger. The kobolds growled loudly. Because of the age of dogs and wolves, the kobold warriors were intimidated. They froze and made a low growl. Sang-yun could tell that his skill is working well, but it still wasn't showing the same results it did against Cerberus. He assumed that it was because of the moon. The moon's been completely covered, so the kobolds aren't fully submitting to him, but it makes it better for him. The kobold growled. Sang-yun took this chance to test his new skills. Full charging was activated. In one swift move, he slashed the kobold. Those monsters were surprised when a vortex appeared, and it blasted them all away. Knockback Burst consumes 27 mana to push an opponent backward. The success rate and knockback distance depend on the opponent's skill resistance. He can use up to his full mana to increase both the success rate and knockback distance. The kobolds were pushed backwards. Every single one of them were caught up in it. Sang-yun didn't expect that knockback affects quite a large area, and with full charging it was quite damaging too. It was enough for his AoE attack, plus his luck stats increase his critical hit range too. Critical range is at 120% to 600%, but seeing that those kobolds didn't die in one blow, it wasn't much of a lethal strike, so he attacked again with the intention of causing maximum damage. While he was fighting, a car rushed to the scene. Two men arrived. The civilians in hiding noticed them. They introduced themselves as from the Player Association, and they looked for the caller. This man is Lee Hyun, level 110 player, rank B+. The woman who called pointed out where the monsters were. While he was talking to her, his colleague caught his attention. The man named Lee Jung, level 90 player, rank B, suggested that he check out the situation first. They were shocked at what they saw. A large kobold attacked Sang-yun. Those men took out their weapons since they assumed that it was a kobold rift. When they were about to attack, Sang-yun yelled at them not to come closer, because he planned to take it down himself. Face-off has been activated. There are no allies within 5 million radius of the target, which makes his abilities increase by 20%. Then, Sang-yun activated Psychedelic, which strengthens his body and makes him faster. The large kobold raised its weapon. Sang-yun was thrilled to try a knockback burst combined with all his skills. He's also curious what will happen to him. With a single strike, the kobold was blasted away. Its eyes widened when it flew up high. It hit the edges of the rift and got electrocuted. After it was fried, it fell on the ground. The two players were dumbfounded at what they witnessed. They knew it was Sang-yun. Sang-yun replied yes and asked if they are from the Player Association. He apologized for treating them that way earlier. They replied that it was fine, because it was thanks to him that there were no casualties. He replied that it's fine since he was just passing by from there. Hyun guessed that Sang-hyun would be getting in. He asked how they knew. Hyun replied that he heard that it's what most upper-level players do, and he wanted to come with him. Young didn't expect that from Hyun. Hyun promised Sang-yun that they wouldn't get in his way. They just wanted to see him hunt. Sang-yun smiled and told them to do as they wish. But deep inside, he finds these newbies adorable. And that made him sound like an old man. They arrived at Bopyeong Station Fissure inside midpoint. Sang-yun slashed the monsters that were in his way. Jung and Hyun were out of breath trying to catch up to him. Jung commented on how fast he was. Hyun told Jung not to focus on things like level and just keep running. He asked him if he didn't notice it based on the battles that happened outside of the fissure, that Sang-yun was gifted with an amazing battle sense or something else. And they will keep watching to learn from him. Jung argues that there's something wrong with the amount of health he still has after that battle. He couldn't answer because during his life as a player, health was something that he had always been confident about. But during the last battle, it was hard to handle. 30 minutes ago at Bopyeong Station Fissure inside the entrance. They were surprised at what they saw. The whole area was filled with monsters waiting for them. One of the kobold archers growled. Sang-hyun immediately told them to get behind him. He knew that it would happen. That's why he brought a corpse with him to act as a meat shield. The kobolds fired their arrows, while Sang-hyun and the other two hid behind their meat shield. Jung was spooked when he almost got hit. Sang-hyun was starting to think that bringing them was a mistake. He can't make any progress while trying to protect them. He bit his lip and told himself to stop acting weak. He forced himself to make it through situations like that because it's the only way he's going to be a high ranker. Another arrow was fired, but to their surprise, the kobold archer was counterattacked with a headshot. The kobolds got distracted. Sang-hyun took the chance to attack and told them that they should have kept their eyes on him. In a single strike, he severed several heads all at once. He safely landed on the ground and announced that they made it to the second floor. But to his surprise, another kobold attacked. That pushed him backwards. That caught him off guard, so he was glad he was able to react on time. Had he let his guard down, he'll be in pieces by now. That kobold is called a kobold champion. No one would have guessed that such a strong monster would be waiting on the second floor. It let out a low growl, which made Sang-hyun alarmed, because it was charging again. He thought of stopping its attack with knockback burst, but he couldn't risk his physical body on an uncertain gamble like that, so he had to reduce the total damages incurred while stopping his attack from connecting. His sword touched the shield. Not only that, but surprisingly, it pierced through it and severed the head of the kobold champion. He didn't expect that kind of damage. Not only was it enough to stop the shield, it even managed to defeat the infamously high defensive kobold champion that easily. He didn't think he'd managed to reach the necessary stats yet, so it led him to think that it was the pure strength of the great sword of fighting spirit. The kobolds were confused when the kobold champion's head rolled. Realizing the power of his sword, he grinned devilishly as he set his eyes on the other kobolds. The loud roar caught Jung and Hyun's attention. After a while, the chopped bodies scattered on the second floor. An artifact appeared. It was the Shoes of Rapid Movement. It is a pair of boots that contains the urge of an assassin who wants to be fast. It contains a blessing from the Earth Spirit, which allows the user to be 3 times faster on unworked grounds. In all other situations, the user will gain speed 2 times faster than normal. Sang-hyun wore it while expressing that it came at the right time. Kobolds are more possessive than goblins, so they usually carry artifacts. The shoes fit him well. He was glad that it fit him perfectly. Though it was funny, he wished not to contract any athlete's foot, but with it, the raid should be much easier. And on top of that, Jung and Hyun were also able to hold their ground. They finished off the kobolds at the first level. Sang-hyun admitted that they are much better in fighting than he expected, which led him to think that the raid was going to be much easier than expected. With his 5 silver rank, 4 gold, and 1 platinum artifacts, all of it combined are worth more than 150 million. On top of that, defeating the kobold herd along the way filled his health back up. He liked the effects of his new title, Clever Hunter, which allows him to restore 1 stamina for every monster that he defeats. Suddenly, he stopped on his tracks. He felt a disgusting aura. He entered the Baipyeong Fisher Central Room, King's Treasure. He was confused when he saw something sparkled in front of him. There was a mountain of treasure in front of him. He felt bad about saying it, but he thought of just grabbing everything and retiring after. He was blinded with the treasures that he could just forget about growth and goals and just do whatever he wants with those treasures. Unbeknownst to him, someone was lurking in the shadows. Someone fired a crossbow. It made the treasure scatter. Sang-hyun evaded that sneak attack and immediately counterattacked. The kobold growled. Sang-hyun expressed that he's getting tired of this same pattern. When he tried to slash it away, the kobold jumped. He didn't expect that it could dodge at that range. He sensed that it was like the kobold lured him in on purpose. This kobold is the final boss, the Emperor Kobold King. It let out a small laugh, and while it was falling, it aimed its crossbow at him. Sang-hyun got alarmed. The crossbow was fired. Sang-hyun was forced to use full charging to evade it. He realized how dangerous it was. If he didn't dodge it with full charging, it would have pierced straight through his body. He landed on the ground. He had just learned how cunning the bastard was. It grabbed an arrow from its back. Sang-hyun finds it annoying. Hyun and Jung rushed to get inside. From the looks of it, they could tell that Sang-hyun started already. They apologized for coming late. They were spooked when they saw the final monster. Due to the Kobold King's King Gaze, status ailment Overwhelm has occurred. They couldn't believe that boss. They couldn't move their body because of it. But our boy Sang-hyun charged at it. He pointed out how it dared to look away while they're fighting. His skill recovery level 1 has been activated, and due to recovery, status ailment Overwhelm has been cured. The kobold saw him coming. It used its crossbow to deflect this attack, but still, it was injured. Due to the Kobold King's skill resistance, Demon Bash didn't activate. Although Sang-hyun created an opportunity through recovery, because of the stat difference, Stun couldn't go through. Regardless, the Overwhelm earlier was deactivated. He realized that if it causes that kind of response to 2 level 100 players, then it seems to be a lot stronger than the Goblin Lord he hunted before. He didn't understand it before. But this time, he'll definitely get his hands on it. He got hyped to attack. The Kobold King took out several arrows at once. That surprised him. The Kobold King used indiscriminate barrage and fired arrows on him. He was amused at that bastard. After that attack, the Kobold King stepped back and observed for a bit. Sang-hyun could tell that it's smart, unlike the other monsters that he met so far, but the infinite arrows were crazy. It figured out that he should keep his distance from full charging, and it was trying to turn it into a war of attrition. He also knew that the bastard's Overwhelm has a shorter cooldown than his recovery. And if the Kobold King noticed that, Then Sang Yun's life was at risk without being able to do anything because of overwhelm. So he absolutely can't let it turn into a war of attrition. He thought that if he just had a way to deal with the damage from range, it would have been easier. But he thought of something and found his answer. Young asked Hyung if he's all right. Hyun replied yes and expressed that he had never been afflicted with that kind of status condition before, so he was taken aback. They watched the fight in front of them. Young commented that it's surprising how Sang-yun is holding his ground. It made them wonder if he has healing abilities. Hyun replied that it wasn't impossible for him to have one or two of them, but deep inside, he couldn't shake his anxiety. Then he saw it. The arrows are guiding Sang-yun deeper. He regretted not noticing earlier. Instantly, he informed Sang-yun that it was a trap. Meanwhile, Sang-yun was taunting the Kobold King if it was done shooting. He landed on the treasures and sank. The Kobold King grinned, and it aimed the crossbow at him and released an attack. Sang-yun saw it coming, but he couldn't move, so it hit him in his torso. Sang-yun was about to fall. It made the Kobold King grin, but it was surprised when Sang-yun called it a dumbass. He told it that it's not the only one with tricks. The system informed Sang-yun that due to the effect of sacrifice, the incoming attack was nullified, and his HP has been restored. He told the Kobold King that it should have noticed when he was taking his attacks without fighting back. Then, it was his turn. He used psychedelic and charges forward. He combined his skill with knockback burst. The Kobold King roared loudly. Hyun and Jung's jaw dropped when they saw that the gold coins were shot like shotgun shells. It made Jung wonder what kind of knockback was that. Hyug replied that it isn't what's important. He had seen countless players until then, but he never saw a player with combat sense that high before. The Kobold King bled, but it was still standing. Sang-yun approaches it. He called him a tenacious bastard. It made him grin as he got into position to fight. The Kobold King could sense his doom from that incoming attack. Its sword broke into pieces. Then Sang-yun targeted its head next. It roared loudly before its blood splurts everywhere. Then the system notified Sang-yun that he had defeated the Kobold King. The Kobold King's head fell on the ground. The system informed Sang-yun that he leveled up tremendously. He had also obtained a C-rank title, Before the Drink Goes Cold. It is a title made from an old memory by the owner of a beautiful beard. After entering a dungeon, all players will gain an Overwhelm immunity status for a 2-hour period. The owner of a beautiful beard brags that in his prime, he used to cut down enemies before his drink went cold. Sang-yun expressed that it's his first time seeing a constellation title like that. And finally, he could get his hands on Overwhelm. The loots from the Kobold King are Talisman of Despair, a platinum artifact which brings Overwhelm. The screams of despair of the Ikatus Kobold tribe are sealed within. Enemies that are exposed to those screams will be consumed and lose any will to fight. There's also the Boots of Evasion, a gold artifact, wherein it gives a special effect called Back Step. Those boots specialize in quick evasion. They are built more for moving backwards, not forward. For opponents who are not careful, it may act as a good opportunity. Next was the Necklace of Searching, a gold artifact, which brings a special effect called Search. It is a necklace made specially for the Kobold King, who needed to determine if there were any nearby opposition forces. The necklace allows the user to mark any enemies located within 100-meter radius with a red mark. Sang-yun could already tell that those items are going to be useful. He decided to take it with him and eat them when he gets the chance, because currently those two are looking at him. They called out to him. He asked what was wrong. They ran to him while yelling that they needed to get out, because the rift had started to close. He sighed because that got him worried for a second, but it was natural that the rift would close once it had been cleared. He couldn't understand why those two were overreacting. But then, he realized it. He looked at the treasures in front of him and wondered what will happen to all of those. He couldn't leave those behind, so those two had to drag him out. At Bayupyeong Station, outside the rift, a silhouette of people coming out was seen. The crowd were glad to see them back, but they got confused because Sang-yun looked so sad. They wondered what was wrong. Sang-yun was confused when a mic was shoved on his face. It was Jong-min, and the filming crew was behind him. He told Sang-yun that he's the hero who saved the Bayupyeong station, and asked him for his message. Sang-yun just let out a nervous laugh. Meanwhile, at Player Town building basement, Rank 1 training room, a woman summoned 3 Rank B golems. She is a player from the Korea Player Association, and her name is Cho Lee-hyun. She is at level 120, a mage, summoner type, at rank B+. She had a mock battle with Terry. Terry watched the golems and swiftly chopped it up, making the rocks shatter. The golem was caught off guard. She was ready to charge again. She gripped her dagger and slashed the remaining golems. Those golems shattered into pieces and fell on the ground. Lee-hyun was surprised. For Terry, they were too slow. She accepted that it's the limit of a mock battle. She thanked her for everything. She wanted that mock battle so she wouldn't forget the sensation she felt that day. She wants to fight Sang-yun again, so she regrets not asking for his contact information. She would have gotten it had Miso not interrupted them. The news caught her attention. It was reported that the rift appeared, and a nearby player managed to clear the rift on his own, and they got to interview that player. She was surprised at what she saw. It was Sang-hyun. The reporter commented that it was amazing how he manages to stay humble. Tairi was pleased since she never thought she'd see him that way again. Jong-min interviewed Sang-hyun on how his opponent was, since the Player Association estimated it to be level 150. He was underleveled compared to it, so they assumed it was difficult to defeat it on his own. He replied, that level is important to consider, but he doesn't believe that it's a deciding factor on who will win and lose. Tairi agrees with him, and based on how he responded, she could tell that he's well aware of his own capabilities. She noticed some maturity in him, as if he had gone through a lot as a player. It made her curious about who her master is. She knew of a possibility a combat lord constellation would approach him, or maybe Sang-yun had contracted a god, like her. The next day at Sang-yun's house, the artifacts were laid in front of him. He entered the gap of consciousness. With the obtained artifacts, he'll have the skills Overwhelm, Search, and Backstep. All of them are useful skills, and he thinks it's because of his luck stats. He was happy to keep growing just as he planned. Once the Age of Players began, most warriors had this kind of image attached to them. Strength is everything for warriors, and they weren't able to move away from that stereotype. With the appearance of new and stronger monsters, warriors who focused only on strength started walking down a path of self-destruction. When warriors start to lose hope, that's when it happens. The appearance of Sword Demon, Du Gyeong-soo, it changed the entire paradigm for monsters. He got rid of the armor in exchange for extra dexterity and supported his lack of defense with improved evasiveness. Rather than pure strength, he focused on skills that had high utility. In other words, he was able to do everything in any situation. He was considered an all-rounder warrior because he created that style. Although Sang-hyun never followed that path since he was too stubborn, he vowed this time to be different. The artifacts were ready to be absorbed. It became mushroom soup from a fresh kobold forest and black pepper steak from an intense kobold plains. It made him drool. He thinks that it's something that the kobold king would have eaten. He thought it would prioritize efficiency, so he didn't expect it to know more about food. But he was puzzled when there were only 2 dishes. An ominous-looking dish then appeared. It was seasoned larva from a fresh kobold swamp. It made him take back what he said earlier. The next day, in front of Sang-yun's house, people had gathered. The media yelled at the guards that they received permission. Sang-yun watches them argue from his window. He was hoping to get some fresh air, but all of that made him nauseous. The bug dish was too much for him, so he decided to stay home and rest. He had no idea what to do then because he didn't have any plans. He decided to stay home and rest since he's still tired from yesterday. Suddenly, his phone rang. He answered it. It was Kim Ji-hae from the player management department. He remembered her, then he asked why she's calling. She replied that they wanted to give him a plaque for clearing the rift. First, he was called a hero, and now he's being given a plaque, and it was a bit too much for him, especially since compared to the danger that will threaten all players in the near future. He's aware that the rift that he had stopped was just the tip of the iceberg, and he knew he had a long way to go. He chose not to accept the offer. Ji-hae didn't expect that. She requested him to pick up his dungeon priority card from them instead. It was related to the Silent Ground dungeon. He asked if it was approved. Jihai informed him that it was. Thanks to his recent accomplishments, it wasn't too difficult getting approval from above. Silent Ground is a dungeon where all named monsters use silence against their enemies. Also, in his previous life, he had a colleague who kept looking at the picture of his younger sister. The blonde, long-haired man replied that he had a habit of looking at the picture when everything was over, because it has been 10 years since their sister left them. Taehyun inquired what was the last dungeon she went to clear. The man replied that it was the Silent Ground. Since his sister mostly relied on skills, it was over before she had a chance to do something. It would have been simple for someone who had stats like him, but not for his sister. He uttered that if only he could go back in the past. When Sang-yoon remembered that, he got fired up. He had to do something in that dungeon, so he told Jihai to get it ready. A fancy car drove by. Sang-hyun was behind the wheel. He loved his modern car, though he still felt it was a bit crazy to own one. Ideally, he wanted to spend money only on artifacts. But last week, at Bupyeong Station during the Rift incident, he learned his lesson. People kept staring at him. He liked attention, but not that kind. Because of that, he swore never to take public transportation again. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Kim Ji-hae from the Player Association. He answered, and Ji-hae asked if he would be joining the Silent Ground raid since it was the first day. He said he was already on his way. Ji-hae then told him that when he arrived, another staff member would guide him. That made Sang-hyun realize how fast time had passed. While checking his results so far, he noticed how focused he'd been on training. It had already been a week since he returned from the Rift. He was eager to test out his new skill. Then he noticed something unusual. There was traffic. At that hour, there shouldn't have been any. He had even planned his trip to avoid rush hour. His face soured when he realized it would take a while to clear up. He wondered if maybe another rift had appeared. Then his eyes widened. He saw a man being interviewed near a rift. As he looked closer, he realized that it was Do Gyung-soo. Dungeon number 21 appeared at the Yoido crossing. Fans on the roadside cheered loudly for Gyung-soo. The female reporter noted how popular he always was and asked how it felt to be loved by so many fans. With a calm, almost indifferent look, he simply said it was an honor. The reporter frowned at his half-hearted response. In her mind, popularity wasn't an excuse for laziness. She pressed further, asking about his raid strategy. He answered bluntly, it was always the same. Cut down monsters. That was all. His reply caught her off guard, but strangely, she found it charming. His blunt honesty had its own appeal. The cameraman reminded her to stay focused. Then they noticed Sang-yoon peeking out from his car window. Some people in the crowd wondered if Sang-yoon had come to spy on Gyung-soo. He realized too late that he had been staring without thinking and ended up drawing attention. To make it worse, his face was already known. Someone in the crowd called it a special event, like a meeting between a god and a human. They even described Sang-hyun as a challenger to the throne of Ghostblade. A man leaned over and whispered to Gyung-soo, telling him that Sang-hyun was the player who had recently cleared a rift alone. He added that rumors said Sang-hyun used a sword style similar to Gyung-soo's. Gyung-soo smirked and said he already knew who he was. The reporter then turned to Sang-hyun, asking why he had come all the way there. They asked if he was challenging Gyung-soo. He quickly denied it. Then they noticed his car and questioned why he had changed it, even asking how much it cost. Sang-hyun felt uneasy. This wasn't the kind of attention he wanted, especially not from Gyung-soo. As he thought about how to handle the situation, he noticed Gyung-soo already staring at him and smiling. That smile threw him off. Was Gyung-soo looking down on him? The reporter pressed again, asking if this was a full challenge or just a one-time thing. Sang-hyun didn't understand what the grin meant, but to him it felt like luck to witness it firsthand. Seeing Gyung-soo like that made him realize how far he still had to go. Gyung-soo told the man beside him that it was time to leave. In his mind, he reflected that he had met many ambitious players, but Sang-hyun felt different. Sang-hyun also realized Gyung-soo wasn't looking at him with admiration, but as someone he needed to surpass. Gyung-soo remembered his name and looked forward to meeting him again. At dungeon number 66, codename Silent Ground. At last, Sang-hyun arrived at the dungeon. He thought about Gyung-soo's presence, how even while standing still he showed no openings. It made him realize that the higher the target, the greater the thrill of chasing it. He felt fired up to catch up to him at full speed. Suddenly, a woman's scream caught his attention. She shouted at someone nearby, making Sang-hyun glance over in their direction. She complained that they were supposed to raid Silent Ground that day. She demanded to know why it was suddenly Sang-Yun's turn. Sang-Yun walked over and asked if something was wrong. The staff looked shocked to see him, while the angry woman thought his timing couldn't have been worse. She snapped at him, saying that just because he was a top-ranked player didn't mean he could do whatever he wanted. She scolded him, saying that even among players, there should be some basic decency. Sang-Yun felt relieved to confirm that he hadn't gotten the date wrong. He had doubted his memory and worried he might have been mistaken, but then he remembered. This was the day his friend lost his younger sister at Silent Ground. And that furious woman was her. Still, he never imagined she'd be so outspoken. Her personality was nothing like her quiet brother's. Sang-Hyun figured it must have been tough for his friend growing up with such a sibling. Even so, he knew he couldn't hold back now. He looked her straight in the eye and replied, "So?" He chose to come off strong. He told her that no matter how unfair she thought it was, she had no right to speak to him like that. He explained that he was here according to the schedule set by the association. So what exactly was the problem? With that, he turned and headed toward the dungeon. The woman shouted furiously for him to stop. Others had to hold her back as she struggled and screamed. She threatened him, saying she knew who he was, and told him to watch his back. Sang-Yun sighed, wishing he had just taken the day off instead of dealing with his headache. At the entrance to Silent Ground, he finally stepped inside. The stench of rot greeted him immediately, just as expected from a dungeon full of monsters. Suddenly, the ground cracked open beneath him. A hand shot out from where he was standing, followed by the rest of the monster's body. Its head was nothing but a wide, gaping mouth. Every monster in this dungeon was undead. It clutched his leg with both hands. A system message appeared. You have been inflicted with the status effect Silence by the ghoul's attack. Skills disabled for 0 seconds. He was stunned. Just a touch was enough to trigger Silence. Quickly, he drew the sword from his back and drove it through the monster. But more creatures immediately crawled out of the ground, rushing him all at once. Sang-Yun knew he couldn't afford to be hit, and he had to conserve his skills. That meant this battle would come down to fundamentals, and fundamentals were exactly what he trusted most. At the Korea Player Association's Scout Team 4 Strategy Meeting Room. The next player under discussion was introduced. It was Shin Sang-Hyun. Someone asked if this was the notorious rookie often compared to Gyeong-soo. Another person reminded them that just a month ago, Sang-Hyun had only been a porter before his abilities awakened. The large man at the table finally spoke. He already knew of Sang-Hyun, Lee Jong, and Lee Hyun had praised him non-stop. This man was An Ich-hyun, the team leader of Scout Team 4. The man with glasses sitting to his left confirmed the information. He explained that Sang-Hyun had recently gained public attention. Ich-hyun admitted that Sang-Hyun's growth rate was unmatched among players, but he doubted if Sang-Hyun should be considered truly special. Compared to names like Miso, Terry, and Gyeong-soo, he wasn't convinced. The man with glasses, Shin Min-jae, the deputy team leader, agreed. He said that while Sang-Hyun's solo handling of the recent rift deserved recognition, they couldn't accurately judge how dangerous the situation really was. Because of that, they should be cautious when assessing his achievements. He even suggested that Sang-Hyun might just be skilled at manipulating the media. Someone immediately objected. Min-jae's temper flared. Everyone in the room grew tense. It was the 100th time Gahi had interrupted him. She always cut him off before he could finish his thoughts. Min-jae snapped and told her to be quiet, but Ik-hyun asked if she had something to add. She stood up, apologized for interrupting, and said yes. Gahi revealed that she had been tracking Sang-Hyun personally. As Scout Team 4's strategy scout, she explained that she had been collecting data on him over the past few days. Though it would take time to go through everything, she insisted it was worth it. According to her, this was the only way they would understand that Sang-Hyun was no ordinary player. She pulled up a chart of a typical player's growth curve, setting the level cap at 50, assuming that's where Sang-Hyun had reached. Then she switched the screen to show Sang-Hyun's growth data. Normally, a level 50 player's graph was low, with only 2 projected skills and no projected titles. Sang-Hyun's graph, however, reached the top, 11 projected skills and 7 projected titles. The others were stunned. They said it was impossible. Min-jae challenged her, asking if she had lost her ability to evaluate players objectively. He reminded her not to forget her role as a scout. The others admitted that the number of skills might be believable, but the number of titles was hard to accept. At that rate, she was suggesting Sang-Hyun match the growth of the sword demon, Do Gyeong-soo. Gahi firmly replied that her conclusion came from objective data. There was no denying it. She added that she had spoken with all of Sang-hyun's former dungeon teammates and asked if he had shown any unusual traits. One of them, Daek-young, admitted that two things stood out as odd. Ga-hee told him to focus on Sang-hyun's skills, battle sense, and presence in combat. Daek-young replied that Sang-hyun's skills were extraordinary. He had never seen anyone use stun like that before. Still, he admitted that if that was all, it wouldn't be enough to call him truly special. He stated the reason why he's special was Sang-hyun's natural combat sense. Ga-hee then asked for their opinions on Sang-hyun's combat instincts. Jo-hee and Tae-sok both responded passionately, saying his basic training was on another level. Ga-hee pressed further, asking if they meant he was simply impressive compared to players of similar rank. Jo-hee shook her head. If that were the case, she said, they wouldn't even be here talking about him. Tae-sok agreed. Though it was difficult to put into words, he explained that Sang-hyun stood out because of how well-trained he seemed. To him, it was as if Sang-hyun fought like a seasoned combat veteran with years of real battlefield experience. Ga-hee asked him to explain in detail. Tae-sok said it felt like Sang-hyun already knew what was going to happen. His ability to predict his opponent's next move was uncanny. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Sang-hyun was locked in battle with several undead. Back in the meeting, Tae-sok admitted that most players, no matter how good, reveal small weaknesses in their movements. Ga-hee nodded in agreement. Unless someone had years of experience, openings were bound to show. But Tae-sok insisted Sang-hyun was different. His body seemed to move on its own, reacting instinctively before his mind could even decide. At that same moment, Sang-hyun dodged the snapping jaws of an undead with flawless timing. Ga-hee summed up Tae-sok's explanation. Sang-hyun had an incredibly sharp sense for combat. Tae-sok confirmed it, saying it was the perfect description. No matter the situation he was caught in, Sang-hyun always had a solution ready. Right then, Sang-hyun closed the distance to an undead and cut it down with a skillful strike. Back in the meeting room, Ga-hee concluded that what set Sang-hyun apart was an instinct close to foresight. She added that his battle sense rivaled most A+ ranked players. If that ability was factored into their analysis, she argued, Sang-hyun had the qualifications to be considered an S-rank player. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Sang-hyun let out a heavy sigh. He muttered in frustration. There were just too many damn monsters. Back in the meeting room, Min-jae was in disbelief. He pressed Ga-hee, asking if she truly understood what it meant for someone to be considered S-rank. Ga-hee calmly replied that she did. Min-jae then pushed further. Was she really suggesting that Sang-hyun somehow predicted rifts would open and earn titles through that? He scoffed and sarcastically added that she might as well claim Sang-hyun had gone back in time and regressed. That caught her attention. She admitted it was an interesting theory, which only made Min-jae angrier. Ik-hyun finally told them both to be quiet. He acknowledged Ga-hee's point, that Sang-hyun wasn't just an ordinary player. He then assigned her to continue watching him closely. Min-jae tried to object, but Ik-hyun made it clear that Ga-hee would handle this alone. Ga-hee happily agreed, saying she could do her best. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Sang-hyun looked sickened by the stench. He already hated the smell of monster blood, but the foul odor of ghouls was even worse. To make things worse, they appeared out of nowhere and didn't even drop artifacts. Then he remembered something, a certain skill. His eyes glowed as he smirked, muttering that he should have used it from the start. It was his detection spell. By activating the Eyes of Detection, he could mark all monsters within a 100-meter radius, with a maximum range of 500 meters. Any that left the zone would still remain marked. He cast it, and was shocked to find that so many monsters still remained. He thought he had already cleared most of them. For a moment he considered just skipping some. Then he spotted something small, a flying insect. He wondered if even a fly could count as a monster. But since it was marked, the answer was yes. Then it suddenly exploded. A suicide fly. He managed to react just in time, escaping with only minor burns. If he hadn't, he might have lost a hand. He knew then, if suicide flies were around, there had to be magician-type monsters nearby. Soon, more flies swarmed him from all directions, exploding at once under the control of several magician monsters. They were skeletal figures cloaked in robes. Back at the meeting, Min-jae turned to Ga-hee again. He told her that he understood she thought highly of Sang-hyun, but pressed her for details. Aside from his battle sense, did she have data on any of his skills or titles? because from his perspective, her analysis suggested that Sang-hyun had some unusual method of obtaining them. He asked if he was wrong. Ga-hee admitted he wasn't. She explained that she had considered that possibility herself. It was her own theory, but if there was even a small chance that theory was correct. Inside the dungeon, Sang-hyun emerged from another blast unharmed. A glowing shield surrounded him, his defensive sword skill. By channeling his blade, he could form a barrier that blocked incoming attacks. But it came with limits. He could only move backward. 2 mana drained every second, and if the barrier was broken, he'd have to activate it again. Still, Sang-hyun grinned. It was his turn to counterattack. Meanwhile, Ga-hee finished her thought. She declared that Shin Sang-hyun could be a player beyond normal comprehension. A few days earlier, in the underground training room of Playertown's Building C, arrows were shot. Sang-hyun deflected them smoothly with his sword. It had already been 3 days since he started this training. Normally, aside from special cases like consuming artifacts or having unique abilities, gaining new skills followed a simple rule: constant training. By following known training paths, it was fairly easy to pick up passive skills. But active skills like full charging required a different approach. For those, one needed a strict routine and consistent practice. Since the conditions were so specific, most players never shared the information. Finding them usually came down to luck, though that would only be true if he didn't have years of experience to guide him. Back inside the dungeon, after Sang-hyun had used defensive sword, the magician-type beasts grew wary and curious. They produced more suicide flies. The swarm swirled straight toward him. He thought about how valuable the defensive sword was. It had taken him a lot of effort to find. As a defensive skill, it was incredible. But the drawback of not being able to advance while using it was just too limiting. Explosions shook the area, filling it with thick black smoke. Then, cutting through the haze, Sang-hyun emerged. In a blink, he closed the distance to the magician-type monsters. Grinning, he muttered that rules were always meant to be broken. The robed skeletons panicked. With a gesture, they summoned green flames, the spell Inferno. The fire expanded rapidly, surrounding the battlefield. But Sang-hyun didn't slow down. He told them it was already too late. Spinning on his heel, he cut through them with a clean slash. One figure, fully clad in armor, stood at a distance, watching as the magician beasts burned. Then a crystal appeared. It was a purple magic stone, a rare drop. A high-grade stone like that could easily sell for 100 million. The tougher the dungeon, the better the rewards. He decided to collect it later, after clearing the place. For now, he moved quickly toward the dungeon's center. With detection active, the system notified him only 1 monster remained. That surprised him. Where had all the mobs gone in such a short time? And where was this last monster hiding? A chill ran down his spine. He realized that something was behind him. It was too late to react properly. He couldn't even tell from which direction it would strike. He had no choice but to take a gamble. He jumped, praying his decision was right. The ground beneath him shattered. He hadn't expected that. Now he understood why the other monsters had disappeared. They hadn't been defeated. They had fled. Because of this thing right here, a monster that didn't care if it was facing friend or foe, it just kills everything. The Death Knight. It swung at him while he was still in midair. He wondered why it was there instead of guarding the dungeon's center. Just standing before it, Sang-hyun felt the truth. This was the monster that had killed his friend's sister, the middle boss, the Death Knight of penance and rage. He clenched his teeth, determined not to let history repeat itself. Summoning every ounce of strength, he raised his blade and blocked its strike. The clash nearly overwhelmed him. The Death Knight's strikes were unbearably heavy. Each blow forced Sang-hyun backward. Unlike ordinary undead, the Death Knight was exactly what its name implied. A knight born from death itself. To be precise, it was a monster created when the soul of a fallen knight was bound to an undying body. Its main ability, Swamp of Silence, was always active. Anyone who touched the aura beneath its feet would immediately be silenced. Because of this, the association once judged that dungeons like Silent Ground would be much easier if cleared by parties with ranged fighters. Using the ghouls in the dungeon as a reference point, they estimated Silent Ground's difficulty to be around level 120. That, however, was the association's greatest mistake. The Death Knight's true threat wasn't the swamp. It was the knight's soul itself. When the soul of a highly trained knight merged into its body, the danger level of a Death Knight skyrocketed. After this truth came to light, Silent Ground's difficulty rating was reevaluated. The Death Knight that ruled within it was later ranked between A+ and S. The Death Knight slammed him into the ground. Sang-Yun coughed blood, his chest burning. For the first time, he felt he might actually die here. A faint blue glow spread across his body. He gritted his teeth, furious. Every time he brushed against death, his old habits resurfaced. In danger, his first instinct was always self-doubt, and he knew, if that continued, he would never change. He then called out the Death Knight's attention. He glared at the looming figure, taunting it to come at him with everything it had. The Death Knight didn't move, but its expression twisted, clearly enraged. The Death Knight was surprised when Sang-Yun moved sideways. Then it chased him. It was all according to Sang-Yun's plan. He knew it would be stupid to fight it with the health points he has left. So he needed a way to recover his health points somehow. The system notified him of the number of monsters detected. There were 17 at first, but it kept increasing. Just as he expected, while the Death Knight was away, they moved toward the center to avoid the fight. He saw a door ahead of him, and he went through it. On the other side of that door were the monsters. It saw him and shrieked loudly. He targeted them and split their bodies in half by continuously attacking them, while the Death Knight was behind him. He activated the skill, Clever Hunter, a C-rank title which enables him to restore 1 stamina whenever he defeats a monster of a smaller or larger size. He was happy with that. Eventually, he recovered 35 health points due to the effects of Clever Hunter. Also, he's much faster thanks to the artifact that he got in the last rift, making it much easier to lose to whoever's chasing him. He decided to continue recovering his HP that way. He slashed the monsters in front of him as he made his way to the deepest part of the dungeon while being chased by the Death Knight. He passed through another door and reached the deepest part of the Silent Ground. He was surprised to see what was ahead of him. There was a mob of monsters. He didn't expect there to be so many left, but he liked it since it will help him completely recover his HP. He had the plan on his mind. But he was caught off guard when the Death Knight attacked him. The shock made him curse out loud. Then he saw the Death Knight slashed all the monsters in just one strike. He cursed at it again, but then he realized that the attack wasn't meant for him. He saw it made a fountain of blood from chopping off the bodies of the monsters. Then it looked at him. He realized that the Death Knight learned that he's recovering his HP, so it killed all its allies. It attacked him. Our MC attempted to strike back by using his knockback burst. He didn't mind that the Death Knight killed the monsters, since he also had recovered enough and he found an opening to attack. But to his surprise, it didn't work. It was because he was in the range of the Death Knight's Swamp of Silence, where all skills had been nullified. At this point, Sang-Yun knew he messed up. The Death Knight found its chance to attack. It blasted him towards the wall and made him cough blood. He realized that he made a stupid mistake, especially when he already took a mental note to be wary of that. All the health points that he recovered were gone. He would have died if he hadn't blocked using his great sword. It was evident in his eyes that he's losing hope. He thought of his dead colleagues, and it reminded him not to give up yet. Not when their deaths fueled him. He recalled his friend asking for a favor. He wished to be buried next to his younger sister. That time, he encouraged his friend not to give up since Breakdown was almost over, and the rescue team will soon be there. Sang-Yun encouraged him to stay awake. But unfortunately, his friend was gone. Sang-Yun was in deep sorrow, which he expressed by screaming out loud. At the present moment, the Death Knight just stood there, waiting for the smoke to be cleared up. Sang-Yun expressed that it was all wrong, that it was all his fault for trying to manage his endurance until the final boss round. He admitted that he was wrong and he's not going to repeat his mistakes. He claimed that the fight will be over. He unleashed dark energy from his body. It was the sign that he activated his skill, Psychedelic. He didn't want to give up there, and it wasn't because he's tied down by his goals or the past. He approaches the Death Knight. They moved so quickly. Sang-Yun was fueled by the things that he wanted to protect. Their swords clashed repeatedly. He could feel that just a light scratch was enough to rip away his palm's skin. He won't be able to defeat it in a pure battle of strength. But he realized something. He finally found out what it was that he was better than with the Death Knight. He evaded a powerful attack from it. The Death Knight was surprised that he was gone, and he appeared behind it. The Death Knight sensed him. Sang-hyun lectured it that its attack meant nothing if he couldn't land it, and then his sword landed on the Death Knight's armor and triggered a critical hit. Critical hit rates were affected by the player's luck stat. The current critical range was 120% to 600%. He blasted it away as the critical hit range reached 600%. The Death Knight received continuous damage. Then, it crashed on the ground. Sang-hyun clicked his tongue. Then he told the Death Knight to stop being dramatic and get up. He knew that the fight wouldn't end that easily. The Death Knight's helmet broke, and it revealed its skull covered in fiery blue flame. It used its last life's flames as sacrifice, and all physical stats had been increased. Sang-hyun waited for its next move. He's aware that all Death Knights had different skill levels, but there was one similarity among them all, and it happens when their health points were below 10%. It was about to self-destruct in 10 seconds. It was the start of the common pattern of death game of tag. The Death Knight emitted a surge of energy. With the level he was at the moment, he knew he'll die by the first attack it does. Trying to kill it was basically suicide. In that situation, he's absolutely a prey, but he won't just let himself get eaten. A prey still has its role to fulfill. 10 seconds from that, the Death Knight approaches him. It tried to claw him, but he was able to evade it. His plan was to run as much as he could. The Death Knight's attack shattered the ground. Fortunately, he was able to sidestep, but the impact still overwhelmed him. He grits his teeth and puts all his strength into running. The Death Knight turned around and chased him. There were 9 seconds left. He saw the Death Knight gathering energy on its left hand. Sang-hyun had an idea what it was doing. It extended its hand to the direction of its sword. It pulled the sword into him. The sword traveled fast back to its hand. As the timer turned to 8 seconds, Sang-hyun decided to interfere. He threw his sword to blast the Death Knight's sword away. The countdown continued. The Death Knight made a growling sound. It was so pissed. It screamed loudly as it chased after Sang-hyun. 6 seconds left, and Sang-hyun realized that he had so much time left. But his body was going into overdrive, and he could feel his lungs being crushed. But he prayed to make it. He just needs a bit more time. He forced his body to hold on. The Death Knight unleashed another powerful attack. Sang-hyun lost his balance because of the attack. At this point, only 5 seconds left. His body was scraped on the floor. He was alarmed when the Death Knight closed the gap between them. The system warned him that he's in the range of Death Knight's swamp of silence. All skills had been nullified. He forced himself to think of something, because if he doesn't, he'll die. Back then, Sang-hyun fought the monsters. Those things were sliced into 2. The battlefield was messy with the dismembered bodies and blood. But finally, he ended all those fucking ghouls. His friend arrived and asked if he was done. He replied that he just finished. He was surprised to see his friend completely fine, so it made him curious how that happened. His friend grinned and responded that it wasn't hard enough. That was news to him. Because he had a hard time with those ghouls. They spammed their silence skill, which made it difficult for him. It was basically a death sentence for a swordsman like him. His friend replied that it was the reason why he told him to get those status abnormality potions from the guild, but he never listened. He argued that he wasn't being stubborn. It was just that he doesn't see the significance of an artifact with a 2-hour-long cool time. The ghouls would have used silence to him by then. Sang-hyun's comrade replied that it was the reason why he had to use it smartly. Even if the cool time was 2 hours, he can still use it once, so he can make a change with that. He pointed out that it was to perfectly clear a raid in the situation he's given. Is the sole purpose of a player. They fooled around while he told his friend not to lecture him. He complained that if it was that easy, he'd already be a ranked player. His friend argued that he's saying the truth. Sang-hyun got more annoyed when he said that. And now, in the present moment, he realized that he was in no position to be treating his friend like that. He activated recovery skills which disable the effects of the silence. Then he used his skill, Backstep. His step backwards was heavy to the point that it made the ground crack. Backstep is a movement skill that allows him to quickly step backwards. The direction the feet are facing will be the deciding factor for the standard of backwards. For opponents who were not careful, it created a good opportunity. Using that, Sang-hyun was able to create a distance between them. There were only 3 seconds left. The Death Knight saw that he's far away again, and it got furious. It screamed out loud. With 2 seconds left, Sang-hyun was left dangling on a chandelier. He was sick and tired of this Death Knight. By this time, he had used up all his mana with backstep, and he had no more cards left on his sleeve. The Death Knight approaches him again. He let go of the chandelier, and that helped him evade the incoming attack. The timer turned to 1, followed by Sang-hyun being blasted away. He doesn't have any strength left in him, but he doesn't know how much time is left. He knew it was the end of him when he saw the Death Knight charging towards him again. He started wondering where things went wrong, but he realized that every step of the way has been riddled with mistakes. He misjudged the strength of the opponent in the beginning and took a ridiculously large amount of damage. He repeated that mistake later on, too, but at least he fought better during the end. But he felt that he should have used his regression much more wisely. Unexpectedly, the Death Knight's body started dissipating. Right before it could touch him, it made him laugh because our boy realized that he really is a lucky son of a bitch. Finally, it was all over. 10 seconds were up. At this point, he felt like he regressed one more time. The system congratulated him for defeating the Death Knight. He had earned more experience than he ever had, and he leveled up several times. Plus, his stamina had been recovered. He almost forgot about that. Complete health recovery through a big level up saved him. However, health points and stamina were separate things. He still doesn't have his stamina back. And he still has a penalty from psychedelic, too. He could keep on building penalties and go through the raid. But the final boss of Silent Ground was not an easy opponent. It would be too difficult for him to move like that. So it led him to one thought, the only thing he could do at the moment, which was to undo the psychedelic. He had to recover his stamina to take the penalty already. He thought he would be fine since he hadn't received any attacks after activating psychedelics. But unexpectedly, he felt something strange in his body. Then it was followed by pain, an excruciating pain. Psychedelic has been undone, which renders him severely exhausted because of the built-up damage. He screamed out loud. The system warned him that the build-up damage was the above permitted limit. The intensity of the exhaustion would become worse, and if the state was prolonged, it could lead to death. He wished he was informed of that ahead of time. He was in a bad situation since he's also losing his consciousness. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Silent Ground, the staff could tell something was off. The analysis showed that Sang-hyun should be out already. The sister of Sang-hyun's friend, along with her team, were in front of the gate worried that something happened there. One of them thought of making a report, but the younger sister of his friend refused that idea because Sang-hyun insisted on going there so he's accountable. But she's evidently worried. She complained that it was annoying. It made her wonder what he's still doing there. Meanwhile, Sang-hyun passed out. And that's it for this manhwa. The author will be taking a 4-month break, and then it will have new chapters again. These waifus will be back for our MC. Hopefully, you guys too. With that, I, Manhwa Dealer, thank you for supporting the series. Here's the Goddess of Luck to boost your luck stat for making it at the end of the video. And just a little teaser, here's the goddess appearing right after our boy passed out.
Sang-hyun lay there unconscious, and the monsters were closing in. They targeted him. One of the monsters was even drooling when it saw him. It was about to grab him. But the Goddess of Luck had declared that she would not forgive anyone who tried to harm her player. This scared the monsters away. The Goddess of Luck told him to stop being a crybaby and get up already. She slapped him hard. Then she scolded him, asking if this was all he had. But there was no response, so she looked around and noticed something. This made her grin. She dragged his body near the wall and lay there as well. She even fell asleep. Eventually, Sang-hyun woke up. He jolted awake and panicked, wondering how long he had been unconscious. He couldn't believe he had passed out inside the dungeon. When he tried to stand, his whole body felt sore. He cursed when he realized he hadn't known the after effects of psychedelic would be this bad. But against an opponent like that, he had no choice. He realized he had to be careful from then on. Luckily, it seemed like the ghouls hadn't chased him, but he wondered if that even made sense. Those things were suckers for corpses. And then he saw something lying beside him. He couldn't believe it. Seeing the goddess sound asleep from exhaustion, he could tell she had saved him. He had no idea what happened while he was out, but he trusted that the goddess would tell him once she woke up. In the meantime, he had to do what he could. A ring had appeared. He approached it. He was disappointed that it was the only artifact. The item was called the Silent Ring. It was a platinum-grade support-type ring artifact. Its special effect was mana circulation. Just by wearing the ring, his mana recovery speed increased by 4 times. However, this only worked inside the dungeon on nights when the moon was visible. During the day, his mana recovery would instead decrease by 2 times. No matter how strange it sounded, this ring, crafted by a vengeful spirit starving for mana, possessed an incredible ability to gather mana. This made him furious. He had worked so hard only to get a reward like this, and it wasn't even silence. He complained that it probably wasn't given to him because the Death Knight wasn't the final boss. But then he realized something. Earlier, he had defeated the Death Knight and earned more experience than ever before. Before he passed out, a status window he had never seen before appeared, so he decided to check it. His player information appeared before him. His name was Jin Sang-hyun, and he was level 83. His title was Clever Hunter along with 8 others. His constellation was the Goddess of Luck, and his exclusive skill was Devour Artifacts. He had consumed 29 artifacts. His health points were 2,038, his mana points were 247, and his experience points were 1,738. His stats showed 250 strength, 109 stamina, 83 dexterity, 71 mana, 229 luck, 33 evasion, and 65 defense. He also had 25 available stat points. He was shocked that his level had already reached 83. His jaw dropped. He seriously couldn't believe it. Especially because the last time he defeated the Kobold King, he only reached level 58. But now, just by taking down the Death Knight, he had gained over 20 levels. He wondered if he received an insane amount of experience in exchange for not getting many artifacts. Just as he expected, his growth was becoming exponential. And if he kept this up, he could become a top-ranked hunter in no time. Our boy laughed so hard that he started coughing blood. Of course, it woke the goddess up. He was bleeding badly. Later, they set up a bonfire and relaxed around it. He hadn't sat around a campfire in a long time. It had been ages since he was able to relax like this inside a dungeon, even if it was only a short break to recover his stamina. But he noticed that the goddess was relaxing a little too much. The goddess of luck told him that if he couldn't enjoy the little things in life, then luck would never come to him either. He let out a quiet chuckle. He admitted that in the past, he had tried to live like that too. But things were different now. He was determined to grasp fate with his own 2 hands. The system notified him that mana synchronization with the Silent Ring had begun. The preparations to absorb the Silent Ring were complete. Bone marrow garnished with quiet greens of the forest was served before him. He was shocked to see bone marrow and said he never thought he would get to eat something that rare. Even in his past life, he had only seen food like that on YouTube, and he always wondered what it tasted like. In the videos, people would scoop it out with a spoon before eating it. Now it was finally his turn to take a bite. The system notified him that the Silent Ring had been absorbed. He looked satisfied as he said that eating meat in front of a campfire felt like a dream. The goddess of luck wondered who was actually the one relaxing too much and looked completely dumbfounded. She became curious about how he ended up obtaining that ability. Abilities free from growth restrictions were extremely rare. He didn't know that. He explained that when players awakened, each one received an innate ability. At least, that was what he knew. The goddess of luck admitted that she didn't know much about players' individual traits. She said that if what he said was true, then obtaining an ability like that was an incredible stroke of luck. He awkwardly agreed that he really was lucky, but internally, he thought that it was a kind of luck only possible because he had regressed. The goddess of luck said it was also fortunate for her that she had met a growth-type player like him. She told him that becoming his constellation was an excellent decision. He thought about growth. At his current pace, he believed it wouldn't take long before his name spread across the entire country. However, he knew there was no end to human greed. And if the stage was no longer just the country, but the entire world, then there existed one stage no player could ever hope to reach: the realm of the true monsters. There was one man who had surpassed every limit placed on mage-type players. After mastering all 4 elemental magics, he single-handedly defended against an S-class rift, a monster above all monsters. He was the United Kingdom's first high-ranking archmage. Jarun Decay. Sang-hyun realized he was still far from being worthy enough to even look that man's way, but maybe one day he could make him his goal. Then he thought of something else and called out to the goddess. He told her that he would work hard, so she would believe choosing him was the greatest stroke of luck she had ever received. He realized he had to keep growing, and someday, make that man his target. The goddess was shocked by his words, but it made her smile. Suddenly, a massive figure loomed over him. The goddess returned to her true size and hugged him tightly. She knew she had a good eye for people, and that made her happy. She told him that what he said was admirable and that she was proud of him. From that moment on, the Goddess of Luck resolved herself to support him with everything she had. She declared that their fates were now tied together, and that her trust in player Shin Sang-yun had deepened even further. He panicked as she squeezed him and complained that it hurt and that all his muscles were aching. But thanks to the Goddess of Luck hugging him with all her strength, his stamina was fully restored. He was dumbfounded that even his muscle pain had disappeared. Meanwhile, in an eerie place guarded by a grim reaper. It was the final boss room of the Silent Grounds, the audience chamber of silence. Sitting upon the throne was the final boss himself. The weary king, Archlich. He spoke. Tandem huc per ventrum est. Then he switched languages after realizing that no matter how many times he repeated it, the other person still couldn't understand him. He acknowledged the intruder for doing well to reach this place. He wondered if this person could finally ease his boredom. The person looked confused and asked if he was seriously like this all the time. It was Sang-yun. He asked how the Archlich could just let them camp right outside his front door. But thanks to that, he managed to fully recover. He drew his sword and told the final boss that he would make it quick so he wouldn't have time to get bored. After that, he would finally leave that boring place behind. Moments later, the Archlich rained beams of magic down on Sang-yun. It laughed and said that watching him scurry around like a rat had been incredibly entertaining. Then it declared that it would see how long he could keep running his mouth. Another powerful beam shot toward him. Sang-hyun realized that the subspace skill was extremely dangerous. Weapons kept flying at him from every direction, and even while using defensive sword, properly blocking everything was becoming difficult. He couldn't even tell how many more attacks he could withstand. At this point, he was starting to wonder if those monsters ever ran out of mana. On the other hand, he knew that he definitely would if he kept using his skills like this. He had already activated his skills 4 times in a row. As he thought about it, he suddenly noticed the pattern behind the skill usage. It almost felt like the enemy was intentionally trying to bait him into draining all of his mana. The Archlich then declared that it was time to end the show. It called him Vermin. The Archlich began to transform. More bones emerged from its body, while dark cloth slowly wrapped around them. It declared that the end had come, and told Sang-yun not to be too afraid. Sang-yun told the skeleton to relax. He confidently declared that he would end the fight in the blink of an eye, though he mockingly added that the Archlich didn't even have eyes anyway. The Archlich was an undead monster capable of casting high-level magic and was classified as a high-rank mage. Compared to the Death Knight he had faced earlier, it normally wasn't nearly as dangerous. However, in its transformed state, it might actually have become the harder opponent. The reason was simple. Normally, most mages used both hands to cast a single spell. Trying to cast with only one hand made spells weaker and less accurate. Which was why the Archlich chose an incredibly simple solution. It abused its undead body and forcibly increased the number of its arms so it could cast more spells at once. Sang-yun was certain that a perfect triple cast was impossible. Even so, being able to fire 3 spells in rapid succession was still a simple but terrifyingly powerful tactic, but he already knew what he had to do. He had to take the Archlich down before it could fully make use of that ability. The Archlich declared that he had made a grave mistake. The Archlich activated Language of Silence. Glowing symbols suddenly surrounded Sang-yun, and he froze in shock. He had been inflicted with the status effect, Silence. For 3 seconds, he would be unable to use any skills, but to Sang-yun, that didn't matter at all, because even without skills, he was more than strong enough to cut off its head. Which was exactly the Archlich's point. Sang-yun's eyes widened when the Archlich suddenly vanished and reappeared behind him. The Archlich used the skill Extreme Close Range Blink. It declared that he had made a grave mistake, once again calling him Vermin. Then it cast Flames of Purgatory. The Archlich mocked him, saying he should not grieve over suffering from such terrible luck. But suddenly, it froze in shock. Sang-yun's sword was pointed just an inch away from its face. Then came the Archlich's loud scream. Our boy's attack went through. It couldn't understand how this happened. Sang-yun told it that it was wrong about one thing. He never had bad luck, because luck had always been on his side. The Archlich's head rolled across the floor. It still couldn't believe it. It desperately asked how it happened. Sang-yun looked amused by the question. He pointed out that the Archlich had been watching him the entire time, so it should already know the answer. He revealed that he possessed a skill capable of undoing silence. The Archlich knew that already because it had witnessed it during Sang-yun's previous battle. It understood Sang-yun's fighting style, and it even knew the limits of his mana capacity. It was certain its calculations were flawless. The Archlick insisted that Sang-hyun should not have been able to use any skills. Its calculations had been perfect. But Sang-hyun pointed out the flaw in the Archlick's logic. If someone overcame their limits, then even vermin could continue to grow stronger. He activated mana circulation. Its special effect activated passively and had no cooldown. Through the effects of Devour artifacts, the ring's ability remained active even without equipping it. As a penalty, the effects of mana circulation were cut in half. Even so, during nights when the moon was visible inside the dungeon, his mana recovery speed still increased by 3 times. During the day, it would instead become 1.5 times faster. Meanwhile, his friend's sister looked shocked. She saw Sang-hyun walking out alive. She couldn't believe it. Someone hurriedly shouted for the cameras to start rolling because the interview was about to begin. Sang-hyun looked completely confused. He asked what was going on. A massive crowd of reporters and cameramen stood in front of him. Then, in the blink of an eye, they all rushed toward him. One reporter shoved a microphone right into his face while rapidly throwing questions at him. At the same time, a medic checked his pulse. Others kept bombarding him with questions about his injuries, whether he lost a lot of blood, what his blood type was, and whether he had any pre-existing conditions. Completely overwhelmed, Sang-hyun shouted for them to stop crowding him and give him some space. Then he suddenly noticed someone. His old friend stood beside his younger sister. The sister insisted that Sang-hyun was obviously fine now, so there was no reason for her to ask for his help. She denied being worried about him. Meanwhile, Sang-hyun's old friend looked confused about why Sang-hyun kept staring at him. The people around them continued making a huge commotion, but Sang-hyun's attention remained fixed on his old friend, as if the two of them were the only people there. And deep inside, Sang-hyun felt relieved, because he had finally repaid his debt. Back then, 10 years after awakening, Sang-hyun had hit a wall. His growth had completely stagnated. Because he had poured everything into his Devour artifacts skill, he failed to build meaningful relationships with other players. In the end, he became isolated from the entire player world. It was just another ordinary day where nobody paid attention to him. Then, the guild leader, his old friend, asked if he wanted to join them for a raid. The man awkwardly explained that one of their members suddenly came down with a stomachache. Apparently, the guy had eaten expired scallion kimchi without realizing kimchi could actually expire. The others joked that this was exactly why people needed a kimchi fridge. Even so, they mentioned that the absent member was also a swordsman. Sang-hyun noticed how genuinely happy their guild looked. Since he had never truly belonged anywhere, he found himself wanting that same feeling of security. But in the end, he apologized and said he planned to raid alone that day. It was a petty act of pride. After spending 10 years as a player, he couldn't stand the thought of others seeing him fail to meet even the most basic standards. And because of that pride, he nearly lost his life, until someone arrived and told him that things could have ended far worse. It was the same man who had invited him to the party. The man asked if he was all right. That overly kind guy had followed him into the dungeon. Sang-hyun was certain that without him, he would have died there. The man awkwardly explained that his guildmates assumed Sang-hyun rejected their offer because of the scallion kimchi story, so they worried he might enter the dungeon alone because he got annoyed at them. In the end, they rushed over just in case. Sang-hyun sincerely thanked him. For the first time, he was finally able to let go of his inferiority complex and start over. If it weren't for this man back then, he never would have changed. After that, he accepted the guild's offer without hesitation, and he eventually grew attached to the guild they built together. It wasn't a powerful guild, but it was a guild that protected weaker players. And it reminded him why he became a player in the first place. But one night the man suddenly declared that he was seriously quitting this time. He shouted that he truly couldn't handle it anymore. Sang-hyun commented that he always said that, and asked what he planned to do after quitting. The man shouted that he would rather do literally anything else. He said he would work part-time jobs, become a farmer, or whatever it took. Then, he revealed the truth. He was terrified, facing death again and again, watching people die right in front of him. It had become too much for him to bear. He asked Sang-hyun if he had ever explained why he created the guild in the first place. It was because his younger sister had run away from home. That was why he decided to help players in danger, and that was how he had lived his life ever since. However, he recently heard that another guild member who ended up in the ICU had quit just the day before. Despite receiving so much help from him, Sang-hyun admitted that he still wasn't strong enough to help when it truly mattered. He wanted to tell the man to just quit. But the guild had already grown too large. There was no way the man could abandon all the members whose livelihoods depended on him. Sang-hyun couldn't bring himself to say anything. back in the present. Sang-hyun approached him and pressed a fist against his chest. But now, he finally had the chance to say those words himself. He told the man to never think about forming a guild. He warned him that it would only make his life miserable. The man stared at him in complete shock. Then he awkwardly apologized and admitted that he didn't remember ever meeting him before. Meanwhile, his younger sister shouted angrily at Sang-hyun. She accused him of messing with her family after already stealing a dungeon from her. Sang-hyun quietly walked away, while praying that this time, the man would get to live a happier life. At the Dimension Core residential sector B slums, different creatures wandered through the eerie and filthy streets. A massive creature held a backpack between its fingers while mumbling words no human could understand. Meanwhile, a mysterious man muttered that it was already too late. He realized he needed to carry out his plan immediately. The news then reported that, thanks to information provided by player Sang-hyun, the dungeon's Silent Grounds had its danger level adjusted. Until now, Silent Grounds had been considered a dungeon with unusually high casualties compared to its assigned rank. It was revealed that a monster known as the Death Knight was far more dangerous than the other monsters found within the dungeon. As a result, entry into Silent Grounds was completely prohibited until its proper danger level could be reassessed. The report added that the association's careless administrative policies had led to countless unnecessary deaths. After hearing the broadcast, Sang-hyun quietly remarked that it was good. He was certain that the tragedy from the past would no longer happen again. He wondered if, after regressing, he had finally managed to save someone for the first time. He realized he had gained a lot from entering Silent Grounds, and it was not just artifacts and titles. He had also obtained information about the late bloomer model student. On top of that, he received several incredible items. One of them was the Dimensional Bag. It was a platinum artifact and a support-type accessory. Its special effect was subspace. According to the description, a mage's failed experiment had accidentally opened a dimensional gate. Yet the only thing left behind was a bag connected to an infinitely vast subspace. Through this bag, the user could break free from the limits of physical reality itself. He could store and retrieve items freely without worrying about their weight or size. The next item was the Lich Ring. It was a gold artifact and a support-type accessory. Its special effect, Silence, consumed 25 mana. It was a ring favored by the Archlich, and it was required to cast the Swamp of Silence spell. The silent energy contained within the ring threatened to swallow all light and warmth in the world. Lastly, there was the Telekinesis Necklace. It was also a gold artifact and a support-type accessory. Its special effect, Telekinesis, allowed the user to move objects with the power of their mind. Through the necklace, he could summon any designated item using telekinesis. However, items weighing over 200 kilograms could not be summoned through the skill. In addition, the heavier the designated target was, the longer the summoning process would take. Sang-hyun was completely stunned. The rewards were simply insane. He already knew silence would appear, but he never expected to obtain both subspace and telekinesis as well. Those two skills alone would massively increase his flexibility in combat. Depending on how he used them, he might even reach an entirely different level. In his previous life, he had never once heard of anyone obtaining abilities like these. He wondered if he was finally going to earn the title of the First. The Goddess of Luck complained that despite all the blessings she had given him, he still had not properly thanked her even once. Sang-hyun quickly admitted that he was extremely grateful to the goddess. But the Goddess of Luck insisted that he should express his gratitude more sincerely. At that moment, the three artifacts suddenly began undergoing mana synchronization. Then bizarre foods started appearing one after another, like purple soul macarons, whispers of the void meringue, and the legendary millefeuille of infinite layers. He stared at the dishes in confusion. He questioned what was going on with the names of the food this time. Then, he cursed the Archlich and wondered what kind of things it had been eating all this time. He decided to try the millefeuille of infinite layers first. The taste completely caught him off guard. He was shocked to discover that, just like its name suggested, it truly had infinite layers. It felt as though there was no end to the layers of millefeuille melting inside his mouth, and the endless waves of flavor overwhelmed his senses. To him, it tasted like a dream. He suddenly felt guilty for looking down on desserts his entire life. From the bottom of his heart, he sincerely apologized to every dessert he had ever underestimated. At that moment, he began absorbing the three artifacts. Eventually, the absorption process was completed. Sang-hyun admitted that although the Archlich never seemed to shut up, it honestly had not been that bad after all. He even acknowledged that the Archlich actually had pretty good taste. Looking at the screens in front of him, he realized he now had to make a decision. He was given the option to bind either silence or telekinesis. The moment he selected Great Sword of Fighting Spirit as the left side choice, the system automatically identified the right side option as telekinesis. He did not even need to think twice about that one. To him, the real problem was silence. Unlike stun or freezing, it did not have a lasting effect. Because of that, he doubted binding it to full charging or knockback burst would create much impact. He also knew he needed to consider the skill delay as well. Since he still did not know the risks involved, he decided this was the safest choice for now. In the end, he chose to bind silence to basic attack. An additional requirement immediately appeared, stating that certain conditions had to be fulfilled in order to bind the absorbed effect silence to basic attack. He stared at the message in surprise. The system explained that by consuming 1 mana with every basic attack, he would be able to apply the effect of silence. Then it asked if he wished to proceed. Sang-hyun quickly realized that spending 1 mana per basic attack was actually an absurdly dangerous effect. That basically meant he could continuously apply silence to every attack as long as he kept spending mana. He then remembered the mana-related title he had obtained earlier after defeating that enemy. The title was called End of a Twisted Desire. It was a B-rank title. The description stated that one mage's failed research had led to a slow descent into the powers of darkness. However, even within a fate twisted by darkness, the mage's pure passion had remained intact. As a result, Sang-hyun inherited the mana the Archlik had regretfully left behind before death. The title's effect granted plus 150 mana. He realized that if he combined this with mana circulation, he would be able to maintain a constant reserve of mana. However, if he ever became surrounded by large numbers of weaker monsters, the effect could easily turn into a dangerous liability instead. Sang-hyun quietly wondered what he should do next. After thinking deeply, he slowly grinned. He decided that sometimes people simply had to take risks. He knew he could never continue growing if he stayed inside his comfort zone forever. In the end, silence was successfully bound to basic attack. From that point onward, whenever basic attack activated, the effect of silence would also be applied depending on the target's resistance. Suddenly, a portal opened behind them. The surrounding energy instantly turned cold and bleak. Sang-hyun immediately asked the Goddess of Luck if she had summoned another constellation. He muttered that he would honestly feel bad if he ended up rejecting another one again. But the Goddess of Luck looked genuinely confused, insisting she had nothing to do with what was happening. 3 new constellations suddenly appeared before him. The great conqueror of the Mongols declared that Sang-hyun had left a deep impression on him with his fierce and manly brutality. Meanwhile, Sun-kin stated that a rough diamond like Sang-hyun deserved a supporter capable of providing proper rewards and guidance. The Goddess of Luck immediately exploded in frustration, complaining about other constellations showing up even though they clearly knew she was already here. She demanded that they all leave immediately. However, a completely new goddess suddenly appeared and calmly declared that no player should ever be monopolized by a single constellation. The Goddess of Luck stared at the newcomer in total disbelief. The new goddess casually told the great conqueror of the Mongols to move aside. The conqueror simply laughed before obediently stepping away for her. Sang-hyun looked at the newly arrived goddess and felt like he could already guess who she was just from her appearance alone. He wondered if her alias really matched her personality that perfectly. The new goddess smiled. Then she said she had been carefully watching his courageous spirit this entire time. She admitted that his actions had left a strong impression on her, which was why she had personally chosen to appear before him. The new goddess confidently declared that a man like him was more than worthy to stand at her side. She arrogantly insisted that he should abandon some outdated old goddess and instead stand beside someone sophisticated and glamorous like her. The Goddess of Luck instantly snapped. She furiously shouted that a shameless goddess with no respect for authority dared to steal her position. Meanwhile, the new goddess calmly ordered the other constellations to remove those ancient relics of a forgotten era from her noble sight. The Goddess of Luck could only repeat the word ancient over and over in complete disbelief. The new goddess mocked her, claiming that luck was the only thing she had going for her anyway. Sang-hyun honestly had no idea what kind of relationship the two shared, but one thing was painfully obvious. These two absolutely hated each other. He even started wondering if there was only enough room in the world for one goddess. The new goddess then declared that she possessed secret information she could share with him. She insisted that if he listened to her information and formed a contract with her, she would tell him everything. While restraining the struggling Goddess of Luck, the new goddess calmly revealed that the information concerned the late bloomer model student. The moment he heard those words, Sang-hyun suddenly grabbed her arm. He urgently asked if that constellation had already formed a contract with another player. Then he immediately changed the question and demanded to know how that person was doing and what he had been up to until now. The new goddess explained that while traveling, she had accidentally discovered him within the slums of the Dimension Core. She added that the man had become completely obsessed with the eschatology of the Dimension Cores. The new goddess then smiled and declared that if Sang-hyun truly wished to learn more about him, he would first have to abandon the goddess of luck and form a contract with her instead. Sang-hyun returned to his room. He quietly repeated the phrase, eschatology of the Dimension Core, to himself in confusion. He could not understand what she had meant by it. Back when they had been together in his previous life, that person had never once mentioned anything remotely similar. Just then, he was surprised when the goddess of luck suddenly appeared before him. The moment she arrived, he immediately asked whether she had managed to gather any information. The goddess of luck apologized and explained that the person could not be found anywhere within the slums. Sang-hyun quietly thanked her for taking the time to investigate it anyway. The goddess of luck happily commented that it was honestly refreshing to see him humble that sly cat goddess for once. Sang-hyun continued wondering why that person had been inside the slums in the first place, a location usually filled with those who had failed to become constellations. Frustrated and confused, he cursed quietly under his breath. More than anything, he desperately wanted to know where that person was and what exactly he had been doing all this time. Meanwhile, inside Hyunjong Corporation, the company president was informed that the new participant list for the upcoming open market had arrived. She looked mildly amused. As she examined Sang-hyun's profile, a faint smile appeared on her face. She commented that they had gained quite an interesting guest this time. This woman was Han Hyunjong, a level 900S plus rank player. Sang-hyun drove his car. Even while driving, he continued investigating the matter. However, no matter how much he searched, he could not find anything related to either the late bloomer model student or the eschatology of the Dimension Core. Even so, he knew that did not mean he could recklessly form a contract with that goddess. He believed the new goddess likely wanted to form a constellation contract with him so she could eventually ascend into a mythical constellation. After all, there had been cases where a constellation's rank rose alongside the growth of their contracted player. But if he formed a contract with the goddess of luck and some kind of disaster happened, he knew his chances of survival would be much higher. On top of that, there was no guarantee the new goddess would even succeed in becoming a mythical constellation in the first place. Meanwhile, the goddess of luck happily admitted that she still felt satisfied every time she remembered the shocked look on that cat goddess's face. At that moment, the navigation system announced that they had arrived at their destination. Sang-hyun quietly sighed in relief that they had finally made it. The destination was the Yunjong Market. The place was commonly known as the Open Market. Just as its name implied, it was a location where people could freely buy and sell artifacts. Up until then, most artifact transactions had been handled directly between players themselves. However, the open market guaranteed complete safety in exchange for an expensive commission fee. Still, Sang-hyun believed it was only natural for a market like this to eventually appear. Players constantly traded valuable goods at outrageous prices, and those trades were frequently followed by robberies, betrayals, and violent incidents. That was why the single most important value of the open market was safety. Most open markets around the world were operated by massive guilds. Among them, the undisputed #1 market in the country was the Hyunjong Market. Although the Hyunjong Market belonged to the powerful guild known as the Hyunjong Corporation, the guild itself was not overwhelmingly dominant through strength alone. It was not the kind of organization that could hold the nation's top market purely with military power. Despite that, Hyunjong Market still stood at the very top for one simple reason. Han Hyunjong, the leader of Hyunjong Corporation, the world's only S+ rank buff player. High-ranking players from all across the globe gathered at the Hyunjong Market she operated. In a way, those elite players themselves became invisible guards who naturally maintained peace within the market. After all, anyone hoping to receive Han Hyunjong's buffs would have to wait in line stretching longer than several football fields combined. In a place like that, nobody would dare cause trouble. Thinking about it again, Sang-hyun realized just how terrifying that old woman truly was. At that moment, a female employee approached him. Before allowing him to enter, the staff member politely explained that they needed to verify his entrance code and identity. Sang-hyun introduced himself as Shin Sang-hyun and explained that he had received his entry permission around a day ago. After checking his information, the employee politely thanked him. Then she informed Mr. Sang-hyun that he had been granted access all the way down to the 8th basement floor. Sang-hyun was stunned. The 8th basement floor was the VIP floor. Confused, Sang-hyun wondered if Han Hyunjong had evaluated him quite highly. Still, he decided he should at least take a look around. At that moment, someone nearby suddenly called out Shin Sang-yun's name and asked why he had not come together with Kim Miso that day. Another person questioned why he would even be with her in the first place. The man casually replied that the two of them were supposedly dating. Someone else commented that after Kim Miso lost her boyfriend in an accident caused by greed, it was understandable that she would date another player afterward. Another person replied that they personally would never feel comfortable dating her either. Sang-hyun immediately felt uncomfortable listening to the conversation. He had accidentally overheard something he really should not have. At the same time, he could not help wondering why people enjoyed gossiping about others so casually. Nearby, someone jokingly said that they would still date her if she asked. Another man laughed and added that he would just toy with her instead. Sang-hyun realized that Kim Miso truly had it rough if this kind of slander followed her around everywhere she went. He knew he should probably ignore it, but he was not mature enough to simply smile and act like the bigger person. So instead, he loudly remarked that Hyunjong Market was surprisingly liberal right from the entrance. He openly questioned how people could casually spit out such filthy nonsense without shame. Almost immediately, the men were escorted outside by security. The group looked completely confused as they demanded to know why they were suddenly being kicked out. The guards calmly replied that everything would be explained once they were outside. The men exploded in anger, shouting that Hyunjong Market had no right to treat guests this way. The security staff then coldly informed them that the market was free to treat anyone on the blacklist however it pleased. Sang-hyun grinned widely as he watched them get dragged away. In his head, he quietly thought to himself that this was apparently how adults fought. Then, with a calm smile, he decided it was finally time to begin. He stepped into the elevator. First, he decided to visit the VIP area located on the 8th floor. After selling all the drops from the silent grounds, Sang-hyun had earned a total of 3.9 billion. Even so, he doubted that amount was enough to purchase artifacts from the VIP floor. Still, he believed that even window shopping there would be motivating enough on its own. After all, the VIP floor of Hyunjong Market was a place he had never once seen in his previous life. He was certain that simply experiencing it would greatly help his growth. Eventually, he arrived at the VIP room on the 8th floor. A woman introduced herself as Song Ah-yeon and explained that she would be guiding him through the VIP section. She politely added that if he preferred not to have a guide, he only needed to let her know and she would wait nearby in case he needed assistance later. Sang-hyun honestly felt completely out of place there. To him, it felt like a child suddenly wandering alone into a luxury department store. Still, he told himself that he could not back down now, especially when he might eventually become a regular customer there in the future. In the end, Sang-hyun politely accepted Song Ah-yeon's guidance. She smiled and replied that she understood, then kindly asked him to let her know if he had any questions about anything at all. He looked around the displays, and the moment he saw the first item's price, he was completely overwhelmed. 140 billion won. Ah-yeon explained that the item was an epic-grade artifact known as the Book of the Abyss, and that its listed sale price was indeed 140 billion won. Sang-hyun quickly replied that he already understood, but since he was a swordsman, book-type artifacts were not useful to him anyway. Ah-yeon immediately apologized and politely offered to guide him toward artifacts better suited for swordsmen instead. Trying his best to maintain a calm expression, Sang-hyun replied that he was fine for now. Inside, however, he desperately prayed she had not noticed him freeze the moment he saw the price tag. Nearby guests continued admiring another item, saying they never imagined they would see something like that with their own eyes. Others wondered who in the world would even buy such an outrageously expensive artifact after bringing it into the country. Curious, Sang-hyun asked what everyone was looking at over there. Ah-yeon explained that it was a special exhibition stage used to display merchandise the market had recently acquired. Of course, those displayed items were also available for purchase. Ah-yeon then offered to explain the displayed artifact to him. But Sang-hyun politely declined and said he wanted to take a look at it himself this time. As he walked closer, he wondered what exactly made the display special and just how incredible the artifact had to be for people to react like that. Then, he saw it. The artifact glowed brilliantly while flames swirled around it. Its name was the Mage Stone, artifact grade, almighty. Seller, Jaron Decay. Domestic sales agent, Han Hyunjong. The moment Sang-hyun saw the word almighty, he completely froze in shock. That was the highest rank among all 9 artifact grades. He had never once imagined he would actually see one in real life. Then his eyes slowly moved toward the price tag. Starting price, 3 trillion won. Sang-hyun genuinely felt dizzy staring at the number of zeros. He wondered if the fact that Jiran Decay was casually selling an artifact of that level meant the man already possessed equipment of an even higher caliber himself. After all, if someone could casually sell an artifact perfectly suited for their own class, then they probably owned far more ridiculous treasures already. Sang Hyun let out a bitter laugh. He had originally come there to motivate himself. Instead, all he could feel now was just how powerless he still was. Meanwhile, at the Hyunjong Market 4th basement floor, Platinum Zone, Sang Hyun checked another display. This time, the starting price was 700 million won. He awkwardly laughed and admitted that it was definitely not cheap either. Still, compared to the horrifying wall of zeros he had seen earlier, this somehow felt far healthier for his mental state. Unexpectedly, someone approached him. The man introduced himself as Jong Jun-hyuk and politely asked what kind of artifacts Sang Hyun was searching for. Sang Hyun immediately recognized the name. In the future, Jong Jun-hyuk would become famous under the alias Perfect Storm. He was one of the many legendary players who rose to prominence after the regression. Sang Hyun replied that he was not looking for anything specific and had only been browsing around. Jun-hyuk then asked whether he would like to take a look at some of his artifacts as well. He explained that there was one particular artifact he had been struggling to deal with because it simply did not suit him very well. Then he pulled up the item information and offered to let Sang Hyun inspect it more closely. The artifact was called the Stream of Life Ring. It was a platinum-grade support-type ring. Its special effect, Stream of Life, granted plus 50 mana. Its passive effect automatically consumed a constant percentage of mana in order to recover stamina over time. It could restore up to 5% stamina every 10 minutes. Its active effect allowed the wearer to consume 20% of their current mana in exchange for recovering 30% stamina instantly. In addition, when the wearer's mana dropped below 10%, while the passive effect was active, mana would automatically be consumed to restore HP equal to 5% of the wearer's maximum stamina. The cooldown time was 1 hour. Sang Hyun wondered if Jun-hyuk was planning to use the direct transaction exemption system right there on the spot. Unlike other open markets, the Hyunjong market operated under a unique policy known as direct transaction exemption. Normally, the Hyunjong market charged a massive 5% transaction fee in exchange for providing safety and convenience during trades. However, if two players agreed to conduct a direct transaction inside the market itself, they would be exempt from paying that fee entirely. Sang Hyun admitted to himself that the artifact was honestly pretty good. Since he had already acquired a mana-related title, he felt the ring would actually suit him extremely well. But he still apologized and explained that the artifact was slightly different from what he had truly been searching for. Jun-hyuk calmly replied that it was completely fine. Deep down, the kind of artifact Sang Hyun truly wanted was something so worthless that nobody would even think about buying it in the first place. That way, after devouring it, he could use its effects in completely different ways. And most importantly, those kinds of artifacts were far cheaper too. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by loud shouting nearby. Someone was scolding another person for eating inside the market. A girl was casually sitting on the floor holding a slice of pizza, while several pizza boxes were piled up beside her. The guards looked absolutely furious. The girl argued that she was simply eating food she had bought with her own money. She also pointed out that she had never seen any official rules banning food from the area. The guard replied that even if there was no written rule, basic manners still existed because everyone else had to deal with the smell. Apparently, this had already been happening for several days, and it was not just a few slices either. She had been bringing entire stacks of pizzas. The girl awkwardly asked whether he wanted some pizza too, though she immediately clarified that she was not actually planning to share any with him. The employee looked personally offended and asked whether she seriously believed he was acting like this because he wanted to eat her pizza. Feeling pressured, she reluctantly offered him a bite of the free review spaghetti she had received earlier instead. Jun-hyuk casually commented that she was causing trouble again. The guard loudly shouted that he did not want any food from her. Meanwhile, the girl argued that the pizza had not done anything wrong. Then she added that, technically, she had not really done anything wrong either. Sang Hyun then approached her and politely apologized for interrupting her meal. Then he asked if she could show him the information for the artifacts she was selling. While casually taking another bite of pizza, she told him to just pick up the artifacts and inspect them himself, since it was not like he was going to steal them anyway. Sang Hyun then grabbed the ring artifacts. The moment he examined them, he immediately felt it. These were perfect for him. Exactly the kind of artifacts he had been searching for. The first artifact was the Ring of Speed. It was a platinum-grade support-type artifact. Its special effect was speed, along with plus 10 dexterity. The ring allowed the wearer to move at explosive speeds far beyond normal human limits. Double speed consumed 20 mancha per second. Triple speed consumed 30 mancha per second. And quadruple speed consumed 40 mancha per second. The second artifact was the Potential Reinforcement Ring. It was also a platinum-grade support-type artifact. Its special effect was called Just a Little Faster. With the ring's long-sealed power finally released, the wearer's hidden potential awakened. By consuming 10 mana every second, the wearer's dexterity stat could increase by 1.5 times. However, once the wearer ran out of mana, the enhancement would immediately disappear. Sang-hyun instantly realized it felt similar to when he previously obtained Lighten. The effects were incredibly powerful, but the mana consumption was absolutely ridiculous. Because of that, nobody had shown any interest in purchasing them. Without hesitation, Sang-hyun immediately declared that he would buy both rings. Then he asked for the price. The girl awkwardly admitted that she personally liked those artifacts a lot herself, so she suggested that 1.2 billion won for the speed-focused ring and 1 billion won for the potential-focused ring would be fair prices. Sang-hyun silently stared at her without responding. Feeling pressured by the silence, she quickly added that since he was buying both together, she could lower the combined price to 2 billion won. But Sang-hyun continued glaring at her without saying a single word. The pressure became unbearable. Finally, she nervously announced that since she was currently in an especially cheerful mood from eating pizza, she would offer him a special discount. 1.8 billion won. Sang-hyun continued staring at her. In the end, the two finally settled on 1.3 billion won. Sang-hyun thanked her for the deal. The girl laughed and commented that he was surprisingly good at haggling. Of course, she had no idea that Sang-hyun had spent most of his previous life dirt poor. To him, bargaining like this was simply natural. After completing the purchase, Sang-hyun casually mentioned that he would be heading out now. The girl happily replied that she planned to buy herself something delicious to eat first. Then, with the remaining money, she intended to donate the rest to an orphanage. Sang-hyun became curious. So she explained that she personally ran an orphanage herself. Then she proudly showed him a picture. It was a photo of her together with several adorable children. The moment Sang-hyun saw it, his eyes widened in shock. It was the Joy Orphanage, the very orphanage where he himself had grown up. She quickly noticed his reaction. Sang-hyun had suddenly gone pale, so she asked if something had happened. He replied that he had simply remembered something from the past. Then he explained that he happened to know about the orphanage, although he believed it no longer existed anymore. The girl looked genuinely surprised. She confirmed that the orphanage had indeed been destroyed after being attacked during the collapse. Then she curiously asked how he even knew about the place. Sang-hyun replied that he simply happened to know someone who used to live there. Deep down, however, he felt it was safer to hide the fact that he himself had grown up in that orphanage. After all, there were plenty of people who targeted players simply because they assumed all players were rich. At that moment, he became certain that the reason she needed so much money for the orphanage was likely for private security. And since she herself was also a player, he figured people probably bothered her about it even more. The girl then explained that her parents had operated the orphanage a long time ago. That was why she had recently decided to rebuild and revive it herself. Sang-hyun quietly admitted that he had no idea. She then smiled and told him to stop by sometime whenever he had the chance. After that, she handed him the orphanage's business card. Proudly, she explained that the children themselves had drawn the illustrations on it. Then she happily asked whether he thought it looked cute. Sang-hyun stared silently at the card in shock. He awkwardly laughed and admitted that it definitely looked cute. The drawing itself was basically just piles of money everywhere. It honestly made him think those kids already had very realistic dreams. But behind that awkward laugh, Sang-hyun quietly swallowed hard. Suddenly, he felt strangely emotional. The orphanage where he had grown up had truly been a warm and wonderful place. Several of the children there had survived the collapse and were eventually transferred to different institutions afterward. He quietly wondered how all of them were doing now. Sang-hyun desperately tried to hold back his tears. For a moment, he almost burst into tears in front of someone he had only just met. But he immediately told himself that he absolutely could not let that happen. He realized he was becoming emotional over something so small. Even so, he barely managed to suppress it. He had never realized before that having someone else treasure the same memories he carried could feel this fulfilling. At that moment, Sang-hyun quietly decided that he would visit the orphanage soon, in another setting, at the Eden Guild headquarters in Uido. Sang-hyun stepped inside the building. Someone immediately greeted him. A muscular, middle-aged man wearing an orange jumper welcomed him and said they had been waiting for his arrival. The man introduced himself as Jinho. Then he invited Sang-hyun upstairs. Internally, Sang-hyun awkwardly laughed to himself, thinking that he never expected Jo Jinho himself to greet him the moment he walked through the entrance. Even though he had only stopped by on a whim, he realized he now needed to take the situation seriously. An hour earlier, Sang-hyun told the seller that he would contact her again sometime later. She happily replied that she was fine with that since the children would probably love seeing him too. At that moment, Sang-hyun suddenly received a phone call. He apologized and explained that he needed to answer it, asking whether she minded. She quickly replied that it was not a problem at all and mentioned that she should probably get going as well. She added that she was glad they had successfully managed to complete the deal today. Sang-hyun then answered the call. It was Kim Miso. The moment he questioningly said her name out loud, Miso immediately realized that he apparently had not even saved her number. She called because they were about to receive an assignment for a gate raid. It was a 2-person gate with a minimum requirement of level 130. The location was Nowon Station. The dungeon's name was the Black Gate. The name immediately sounded familiar to Sang-hyun. Then he remembered. The Black Gate was the exact same dungeon that Kang Boa, the Arbiter of Swords, had successfully cleared for the very first time. Afterward, she publicly revealed the strategy required to conquer the Black Gate. From what Sang-hyun remembered, perfect coordination between companions was considered the absolute minimum requirement for clearing the dungeon. Still, he believed that he and Kim Miso had worked together fairly well so far. On top of that, archers and swordsmen naturally had excellent compatibility together. And if his memory was correct, the reward for the first successful clear of the Black Gate was something truly extraordinary, like an epic-grade artifact. Those things could easily sell for around 120 billion won. The moment he heard that, Sang-hyun enthusiastically told Miso that he'd definitely participate. He asked what he needed to do and suggested heading to her guild first so they could properly discuss the plan. Miso told him to come over so they could figure things out. Honestly, Sang-hyun was looking forward to it. At the very least, it would stop him from being the pathetic loser drooling in the corner of Hyunjong Market. Jinho noticed the strange expression on Sang-hyun's face and asked if something happened. Sang-hyun replied that it was nothing. The two of them then headed up to the 4th floor. Jinho explained that Miso was in a meeting with the guild president, so he'd temporarily act as Sang-hyun's guide instead. Then he jokingly apologized, saying it might feel uncomfortable having an old man like him showing him around. Sang-hyun laughed and assured him that he wasn't uncomfortable at all. Jinho explained that once they passed through the next area, they'd arrive at the special training room. It was considered one of the greatest prides of the Eden Guild. However, there were restrictions regarding who was allowed to use it. The moment Sang-hyun entered the area, he immediately noticed that the atmosphere had completely changed. Jinho laughed and admitted that he felt exactly the same every single time he came there too. He then explained that nobody was scheduled to use the facility that day, so Sang-hyun could relax and make himself comfortable. Then they opened the door. Sang-hyun immediately pointed out that someone was already inside. Jinho looked genuinely surprised. Inside the training room, a woman was battling a massive golem. The giant golem let out a thunderous growl. Terry swiftly dodged its attacks. Then she stabbed both of her daggers into a single precise point. A hole instantly burst open in the golem's body. Its arm detached completely, and moments later, the giant construct collapsed to the ground. Jinho asked whether she had reserved the training room because he could not find any reservation listed in the system database. Taeri finally noticed the two of them and looked surprised. Jinho calmly explained that if it had simply been a reservation mistake, they could just wait outside instead. Then he asked how much longer she planned to use the room. He informed her that they would need the training room starting from 6 p.m. onward. However, something suddenly caught her attention instead. Jinho's eyebrow twitched slightly when she completely ignored his question. Instead, Terry greeted Sang-hyun and asked what had brought him there. Sang-hyun replied that it was nice seeing her again and admitted that he never expected to run into her there that day. Then he explained that he had come to train together with Miso so they could improve their teamwork for an upcoming gate raid. Taeri commented that he seemed surprisingly close with Miso already. Sang-hyun awkwardly replied that things had somehow just naturally turned out that way. Meanwhile, Jinho called out to Terry again, asking whether she could actually hear him since she kept ignoring him completely. Terry quietly fell into thought. Jinho slowly began losing patience as he realized she might genuinely be ignoring him on purpose. Then, as if she had suddenly remembered something, Terry turned around and started walking away. Before leaving, she told Sang-hyun that they should spar together sometime when they had the chance. Then she casually added that she would contact him again later. Taeri casually mentioned that she had used the training room without making a reservation and told them they were free to use it now. Jinho's veins practically bulged from the side of his head as he sarcastically thanked her for finally replying so quickly. After Terry left, Jinho apologized for her behavior and explained that she normally was not like that. Sang-hyun reassured him that it was perfectly fine and that he, honestly, did not mind at all. Jinho then told him to make himself comfortable for the time being, since it looked like miso would probably take quite a while. Then he suggested that simply waiting around would be boring anyway. And luckily, he knew a pretty good way to pass the time. He asked whether Sang-hyun was interested. Sang-hyun looked confused. Jinho suggested having a light sparring match. Sang-hyun was completely dumbfounded, especially because Jinho had already started stripping off his upper clothes. At that point, Sang-hyun genuinely started wondering why everyone in this guild behaved like this. He even began suspecting that challenging random people to fights immediately after meeting them might actually be some kind of guild tradition. Jinho laughed and told him not to feel pressured. He explained that both Miso and Taeri had personally acknowledged Sang-hyun's skills already, so naturally, he could not help becoming curious about him too. Jinho also openly admitted that this kind of thing was simply one of his hobbies. He elaborated that crossing swords with another swordsman was the best way to understand what kind of person they truly were. At that moment, Sang-hyun realized that Jinho wanted to personally test him to see what kind of person he really was. Jinho then pointed toward a weapon rack nearby and mentioned that Sang-hyun could borrow a weapon from there if he did not already have one. Sang-hyun calmly replied that it was all right because he already had a weapon with him, and he always carried it at all times. Then, right in front of Jinho, Sang-hyun pulled his weapon out from subspace. It was a hidden special active skill. Through this ability, he could summon a subspace and store items of his choosing inside it. As the skill level increased, the internal storage space would continue expanding. Jinho's eyes widened in shock. Then suddenly, he burst into loud laughter. He admitted that he never expected Sang-hyun to possess a skill like that. Jinho explained that he had already heard rumors claiming Sang-hyun was an interesting person, but now he knew those rumors were absolutely true. Then he grinned and declared that they should begin immediately. Suddenly, Jinho's body began growing larger. He admitted that he originally planned to go easy on Sang-hyun, but after seeing that skill, he realized holding back now would simply be disrespectful. So from the very start, he decided to fight seriously using his full strength. Meanwhile, inside the CEO office of Eden Guild, Miso's father told her to listen to him properly this time. He warned that if things continued like this, the same tragedy would happen all over again. Miso immediately told him not to bring that incident up again. Her father apologized and asked for her understanding, explaining that he was only worried about her. Miso quietly admitted that she understood how he felt. Then she turned around and walked away while telling him not to contact her again. Her father desperately shouted for her to wait, but Kim Yoon-cheol could only let out a helpless sigh. A moment later, his secretary answered his call. Yoon-cheol asked Chief Jang whether he still had connections within the association. Chief Jang replied that he did. The guild president then calmly stated that he had a request. It was regarding Sang-hyun. He ordered them to investigate everything about him in detail, starting from his family and his past. Jinho announced that the setup was complete. Suddenly, training mode activated. The target players were displayed as Jo Jinho and Shin Sang-hyun. Jinho asked Sang-hyun whether he was ready. The system announced that the training mode setup had been completed and that the players could begin the mock battle once prepared. It also displayed that only one out of the two players was currently ready. Jinho asked if they were really fine with limiting the match to only 2 rounds. He explained that crossing swords twice was already enough to understand another swordsman's skill level. Jinho then told Sang-hyun to say the word whenever he was prepared. Sang-hyun quietly observed Jinho's gigantification ability. Even though Jinho was still smaller than the grizzly big bear Sang-hyun had encountered before, the pressure radiating from him was on a completely different level. People often said that Do Gyung-soo had completely changed the entire swordsman meta through his all-rounder swordsman style. But that was only possible because he was Do Gyung-soo himself. Not every player could easily adapt to such a demanding style. Meanwhile, other swordsmen completely rejected that path altogether. Instead, they devoted themselves entirely to strength, firmly believing that absolute power alone was the true answer. Those players endlessly trained both their physical bodies and their raw strength. Sang-hyun himself had once belonged to that same category. Naturally, one question always came to mind. If Do Gyung-soo stood at the very peak of the all-rounder swordsman style, then who stood at the pinnacle of pure strength-based swordsmanship? There was no universally accepted answer across the world, but at least within their country, everyone knew the name, Jo Jinho. With his gigantification skill, he possessed enough power to crush opponents with a single strike. Even as the swordsman meta constantly evolved over time, Jinho had managed to perfectly maintain his position at the top. Sang-hyun quietly wondered how effective his newly strengthened power would actually be against a monster like this. The thought only made him even more excited. Finally, he declared that he was ready and told them to begin. The system announced that all players inside training mode were now prepared and that the mock battle would commence immediately. Jinho grinned widely and admitted that he liked Sang-hyun's confidence. He declared that a real man always cast aside doubt and proved himself through action instead. The moment Jinho merely lifted his sword, violent waves of wind pressure exploded outward. Sang-hyun instantly considered whether he should block the attack using defensive sword or activate stun first. But then he realized something important. Fighting Jinho was different. Against a monster like him, the only answer was to fight strength with strength. At that moment, the skill Psychedelic activated, reinforcing Sang-hyun's body and dramatically increasing his speed. At the same time, his title Face Off also activated. The system confirmed that Jinho was isolated. Within a 5-meter radius of the target, there was nobody else present except for Sang-hyun himself. As a result, the effects of Face Off were activated. Then Jinho swung his sword. And that attack was merely a light strike. Sang-hyun forced himself to remain calm. After all, this was a direct contest of strength against none other than Jinho. Trying to clash head-on against him would have been pure suicide. Sang-hyun immediately realized that he needed to strike from the flank where the force of the attack was weakest. Jinho was visibly caught off guard. Not only did Sang-hyun successfully parry his gigantic sword, he even left a dent in it. Jinho could hardly believe that Sang-hyun had actually blocked his attack. But the reason he was shocked was not simply because the attack had been blocked. Out of all the possible reactions Sang-hyun could have chosen, dodging away, freezing up, or even throwing away his sword in panic, he instead chose to challenge him in a direct contest of power. That was the part Jinho never expected. Sang-hyun calmly declared that it was now his turn. At that moment, Jinho realized he had completely zoned out for a second. The pressure behind Sang-hyun's incoming attack was unbelievable. Instantly, Jinho recognized that the strike was genuinely dangerous. The impact forced Jinho to stagger backward. And yet, he looked like he was enjoying it. It had been an incredibly long time since someone had actually managed to blow him away like that. Jinho immediately realized that he had completely misjudged Sang-hyun. Because he had only heard stories about him through Miso and Taeri, he originally assumed Sang-hyun was merely a big fish inside a small pond. Now he realized how wrong he had been. Jinho tightened his grip around his sword. Then, with a wide grin on his face, he thought of Sang-hyun as a true man, just like himself. He openly admitted that he was genuinely amazed. Sang-hyun simply thanked him. Jinho laughed and admitted that he never expected someone with such a small frame to block his attack head-on. At that point, he realized the rumors calling Shin Sang-hyun a monster were actually true. Meanwhile, Sang-hyun himself knew the real reason behind that result. Psychedelic had triggered a critical effect together with knockback burst. Under normal circumstances, most monsters would have exploded instantly from that combination. But Jinho himself was the real monster here. Sang-hyun modestly claimed that he had simply landed a lucky critical hit. Jinho burst out laughing and told him there was no need to act so humble. According to him, a real man never hid behind false modesty. Then Jinho apologized for being rude until now. He admitted that he should have faced Sang-hyun seriously from the very beginning. The moment Sang-hyun heard that, excitement immediately rose inside him. Because the next attack was the very technique Jinho would one day use to save countless lives during the second collapse 20 years later. Back then, endless meteorites summoned by spellcasting monsters had rained down relentlessly from the sky, and Jinho destroyed all of them with a single sword strike. That technique was his trademark. Starbreaker. Jinho admitted that the technique was still incomplete. In fact, this was the first time he had ever shown it to another person. Even so, he hoped Sang-hyun would still be satisfied despite its flaws. Sang-hyun honestly admitted to himself that he was already satisfied enough simply knowing Jinho was willing to fight him seriously. That alone proved just how much stronger he had become. At the same time, however, he immediately realized a terrifying problem. Even incomplete, this attack was nearly impossible to stop head-on. But surrendering was not an option either. So, Sang-hyun decided to unleash the strongest attack currently available to him. He prepared to combine Psychedelic, full charging, and the speed enhancement from Speed together with Knockback Burst. This was the strongest strike he could possibly unleash in his current state. Sang-hyun declared that he was ready. His strategy remained the same as before. Attack the flank where the power was least concentrated. At the same time, he could not help thinking about how absurd this entire situation really was. He was seriously attempting to overpower a level 700 player in a contest of pure strength. A violent force exploded around both of them. Then the two charged forward simultaneously. Sang-hyun remained confident, because until now, he had continued overcoming impossible odds again and again. And at this moment, he had decided that he would overcome the impossible one more time. Meanwhile, Miso was walking through the hallway. She looked genuinely depressed, but she forced herself to focus on training together with Sang-hyun instead. She refused to remain trapped in sadness forever. Suddenly, the entire hallway shook violently. Another woman nearby nervously asked what that tremor had just been, but Miso immediately realized that the vibrations were coming directly from the training room. The moment she understood that, her expression changed instantly. She immediately rushed toward the room. Then the moment she entered, she loudly asked Sang-hyun what in the world was going on. But the chaotic scene inside completely caught her off guard. The entire area looked wrecked. Miso stared around in shock while wondering what exactly had happened there. Meanwhile, Jinho returned to his original size and used his sword to support himself upright. Breathing heavily, he burst into laughter and admitted that Sang-hyun kept surprising him over and over again. Even though it was only a training mode match, he had still poured an enormous amount of power into that final attack. And yet, Sang-hyun had accepted it head-on, as if he were intentionally showing off. Jinho honestly admitted that he truly never expected that outcome. Sang-hyun thanked him for the compliment, but admitted that he had not escaped the clash completely unharmed either. He quietly thought that he had probably damaged his wrist from the impact. Jinho laughed and told him not to worry since Eden Guild possessed top-class medical facilities. According to him, the injury would not even interfere with Sang-hyun's upcoming training session with Miso. Meanwhile, deep down, Jinho realized that he himself had taken far more damage than he expected. He could hardly believe that he had ended up evenly matched against a rookie player who was only just beginning to rise in fame. And strangely enough, he did not feel bad about it at all. Instead, he became convinced that the answer lay in the exact moment their swords collided. Because Sang-hyun's blade did not feel like the sword of a normal rookie. Instead, it felt like receiving the strike of a veteran swordsman who had already survived countless battles. The thought itself sounded unbelievable. But at the same time, Jinho also realized something else. Personally, he still had a very long way to go. At that moment, training mode officially ended. Jinho thanked Sang-hyun for accepting such a selfish request from him. He admitted that he never expected the sparring match to become a moment of self-reflection for himself instead. Then, he assured Sang-hyun that nobody remaining inside Eden Guild would ever question his abilities again. Afterward, Jinho extended his hand to help Sang-hyun stand up. Sang-hyun accepted the hand, and jokingly remarked that it had technically been a test after all. Jinho replied that it was only natural. After all, Sang-hyun had suddenly risen to fame out of nowhere, so naturally everyone had been suspicious of him. But now, Jinho fully acknowledged him. Then he proudly declared that Sang-hyun was a true man. Immediately afterward, he invited Sang-hyun to join his real man club. But before he could continue speaking, someone suddenly interrupted him. Miso had finally figured out what happened, and she looked furious. She immediately scolded Jinho, pointing out that she had only asked him to guide Sang-hyun around the guild. Instead, they somehow ended up destroying the training room. Jinho instantly looked nervous as he realized they were completely doomed. Miso then angrily shouted that a true real man would never ignore a friend's request like that. Jinho immediately apologized to her without hesitation. Then Miso turned towards Sang-hyun. Still visibly annoyed, she pointed out that he had also promised to train together with her, and yet he somehow ended up doing this instead. Sang-hyun could only awkwardly apologize as well. At the underground parking lot of Playertown Building, Sang-hyun opened the door to his car. At this point, he genuinely looked like a zombie. His cheeks were hollow, and his entire body looked completely drained of life. Sang-hyun knew this was entirely his own fault for ignoring Miso's warning and fooling around with Jinho instead. Earlier, Miso had coldly told him that he had better prepare himself, and after that, he ended up training continuously for 18 straight hours. Still, despite the suffering, Sang-hyun admitted that the training had been unbelievably rewarding. Since there were still around 2 days left before the Black Gate raid, he decided that he would simply rest until then. At that moment, someone suddenly called out to him. The woman commented that it really was quite a coincidence running into him there. Then she asked whether he had just finished training. Sang-hyun looked surprised. He immediately asked who she was, which visibly surprised the woman as well. Then she handed him her business card. Sang-hyun quickly realized that she was a scout from the association. He admitted that hearing her suddenly greet him by name had genuinely startled him at first. For a brief moment, He even wondered whether she might have been someone he knew in his previous life. The woman introduced herself as Lee Gae-hee from Strategy Scout Team 4. She openly explained that in order to recruit him into the association, she had been gathering information about him. Sang-yeon casually pointed out that most people usually kept that kind of thing secret. Honestly, Sang-yeon was already completely exhausted from the day's training, so he politely explained that he was heading home and asked her to save any recruitment-related questions for another time. But just before he could leave, Gae stopped him. Then she asked him a single question. She wanted to know whether he truly had no interest in becoming an association-affiliated player. Sang-yeon calmly replied that, at least for now, he had absolutely no interest in it. Gae nodded as if she had expected that exact answer already. Then she admitted that she had one more question. A more personal one. She politely asked whether she could ask him one final thing. Even though it was painfully obvious how exhausted Sang-yeon was, he still agreed. At the same time, he quietly wondered why she was being so strangely persistent. Honestly, he already felt like he was about to collapse from exhaustion at any second. But then, Gae suddenly asked him directly whether his ability might be some kind of skill capable of copying or even stealing the abilities of others. Then she continued. She asked whether perhaps he possessed an ability that allowed him to see the future. Sang-yeon was instantly caught off guard. The next day, at the entrance of the Uedo Black Gate, a car slowly parked nearby. Miso stepped out of the vehicle. She told the driver that she would contact him again later. She had arrived earlier than expected, but she decided it did not really matter since it simply gave her extra time to prepare. Then she noticed someone sitting on a nearby bench. At first glance, she thought it was Sang-hyun. Miso cheerfully called out to him, saying that he had arrived earlier than she expected, and that she herself had gotten there faster than planned, too. Then she asked if he wanted to warm up together before the raid started. But the moment she got closer, she became completely shocked. Sang-hyun looked so exhausted and haggard that she almost failed to recognize him. She immediately asked what had happened and whether something was wrong. Sang-hyun quickly replied that he was completely fine. Inside his head, however, Sang-hyun was silently cursing. Ever since his conversation with that woman, he had been so disturbed that he failed to sleep properly the entire night. At this point, he genuinely felt like he might collapse unconscious at any moment. He had spent the entire night searching for information about Lee Gae-hee, yet he had failed to uncover anything useful at all. And the uncertainty was slowly eating away at him. He never imagined that someone would already begin suspecting the existence of his exclusive skills, or even his regression itself. He thought he had been extremely careful this entire time, which made him wonder how someone could have figured it out so quickly. Sang-hyun knew the situation was dangerous. To him, it felt like some terrifying weirdo had suddenly seen straight through all his secrets. Now he desperately wondered how he could stop her from becoming even more suspicious. For a moment, he considered laying low for a while. Then he thought maybe acting friendlier toward her would help lower her suspicions. He even briefly considered inviting her out for drinks. But immediately afterward, he realized that would probably make him look even more suspicious instead. Sang-hyun finally snapped back to reality when Miso called his name again. Miso seriously told him to stop hiding things and asked him honestly whether something had happened. She even wondered if the Churnaimimai should cancel the raid for the day entirely. But Sang-hyun firmly insisted that he was completely fine and that nothing had happened at all. There was no way he could allow this opportunity to slip away. Trying to forcefully change the subject, Sang-hyun suddenly pointed at her weapon. He mentioned that he had never seen that bow before and asked whether she had gotten a new one. Miso immediately brightened up and admitted that she'd honestly been wanting to brag about it. The bow was an epic-grade artifact borrowed from Japan's Kurokawa Guild. Since Eden Guild had maintained a long-term partnership contract with them for years, she explained that she had done everything possible to prepare for the raid. Sang-hyun awkwardly laughed and admitted that the bow was incredible. Deep down, however, he was completely shocked that someone could casually borrow an epic-grade artifact so easily. The moment he thought about the absurd value of such an item, he almost felt dizzy again. Still, the sight motivated him. He suddenly became determined to obtain his own epic-grade artifact someday soon. Sang-hyun quickly told himself not to get jealous over things like that. For now, he needed to focus on obtaining an epic-grade item first, and worry about Lee Gae-hee later. He finished preparing himself. Even though it was earlier than originally planned, Sang-hyun suggested that they begin the raid immediately. Miso agreed. Together, the two walked toward the portal. Sang-hyun honestly looked terrible, but none of that mattered to him as long as he managed to obtain an epic-grade artifact. No matter how much the issue regarding his regression bothered him, he forced himself to focus only on what he needed to do right now. Meanwhile, Miso quietly thought to herself that Sangyun seriously lacked self-awareness. Not even once had he questioned why she had gone as far as borrowing an epic-grade artifact for this raid. What she witnessed during training a few days ago had genuinely shaken her to the core. She already knew Sangyun's growth speed was absurdly abnormal, but around 15 hours into their training session, Sangyun had suddenly learned an entirely new skill and asked to test it immediately. And afterward, he even panicked while asking whether she was okay. The training grounds, facilities specifically built to withstand destruction, had been shattered apart by a single strike from him. At this point, Miso honestly believed that without borrowing an epic-grade artifact, she would not even be able to keep up with him anymore. That was exactly why she had prepared so thoroughly for this raid, because she refused to spend the rest of her life endlessly chasing after his back. At the entrance of the Black Gate's hollow forest, the two walked side by side through the forest. Miso remained completely tense. Sangyun noticed this and told her that being cautious was good, but warned her not to become overly anxious. Otherwise, she would only waste unnecessary stamina. Miso quickly nodded and admitted that the situation already felt completely different from what the preliminary investigation report had described. That was why she felt nervous. According to the reports, the forest supposedly contained paranormal activity. But now that she was seeing the place herself, the entire atmosphere felt strangely unnatural. Meanwhile, Sangyun also remembered researching this gate extensively during his previous life, which made him uneasy, because this was his first time personally experiencing a situation that differed from the events of his past life. Suddenly, a massive monster appeared before them. Miso immediately identified it as an orc. But Sangyun instantly corrected her, and at that moment, he became completely certain that this gate was no longer the same as it had been in his previous life. That creature was not an orc. It was a big goblin. And this was not some minor change either. The monster suddenly charged straight toward them. Sangyun immediately stretched one arm in front of Miso protectively. Then, using his fingers, he silently signaled the number 2. Earlier, Sangyun told Miso that after carefully studying the Black Gate, he had come up with a suggestion, and he wanted them to strictly stick to that plan. Miso asked whether he was referring to the hand signs he mentioned earlier. Sangyun nodded and explained that in order to prepare for high-pressure situations, they would simulate multiple possible scenarios and communicate entirely through hand signals during battle. Miso questioned whether it was even possible to prepare for every single situation they might encounter, especially when they only had a couple of days left before the raid. Sangyun reassured her not to worry and clarified that he did not literally mean preparing for every possible situation. Instead, he explained that as long as they memorized the basic movement patterns, everything else would naturally flow afterward. Still, he admitted that it would not be easy to instantly remember everything during combat. That was why they only had one real option: relentless repetition. By continuously drilling the patterns through repeated training sessions, they would eventually begin reacting instinctively to every situation. And once those hand signs became natural to them, they would be able to clear the raid perfectly. During practice, Sangyun raised 2 fingers. At first, Miso could not remember what the signal meant, but eventually, she finally memorized it. Back in the present. The two immediately executed the strategy they had practiced. Miso instantly remembered what the 2 signal meant. If a monster charged directly toward them, they would dodge in opposite directions. After that, the monster would instinctively target whichever opponent appeared weaker. And, in most cases, that would naturally be Miso. While dodging away, Miso immediately fired an arrow, and because she already knew where the monster would move before it even acted, she was able to precisely target the joints of the enemy to limit its movement. Once the enemy's movements became restricted, she could naturally create openings without even relying on skills. Still, Miso admitted to herself that this was already the absolute limit of her predictive firing ability. She honestly did not expect the attack to deal any lethal damage, but the moment her arrow struck the big goblin, it completely severed one of its legs. Miso's eyes widened in shock. She had not even fired with her full strength. At that moment, she finally realized the terrifying power of an epic-grade artifact. She had barely pulled back the bowstring, and yet the resulting attack was overwhelmingly powerful. For a second, she even wondered whether she might actually kill someone instantly if she used the bow with her full power. The big goblin immediately stopped charging forward. Then, instead of retreating, it leaped directly toward Miso to close the distance instantly. But back during training, Sangyun had already told her that it was perfectly fine even if she failed to land a fatal shot, because from the very beginning, he intended to use the opening she created himself. At that exact moment, Sang-yun appeared beside the monster. Then he swung his sword straight into the big goblin's head. That was the strategy they created to end the fight instantly. They had successfully taken down the big goblin. Sang-yun was about to say something, but Miso immediately figured out what he was thinking and finished the sentence for him herself, saying that her firepower had increased tremendously compared to before. Because of that, she believed they might need to completely rethink their strategy while factoring in her new bow. Sang-yun agreed and casually pointed out that she probably could have just aimed for the monster's head from the beginning. Just as expected from an epic-grade artifact. At this point, Miso's firepower honestly felt at least 3 to 5 times stronger than before. Sang-yun immediately realized that if they properly utilized that advantage, the Black Gate raid could become significantly easier. Miso quietly felt relieved that their teamwork had gone smoothly. Sang-yun agreed and praised how quickly she had reacted during the fight, which naturally made him think that she had probably practiced the strategies alone afterward, too. Meanwhile, deep inside, Miso silently blamed him for that. She had spent countless hours repeatedly reviewing recordings of their training sessions because she refused to get left behind by him. Sang-yun then pointed out that their practice round was officially over now, which meant it was finally time for the real thing. At that moment, several big goblins suddenly appeared around them. The monsters growled angrily. They looked absolutely furious. Sang-hyun wondered if they were angry because the two of them had casually killed one of their companions so easily. At the same time, he noticed something important. The monsters were being cautious. Instead of recklessly charging in, they were carefully observing the two of them first. If that was how they planned to fight, then this situation would actually favor Sang-hyun and Miso even more. The system detected 10 monsters. Sang-hyun immediately noticed that the number was smaller than expected. He wondered if it was because they were still relatively close to the dungeon entrance. Then he informed Miso that there were 10 enemies total, including one unfamiliar monster he had never seen before. Judging from the preliminary investigation data, he believed it was most likely a kobold assassin. It appeared to possess some kind of stealth ability. Miso quickly suggested that Strategy 4-2 would probably work best in the current situation. But Sang-hyun immediately shook his head. He pointed out that since there were no ranged enemies present, they needed to use a completely different strategy instead. Miso looked confused at first, but the moment she realized what strategy he was thinking about, her face immediately filled with dread. She instantly refused and loudly declared that she absolutely did not want to do that. In response, Sang-hyun silently placed his sword onto the ground and pointed toward it. Miso desperately insisted that the correct approach here was clearly Strategy 4-2. Then she even tried suggesting regular Strategy 4 instead. But Sang-hyun simply continued motioning toward the sword without saying a word. Meanwhile, even the monsters themselves looked confused watching the two argue in the middle of battle. Finally, with a miserable expression, Miso slowly sat on top of the sword while asking why they absolutely had to do this. Sang-hyun calmly replied that she already knew the answer herself. Her firepower had become far stronger than expected, so there was absolutely no reason not to maximize that advantage. And logically speaking, this really was their most optimal strategy. Miso quietly admitted that she already knew that too. Then, realizing she could never change his mind once he decided something, she reluctantly told him to just hurry up and do it already. After all, if there truly were no ranged enemies inside the dungeon, then placing Miso in the safest possible attacking position would become a massive tactical advantage. The monsters slowly looked upward, right as Sang-hyun launched Miso high into the air. Sang-hyun proudly referred to the technique as the Kim Miso Human Cannonball Strategy. Meanwhile, Miso screamed that she absolutely hated flying through the air like this. She loudly complained that she did not even ride roller coasters because she hated that floating feeling so much. Still, while airborne, she quickly stabilized herself mid-air. At that moment, her level 4 flight skill activated. For the next 5 minutes, the speed of her fall from high places would be greatly reduced. Miso focused intensely and silently prayed that this ridiculous strategy would actually work. Meanwhile, the big goblins finally charged forward. Their target was Sang-hyun. Then suddenly, one of the big goblins froze in confusion, because the head of the goblin standing directly in front of it suddenly exploded apart without warning. Sang-hyun immediately became hyped watching the scene unfold. He already expected something like this to happen, but actually witnessing the ridiculous one-shot, one-kill power firsthand was unbelievably satisfying. And Sang-hyun clearly understood something. This overwhelming power was not simply thanks to the epic-grade artifact alone. He was not entirely sure whether it was because of Miso's intense training, or simply because more time had passed since their last battle together. But one thing was obvious. Her aim had become dramatically sharper. For a brief moment, Sang-hyun could almost see the future version of her from his previous life. Kim Miso, the divine archer of carnage. At that moment, he realized something important. He was not the only one growing stronger. Everyone else was evolving too. Honestly, Sang-hyun admitted to himself that he was genuinely surprised. He never expected Miso herself to become someone capable of motivating him. Sang-hyun then shifted his attention toward a distant target. A shadow slowly formed in front of him. Eventually, it took the shape of a bipedal beast. The hidden kobold assassin looked visibly confused. At that exact moment, Sang-hyun rushed straight toward it before it could even target Miso. He coldly told it to stop. Then, in a single swift strike, he severed the kobold's head instantly. Sang-hyun had decided to fight seriously in order to properly support Miso. Honestly, he never expected things to turn out like this. But somehow, the day had finally come when Miso was the one carrying him through the battle instead. Meanwhile, Miso focused on the 7 remaining monsters. She activated the skill Multiple Lock-On. Targets immediately appeared over all 7 monsters' heads. Then she unleashed Stardust Rain. A barrage of arrows shot through the air. Each arrow precisely flew toward its designated target. And in an instant, the heads of all 7 big goblins exploded apart simultaneously. Later that night, at the World Tree Rest area inside Hollow Forest, Sang-hyun sat quietly in front of a bonfire while Miso deliberately kept her back turned toward him. Carefully, Sang-hyun tried speaking to her. He cautiously asked how long she planned on staying angry at him. Miso immediately answered, "Forever." She complained that he had forced her to do that ridiculous strategy 6 separate times already. Sang-hyun awkwardly explained that there had simply been monsters everywhere, so they really had no choice. Miso then complained about why she ended up being the only one killing all the monsters. She admitted that while she technically could handle it, forcing her to repeat it 6 times in a row was absolutely too much. Deep down, Sang-hyun honestly agreed with her. It definitely had been excessive, but at the same time, it felt like finally getting a free bus ride again after a very long time, so he accidentally got carried away from excitement. Now Sang-hyun quietly wondered how he was supposed to fix her mood. He already knew that his usual gifts probably would not work this time. Then suddenly, an idea came to him. He pulled out a pan and immediately began cooking. While preparing the ingredients, he quietly muttered that it had honestly been a while since he last showed off his cooking skills. Sang-hyun genuinely believed that during moments like this, a delicious meal was the perfect cure for a bad mood. Soon, the smell of food slowly spread through the air, and naturally, it caught Miso's attention immediately. She quietly sniffed the air. By the time she walked over, Sang-hyun had already finished cooking. Miso curiously asked what exactly he was doing. Then her eyes immediately locked onto the food. Sang-hyun explained that eating something good right now would help keep their spirits up since they still had a long journey ahead of them. The dish he prepared was a hearty beef Wellington made for adventurers. Sang-hyun then told her to dig in. Miso cautiously took a bite, and her eyes immediately widened in shock. She instantly exclaimed that it was delicious and demanded to know how he even knew how to make something like this. Sang-hyun quietly smiled, relieved that she liked it. Miso commented that the texture of the meat was incredibly unique and asked where he had gotten it from. She admitted that she had never eaten anything quite like it before. Sang-hyun casually replied that he had simply hunted something similar to a rabbit. Excited, Miso immediately asked whether they could catch a few more on their way out of the dungeon later. Meanwhile, deep inside, Sang-hyun silently apologized to her for being unable to tell the truth. But if keeping this secret made her happy, then he would gladly carry it to his grave, because the meat she was enjoying so much was kobold meat. Later on, the two finished eating. Miso leaned back slightly, looking completely full and satisfied. She thanked Sang-hyun for the delicious meal. Sang-hyun then brought up that the next area ahead was the final zone included in the preliminary investigation report. Miso nodded and explained that it was the place where the Shadow Defender had previously appeared. After that point, there would no longer be any information available regarding the remaining areas inside the dungeon. Still, she believed they would be fine. Sang-hyun suggested that they rest a little longer before moving forward. After a brief silence, Miso suddenly brought up something else. She admitted that lately, she felt like she'd been causing Sang-hyun a lot of unnecessary trouble. Then she apologized for being so careless. Sang-hyun immediately realized she was talking about all the rumors surrounding them, the gossip claiming he was her boyfriend, or the rumor saying she threw money around and treated him like some kind of personal slave. Miso quickly denied ever hearing anything about him supposedly being a slave. Sang-hyun casually replied that people definitely said things like that, but honestly, he did not really care either way. So he told her she did not need to worry about it either. Miso quietly admitted that after seeing how capable he was, she naturally became drawn toward him. But somehow, the media kept twisting everything into bizarre misunderstandings. Sang-hyun simply shrugged and told her that was just how people were. And honestly, it only proved how much attention they were attracting now. He even joked that sometimes it actually felt good becoming famous thanks to her. Miso immediately replied that he would have attracted massive attention even without her involvement. After all, his growth speed itself was already completely abnormal. Sang-hyun laughed and reassured her again that there was really no reason for her to apologize about any of this. Then he casually added that regardless of whatever nonsense the media spread, both of them still went to each other whenever they needed help. In the end, he concluded that this was simply how normal business relationships worked. Miso immediately fell silent. Meanwhile, Sang-hyun casually commented that people simply loved gossiping about others. Then suddenly, Miso quietly asked him what he would think, if that was not actually the full truth of the situation. Her cheeks slowly turned red as she nervously admitted that perhaps their relationship might not be just business after all. Then she quietly asked him what he would do, if that were really the case.